to Piccadilly for an hour or two, pushing through the people on my way to you, standing in a queue from here to Waterloo. A Big Ben telling me it's time to catch the tube again. A Bobby on the beat, then some fight or flight. I'll see you at the river where the eye lights up the sky. Come on, this is London, hey, coming at you. Everybody, this is London town.
Hello and welcome to the Grand Connaught Rooms in Covent Garden for day 3 of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour main event in London. It is Bubble Day. 127 players come into day 3, 95 will cash. 32 eliminations, and we crack open the prize pool of £2.6 million, with everyone left in the room guaranteed at least a min cash of £7,750. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello my babies. Oh Baxter, you are my little gentleman. I want to take you to foggy London town.
If English isn't your thing, many other languages available at PokerStars.tv, PokerStars Live FR, and PokerFirma.com.
243 players remaining, 27 will be in the money. Put to this into we wish you the very best of luck. Dealers in the 2K, start please.
Well, the 2K is getting underway, and the main event is going to get started very soon. You can watch the action all day on PokerStars.tv and on the PokerStars TV app, available for iOS and Android devices. And of course, we're not just covering today, we're covering the next day, the penultimate day, and the final table. Saturday the 18th of October, cards up coverage as the final 8 play down to a champion.
Can't believe we're already on day 3.
And of course, if you want to get in touch with the booth, use the hashtag EPT Live. Make sure you're following at EPT Live for updates on when we are live streaming around the world. Our email address, nuts@pokerstars.tv, for the live updates on the blog. And of course, make sure you befriend us on Facebook, see our photos on Instagram and our videos on YouTube.
It's the only way to vote. Got to be on the Facebook page.
So day 2 yesterday kicked off with 370 players returning and 7 new entries. A host of big names including Elke, Kachalov, Mercier, Rodden, Jorgensen and Trickett. Theo Jorgensen headlined our feature table. He KO'd Dan Coleman to get off to a great start. But later in the day, Theo lost all his chips and hit the rail. Former EPT champs fared better. Liv Bury, Elke, Jake Cody, and previous London winners David Van Plu and Benny Spidler made it here to day 3. And these are the chip leaders coming into day 3. Rafael Sorrentino was on our feature table yesterday. He's playing close to $500,000 in chips.
He could really do no wrong yesterday. He was just banging pots left and right.
Big names in the top 10 include Sergio Aido, Simon Dedman, Salman Bebahani, and Anatoly Filatov, a very entertaining Russian player, who hopefully will get on our feature table a bit later on today.
And we were lucky to see a bunch of these guys yesterday, you know, on our feature tables. We saw Rafael, we saw Anatoly.
So this is the lineup at the secondary feature table. A couple of members of Team Pro, Johnny Lodden and Liv Bury. Liv, of course, a local and a former EPT champ.
And a lady.
The other local player at that table is Alfie Adam, and Jake Cody, another British EPT winner. He's on the main stage, and he's the chip leader at this feature table. Also, a legend of the UK circuit, Willie Tan. Eugene Kachalov from Team Pro, a 3rd and a 2nd in EPT main events. Jonas Lauk, a tour regular, and Ilan Bujanar, who, if he's unhappy, everyone in the room will know about it.
I like Willie Tan a lot because his name isn't just a name, it's also a question.
First hand of the day, 3-way action going to the flop. Ace, king, 5, 2 hearts. Lauk raised it to 6.5k, got calls from Kevin Killeen and Eugene Kachalov.
We are up all night to get Lauky. Lauk's bet of 12,000. Called by Kevin Killeen.
2 of clubs on the turn. 2 flush draws out there now.
I wonder if Killeen's last name was Killian back in the day and someone just got real lazy eventually.
Lauk barrels and Killeen insta-shoves. All in for 36,500.
Killeen, obviously a very serious poker player.
My bad, it's Lauk who's actually all in, shoving on Killeen, and Killeen being put in a spot where he's going to have to call off everything he's got.
Lauk had to be expecting to be all in at some point during this hand. I mean, there was 49,000 in the middle before this bet was even made. Just wondering what he would have called a quarter of a stack off with on the flop. That isn't an easy decision now.
Meanwhile, it looks like we've had our first elimination of the day. 127 came into day 3. The tournament clock currently showing 126 survivors. 95 get paid, so we will go hand for hand when we hit the bubble and get down to 96. At that point, by the way, they will break a table, and the table that will be broken is our secondary feature table. I'm kind of with you, Joe. The deuce of clubs doesn't look like it changed anything, so when Killeen does call flop, he's kind of got to be expecting this on the turn.
I mean, we say that, and that's mostly because, you know, a lot what we watch is seasoned vets playing most of the time, and this is just probably a big decision for someone. You know, there's 4,000 pounds at stake, and a lot more if he can somehow make it to the bubble, which is looming.
Well, Killeen considered that decision for the better part of 3 minutes before folding.
I'm saying, why would you care of the seed draw? You're planning on bossing everybody anyway.
I don't plan anything. I do it as it comes as well. No. When I see you, I'm worried. You got a number 1 from PokerStars there, number 1 from PokerStars all there.
Nah.
Christ.
All you need to remember is one of them play no hands, one of them play every hand.
Which one plays every hand? Tell me.
I can let you guess.
Ilan Bouchard, very entertaining character.
And also he plays at home, very difficult to play away. You know? He's in London. How can you lose?
Oh, I see. Yeah, there's Jack Cody there, huh?
Willie Tan played the very first EPT in Barcelona back in 2004. and he's still playing main events 10 seasons later.
I thought you were going to say he played the very first hand of
You
poker
might be
ever.
more of his hero than
No.
he
That is
you.
also possibly true.
High chance.
High chance, yeah.
So blinds are 1,500, 3,000 with a 400 ante. This is level 15 of the EPT London main event. Hello to Luke Curtis, who tweets to say he's watching the live stream. Neil says, go Mickey Peterson. Time for a second winner. And talking of potential two-timers, Jake Cody tweets to say, just started day 3 on the feature table. You can watch on PokerStars.tv.
Oh, yeah?
But you knew that already.
Yeah. You're Spanish, are you?
No,
Where-
I speak Spanish.
Where are you from?
Israel, but I was born in France.
Oh, I see.
So blind on blind, Jake Limt, Nicholas Davies, who finaled the UK IPT main event on Sunday, raises to 8,000.
Really?
Came 5th in that tournament.
But it's pretty sick you remember me because I've been to the Vic maybe 6 times all my life. And I've been playing small games also.
So Chick just limped, huh? And this is a
Where are you from?
2.5x free raise?
With London. I must know you then.
Almost 3x?
Have I played with you before?
Wow, here comes the 3-bet now.
Is it- oh, it's okay.
A full 3x, 21,000. Davey says all in.
And Jake will pass. Jake's no longer the table chip leader.
Now limp.
Jonas Lauk is now the big stack with 254,000. Cody down to 244,000.
Wow. But for 2 bet.
Well, about half an hour ago, players started to arrive at the venue, including Liv Bury and Sofia Lovgren. The shortest stack coming into play today, Jan Olav Shavik, who finaled this event last year. Willie Tan, a legend of the game. That's Martin Stashko and Paul Newey sharing a table. Leo McLean, last year's online qualifier. A former champ, David Van Plu.
The Vamps!
Sam Trickett was on our secondary feature table for a while yesterday. Benny Spindler, winner of EPT London in Season 8. The delightful Fatima Maria de Melo.
Oh, that's, yeah, delightful. Just tear right into that.
And Elke.
The also delightful Elke.
Coming into play with around half of the tournament average, which is currently 163,000 with 124 remaining.
Do you think this is a random draw? Or do
You mean for the TV or for the table?
I don't know.
For the TV it's for sure not random.
Oh, I see.
The regular draw is.
Regular draw is random, yeah.
Yeah, but this is not. This is not, is it?
It was just their best choice, their best option. Because of you.
Oh, not because of me.
Actually,
Part of stuff I did.
Well,
partially because of him.
You're going to be the next team pro.
you just needed the cutest PokerStars pro to represent. You know?
Oh, I see.
You needed the models.
The 2 good-looking ones, huh?
Yeah.
The 2 good-looking ones, huh?
Bougenar in action here.
So if you're Kevin Killeen, what do you do now? Just fold everything but aces and kings and try to hang on to the bubble? I don't think he can make it at this point, right?
What's he playing? 12 big blinds? He ain't
Yeah.
going to make it to the bubble. He's going to have to make a move sooner or later. 124. Remember, we go hand for hand at 96 and 95 get paid.
I wish I could call too.
So 2 players have called Bouginar's open. Cody and Lauch, the 2 big stacks at the table. 10-4 deuce on the flop. Bouginar happy to continue into 2 opponents.
$10,400 is the bet. Action on Jake Cody, your boy from the UK.
He folds.
Kind of needed him to do something more exciting after I did that, but
Lauch lets it go as well. The C-bet works for Bouginar.
live poker for you.
Razorheart gets in touch on Twitter using the hashtag EPTLive.
If I start to show hands, the geniuses are gonna exploit me. I don't want to. I just can't tell you I wanted boss calls. Could have been nice. Call.
Razorheart asks, did you say the secondary feature table is the first to break? No, I didn't. I said it will break when we go hand for hand. So when we hit 96 players, when we are literally on the bubble, that's when the secondary table will break. So those guys won't be at that particular table for the bubble itself. And of course, Neil Johnson, head of live poker operations for PokerStars Europe, the whole Pope.
Kiss the ring.
He will join us in the booth for our world-famous bubble coverage when we get close to that magic 95 players.
Who'd you say was coming in?
The whole Pope.
Neil what?
Johnson. Fold it around to the blinds. Willie Tan in the small.
It must be nice if I give you a walk. Is it? Well, I tell you what, I call blind and going.
Oh no, don't do that.
I call blind and do you want to know? I call.
Don't do that. That's the time for a glass of water.
Always continue to be an issue, but I had it like.
Nicholas Markel, the player in the bag.
Because I was like, you sure?
So what do you say we play this hand dark with Willie Tan, huh?
I was in the 5.
No hole cards for this hand, okay, guys? Don't put them up.
And I still couldn't read the board.
Let's keep Marcus out as well.
For every board, and it just
Play this one dark.
Your own cards, though. You just like
no, I could get those, but twice I thought I had flushes when I didn't, and one time.
Did it work out or not?
No, one time I ended up making a bad call, but then one time I.
It's worse if you call. It's better if
Oh.
you just like.
Yeah,
barrel
Yes,
it
he
away
looked
from you,
eventually.
but-
That's true. But yeah, no, it ended up for some weird hand. because, like,
I think we made a good fold. What about you?
Well, Marco showed his hand.
and when I was asking, it was up and closed, and I'm like kind of defiant, like giving away what I can and can't have. So like by the second day, I was
When I
like,
said we should play the hand dark, I didn't mean after, you know, he exposed it.
Just level people though and just set a card in your hand.
That's true. It's just weird though having to explain. To
Ace
everybody.
Jack he showed.
Yeah, but it's better now. Now it was like 100% worth it.
How much was it?
I did it in Vancouver, BC because it was cheaper than in the US. I think it was, I ended up paying 2,200 Canadian, which was like shit for you guys. That's like 80 bucks, you know, but it was like 1,900 US.
Right.
Kind of like Graphical Nick's tweet here today about the bubble. Hubble bubble, toil and trouble.
A line from?
The Witches of Eastwick.
No, the Scottish play.
The Scottish play. There's only one. There's only one play in Scotland.
No, this is a Shakespearean tragedy which you must never refer to by name because it's bad luck to say the word.
Oh, McDonald's. Like that one. Other Scottish plays are available.
Willie Tan raises the button, gets action from Ilan Bouginar.
A very good horse before. Is
that good what?
Race horse.
Jack 7-6. 2 hearts.
8-5.
And Willie Tan continues.
Willie Tan, I had one of those once. From sunbathing naked.
Sigh. Bouchonard calls. We go to the turn, which is the deuce of hearts. Josh Morgan asks, how many hats are there on the feature table today? Well, that's a hood.
So 0 so far. But we do have the brewery hat. We've got the purple people eater hat.
Lauk, Davies, Cody, and Colleen are definitely all wearing hats. By the way, tube line themed chip denominations scrolling along the bottom of your screen right now. Biggest chips in play are still the Victoria line chips, worth 5,000 each. A bit later on in this event, we'll bring out the Circle line chips, which are worth 25k.
Those are yellow?
Well done. After living here for 18 months, you finally know the tube map.
Well, I have one in my bathroom. I have 2 in my bathroom, actually.
Jack?
Bouchonard leads the river, gets called by Willie Tan.
No bluff. Maybe 7 good, no?
Bouchonard value betting a 7.
Maybe.
Top pair for Willie.
Don't touch that. That's Willie's gold.
Willie Tan up to 155,000, just shy of the average, which is 165,000. 122 players remaining. So 5 eliminations already in the first 15 minutes of play.
Gulp.
Of course, when we hit day 3 of an EPT main event, the levels extend. Levels 1 through 14, 75 minutes. Levels 15 and onwards, 90 minutes. Harrow sends greetings from Slovenia. Good to have her with us here on EPT Live.
Slovenia, one of the good ones.
Reminder that questions and comments are welcome. Just use the hashtag EPT Live on Twitter.
This is usually the day too, James, that after the bubble bursts that we lose most of the heroes, but I got a really good feeling about this one. I feel like it's going to be a star-studded final table.
Plenty of local heroes still in. Plenty of members of Team Pro still alive. And as was pointed out earlier on, trying to remember who it was who tweeted.
Jonas, yeah.
How do you spell it?
I think
There
it
are
was Tom.
some Kevin Killeen fans out there, yep.
It was Tom Hinchcliffe who says, yeah, it seems like a sick number of former champs as well. So there is every possibility of a star-studded final table.
But, yeah.
And you?
Still a long way to go,
Nicholas?
One Nick, 2 Nick.
Yeah. I'll be Nicholas then.
You, Nicolas, with a K.
Oh, we've got a Joe Symposium.
It doesn't really make sense.
No, I just like, I just obviously looked at the seat row.
Yeah, likewise.
So, is that Scandi Origins?
I don't know. My parents were kind of hippies. I think they just
liked it and decided like this. Why not?
I guess so, yeah.
Nicholas with a K.
Slovenian history background, but
Slovenia, one of the good ones.
So yes, Michael Josem, head of PR for PokerStars, with today's POSM. I can't wait to hear from Neil J. His voice always makes my day. Updating us on the bubble action, it gives me my poker satisfaction.
Nice.
Jack Daly takes issue with Graphical Neck. He says the purple chips look more cross-rail to me. Strictly speaking, not a tube line.
Guys, take it easy.
I have ruled in favor of graphical Nick, which may be a first.
That was an accident.
DZI says, hi guys from Bosnia, grinding on stars while watching the live stream.
Bosnia, one of the good ones.
And Chinese Frankie sends good luck vibes to Jake Cody, Eugene Kachalov, Willie Tan, and Nick Marku on the feature table. That's what we like to call hedging.
China Frankie, one of the good ones.
Well, this is interesting. Not quite a Gibbons, but an under-the-gun +1 limp from Jonas Lauk.
Ever.
Surprises me. Huh? Surprises me.
Well, it's confused Willie.
Dead money and you don't want it.
Still can win it.
Huh?
I still can win it.
Well, they might hit their flop, man.
Tan calls as well.
Yeah, they're so happy they can see the flop. Look.
Shit.
Kachalov in from the small blind. It's Jake Cody's big blind. And Jake checks his option.
Wow. Limps under the gun +1 and gets away with it. 4 ways to the flop.
This is gonna be fun.
King Jack 5 with 2 diamonds. Kachalov and Cody both check.
I think sometimes players will do that with like a super strong hand. Not a move we typically see here on the EPT, a move I think you're more likely to see in your pub game or your home game, but people still do it sometimes. And then when you do that and you're like, I'm just going to limp with aces, no way it gets through, and then it goes 4 ways to the flop, you're just like, ah, crap.
4-1.
Action check to Willie Tan, and he bets. Chris Allen gets in touch. He says, also grinding on stars. After saying I'd come down to meet you today, listening to you will have to do. Sad face.
What? He's not coming down? What am I supposed to do with this cake?
With the king or jack. What is it? 2 5s?
Willie made it 4,100. Got folds from Kachalov and Cody. Lauk sticks around. 4 of clubs.
Lauk checks. Willie check. Willie bet. Willie tan.
Seven of diamonds. Quick update on Twitter from Fatima Maria de Melo from Team Pro. Just doubled Ace-King against Ace-10. Playing around 135,000 now.
Oh, they're so fierce.
Ace-King, one of the good ones.
Yeah, check, man.
You got it. Jack?
Oh, I see. Thank you.
So it's Jack 10 Lauk was limping with. Willie Tam couldn't beat it.
Scandinavian would raise, I guess, this hand. I'm not.
So yesterday we asked you to vote for which challenge Stapes should face here in London. You voted, we collated the results, and there was a clear winner in the end by a decent margin. It was not awareness, it was not compliments, it was the breakfast of Stapletons. The full English, pulverized and consumed as a smoothie. So now we know what the winner is. We now have to actually start compiling the menu and working out what we're going to put in the foulest smoothie of all time. And obviously we're open to suggestions. There are certain obvious ingredients that are going in.
Let's get those down now. We're gonna throughout the course of the day today, we're gonna make the official list of what's gonna go in this smoothie. I'm gonna kick it off, obviously. 2 fried eggs.
Yes.
That is the basis of any English breakfast.
Bacon.
1 bacon rasher.
Sausage.
1 sausage link.
Beans. Baked.
Baked beans.
Half a tomato.
1
tomato.
half tomato.
Mushrooms.
That's right.
Black pudding.
Black pudding. Heads up to the flop.
Blind on raised pre-flop. Hash brown.
Now, when we say hash brown, are we talking about the mishmash chopped up potatoes and onions mixed together, or those
Yes.
little triangle deep fried jobbies?
Well, a triangle deep fried jobby of potato and onion.
Triangle deep fried jobby.
Slice of fried bread.
Fried bread.
Orange juice.
OJ. Butter. Jam. I think I can choose what flavor of jam. I'm partial to strawberry. Anyone have a problem with that? Good.
Tea or coffee, Joe?
I'm not sure what I should answer. I don't know if I should tell you what I want in there or what I don't want in there.
No, I'm allowing you to choose.
I think that tea is more English for an English.
It is more English, yes. We're going to go with tea.
Cup of tea.
Have you got the milk on there already? Or?
Tea with milk and
Tea with
sugar.
milk, thank you. So with no betting action on the flop.
Let's pick up the action here. We can name breakfast foods in between hands.
Yeah, Davis bets 4,400 on the turn, and this is a check raise from Jake Cody. Makes it 15,800 and gets a fold.
You guys are going to need a bigger blender, eh?
I think we've got the essentials. Now what about sauces? HP sauce, tomato ketchup. It's
you're
English.
right.
It's got to be HP sauce. It's got Big Ben on the bottle, for heaven's sake. It's totally appropriate to EPT London.
That sounds pretty gross. I'm in.
I think we've now identified the staple ingredients. The staple ingredients, you get it?
Oh, yeah. I got it.
I think we now need to open this to our viewers. And how many spots open do you think there are for additional ingredients?
Well, here's what I'm going to do. If you can make your case that something should be part of an English breakfast already, then I think we'll include it. But I'm willing to give up to 3 additional spots for stuff that doesn't even belong in an English breakfast.
But, and there's a very important but, it has to be a food stuff, okay? So as I said yesterday, no shoe polish, Vaseline, paraffin, anything that might harm or kill Joe Stapleton is off the list. It has to be something that is actually edible.
Like something that I think would be pretty gross to add to this whole thing. Peanut butter.
And remember, if you are going to suggest an ingredient to go into this breakfast of Stapletons, we need a justifying argument as well. Don't just suggest it, say why you're suggesting it. We see Jackie's got to go on porridge.
What I'm going to do is let's hear everyone's case.
What happened on the turn in the last 10?
For the next 15 minutes or so, and then I'll pick 3. Or you can pick them, James. Why should I get to pick them? This is supposed to be torture for me. James is going to pick them. Heads up to the flop. Bouging out of the razor here.
And 7-6-4 with 2 diamonds.
I think this is going to connect with Jake a little more often than Elon. He did raise fairly early. He's going to continue anyway.
Thank you. It's always so nice to take one from Jake. I know he don't give up so much, so I take it as a compliment, you know. When he falls to me, it's like, oh.
Even though you bet every single flop.
Well, Matt Broughton, who'll be on commentary duties a bit later on today alongside Mark Convey, tweets to say, damn, gonna have to go for a full English before work now. You've just listed my favorite things back to back. Bang goes the diet.
No phone calls.
Where are you from, Nicholas? Where are you from? Yeah.
Our director, Daniel, is suggesting kippers. I mean, there's been some suggestions on Twitter as well about kippers. Often on the breakfast menu in English hotels.
What are kippers?
Were you at my table
It's a type of
yesterday?
fish, Joe.
No?
Oh, a very strong flavoured fish at that.
There was someone looking a little.
Well, unfortunately, Daniel, the director, forgot to tag his tweet EPT Live, so I'm afraid we can't use it.
Gregor suggests chocolate Pop-Tarts, the best quick on-the-go brekkie there is.
Now, I do have s'mores flavored Pop-Tarts at home.
Razorheart wants us to pour in some Tabasco because people do like it on their eggs.
I mean, I would even say that one could be considered not one of the 3 bonus slots. That's part of breakfast. You see me, James. How often do I put hot sauce on eggs?
Manually.
I can't
Frequently.
You're just too good.
Ross suggests anchovies to make it oh so tasty and oh so salty. Hashtag upchuck.
I don't know if we really need more salt in there.
The Claw suggests
Oh,
English
God.
mustard. He says he wouldn't eat a sausage without English mustard and that you shouldn't either.
I will tell you something that will make you either choose or not. I genuinely hate mustard.
Who's judging, by the way, whether these things go in or not?
You are.
Excellent. Let's head over to the secondary feature table where we have an all-in and a call. And we'd like to see an elimination here. Unless Christopher Edberg can hit a 10 or a jack on the river, and it is a 10 on the river. So
He had
Edberg
hearts
doubles
working
up.
for him, too.
He did indeed.
And I got lucky.
Shorties be doubling.
Ah, now Sam, I like this suggestion. You have to have some fruit, so add a grapefruit, one of your 5 a day. This is not the final list, by the way. I'm just making a short list of ones I like.
By the way, Jackie, who suggested porridge, did she win the ladies event here this week? I think the same last name. Look this up.
Now this guy claims to be a chef because his Twitter handle is Chef Bruce G3. Smoked salmon. You have that for breakfast, right? In some places, yes.
I wouldn't.
It's on the short list. Zoe says, can I suggest a few Brussels sprouts? Zoe, yes you can.
I'm actually now going to reserve comment on these foods because if I tell you that I like something, so it's, joke's on you, I love Brussels sprouts, then maybe you'll take them out. So I'm gonna keep quiet henceforward.
By the way, the hand graphics we're seeing at the moment are taken from the secondary feature table.
Sorry about that.
Here we get a raise from Lauk in the
Next
cutoff.
time make it 6-7.
No, 65, that is cheaper for me.
What do you call it? Rainbow, huh?
Yeah.
One of
Rainbow.
them.
Oh, rainbow.
Huh?
You know all the words.
The
huh?
rainbow rate.
So we're going 3-way to the flop.
Check.
Queen, Jack 3, 2 spades. I'm going to veto anything alcoholic, by the way, purely for budgetary reasons.
That's right. You guys talk to me. I can provide the booze.
Pasta bake? Interesting suggestion from Alessandro.
That's like suggesting 9 or 10 ingredients all in one, really.
Wally Tan playing the advantage of position. Bets the flop, gets a fold.
I mean, people should be trying to stick in. I would encourage English suggestions, like maybe a fish and chips. Throw that in there. How about a nice curry? That's English food, isn't it?
Yeah, people are kind of stuck on the breakfast thing. It doesn't have to be a breakfast food. It just has to be a food. Nutella from Patrick.
How about a doner kebab? That's pretty English.
Chicken tikka masala. Doesn't come more English than that.
Nope, that is the most English thing I've had all week.
Tuna and sweet corn could make things a bit more interesting, according to Moneyman.
I just almost yacked a little just hearing
tuna
about that.
And sweet corn. Money Man. It's on the short list.
And by the way, if we use one of your foods, we will give you a shout out in the video. James, what I'd love to do, and maybe it's too hard, what I'd love to do is just be surprised by these tomorrow. I don't want to know what they are.
Okay. Well, I'll compile the short list, and then I'll submit the final 3 selections to the team.
Because I think we're going to try to score me a Team Pro to do this video with, and so I want them to just be like, and here's your secret ingredient, tuna and sweet corn, and then I can throw up. Now, if I throw up before I take a sip, does that count?
If look, buddy, if you throw up at any point during the making of this video, you fail the challenge.
Okay.
And we've agreed on the quantity, by the way.
Yes.
We've agreed that in celebration of this being EPT 101, the 101st EPT, Joe is going to drink 1.01 pints.
I have a feeling I could lose this one on a technicality.
Ah, Sean, I like this one. Pickled onion to give it a real London feel. He also suggests jellied eels.
What's those pickles that Virgin makes? It's always on like a cheese sandwich.
Branston pickle.
Branson pickle, yeah, Richard Branson pickle.
Three-way to this flop. Cody, the original raiser. And this is a continuation bet from Jake. Fish finger sandwiches, the suggestion from Dav. Leftover pizza or Chinese from the night before from David. However, David, the last time Joe ate Chinese food left over from the night before, he was off sick for 3 days.
I wasn't off sick. I was just sick.
Good. Okay, thank you for playing. Eh?
Battered Mars bar from Grey Gore. London, not Glasgow. Prawns from Javier. Prawns. Javier.
Well, there goes Eugene Katchlov. I don't know how we missed that bust out. Must have been too busy talking about breakfast.
He's just changing tables. He's still got chips. Obviously, we have to keep the tables balanced as players are eliminated. We're down to 114 now. Liver. Oh, Nigel. Nigel. Yes.
Nigel, you are off my Christmas list.
Nice to see Stellan Skarsgård here taking photographs of the players. Great suggestions coming through. Make sure you watch the video to see if your suggestion was selected and is consumed by Mr. Stapleton as Bouchard opens to 6.5K and Kevin Killeen shoves for 18,900. And Bouchard, priced in, makes the call. And Bouchard does have a legitimate hand. Pocket threes. Ace-5, the hand for Colleen. So a classic race underway at the feature table.
The classicest. It's like Ryu versus Ken. One of these two hands has the slight mathematical advantage. You know who that is, by the way? It's Ryu. Although Ken's flip did take slightly more energy. You guys remember that? The back flip that Ken would send you? What? Okay.
Colleen's tournament life on the line here.
Oh.
And this is going to be tough to come back from. Running diamonds is best possibility. Bouginard flops a set.
How about like a 6 of diamonds maybe for a sweater?
How about the 4 of diamonds?
Also a sweater. The double sweat.
Any deuce, any non-pairing diamond. And Colleen survives.
Oh!
The 6 of diamonds. 6% equity on the flop, and he goes runner-runner to double up through Bouginard.
Ah, he's so good. I wish I could be that good.
Now, Rayvan has suggested a challenge inside the challenge. If Joe were to fail the original challenge, i.e. not be able to consume this pulverized breakfast without throwing up, if he is able to throw up longer than 101 centimeters, he will win a side challenge. I'm not sure anyone really wants to measure Joe's projectile vomiting.
I do like Mariana's suggestion, Haggis, as a nod to the recent no vote. I mean, better together, James. That's what I say.
Yeah, I'll put it on the short list. It will be considered.
I don't like that you immediately discount Glasgow. Okay, they're part of this union.
I'm trying to help you here. Do you want a deep-fried Mars bar
I just
in
don't
there?
want to upset the Scottish people because I'm a fan. Scotland's one of the good ones.
Oh, Danny. This may have made my day. Brains faggots, as nobody really knows what's in them.
I mean...
Do they still sell brains faggots?
James. James, please.
Colleen all in again.
Oh, so it's spelled just like it sounds, huh?
Mr. Brain's nice and tasty pork faggots. Now, what do you reckon? The 2-pack or the 4-pack?
Where's the production on this?
Let's take a look around the room, shall we? Anatoly Filatov wearing his colourful shirt today. There's Inyat Liviu from Romania.
You're Romania.
Chris Moorman sitting alongside Jan Olafshavik. Still alive despite being the shortest stack at the start of the day. David Van Plu has chipped up a bit, having KO'd a player early doors. But don't worry, Fatima Maria de Melo not eliminated, just being moved to a different table. Sam Trickett sharing a table with Nicola Schweete, who was on the main stage yesterday. He's a former EPT champ. Neil Farrell. Kevin McPhee. Looking serious today.
Yesterday, too.
And those are the chips of Elki Sosik. Now, thank you to our producer, John, for researching the ingredients of Mr. Brain's pork faggots.
Okay, look, we're going to have to come up with a new name for this.
It's a thing.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. How is this an acceptable name for food? No part of it is acceptable. I don't want to eat something called Mr. Brain, and I don't want to eat something called a faggot.
Joe, let me read the What is a Faggot FAQ from Mr. Brain's website.
This is one backward-ass country. Oh, my God.
It's a taste of the West Country. Faggots are a national British dish dating back to 1851. They originate from the southwestern Midlands. Traditionally, they're made from cuts of pork and liver with herbs and breadcrumbs. Now, Mr. Brain's faggots come with a rich and tasty West Country sauce made to Mr. Brain's secret recipe, i.e. you don't want to know what's in it. For a true taste of the West Country, served with creamy mash and mushy peas.
Creamy, huh? Wow. I just don't know. Sure, why not? Throw some Mr. Brains faggots in there.
Meanwhile, back at the main feature table, Jake Cody has gone to the river against Jonas Lauk.
How is this even possible that the #1 ingredient in this food is called West Country sauce? That's not an ingredient. That's just another recipe in and of itself.
What do you play, Joe?
The West Country sauce makes up 62% of a pack of faggots.
You can't have 62% of one ingredient.
A lot of E numbers in this.
I haven't been there. I mean, I used to go there, but I haven't been there for
Actually, before I confirm that faggots are going in, is there anything you are actually allergic to? Because I don't want you to be ill.
Not to my knowledge.
my friend Dampers is there every night. If he's not doing too well, then, huh?
Dave wants us to go even more traditionally English and throw in a spotted dick.
I just...
Oh, if I play, I only play. No, I don't like playing.
And I'm the one. I'm the risque one.
Joe, once again, I will provide you with evidence from Dr.
I
Internet.
think I missed something. Did Eugene got moved?
I absolutely dare you to go to Google image search and type in spotted dick.
There we go. Heinz spotted dick sponge pudding.
Like you have more chips.
It's microwavable.
I feel like you don't watch the table when you're not in a hand. You like...
It just shows you how backwards this country is, because that is a tin can that says microwavable on it.
You must be from North London too, bro.
Yeah, I'm Northwest London. I mean, I'm not from, but I got used to talk with British, and they say bruv all the time, so I say bruv too.
I do like Andy's suggestion of a jam donut.
Go on, bro. You can have it.
Go on, bruv. This is your hand I got.
Well, you can have it, bro.
No, I don't want this. You keep it.
It's a nice hand, pal.
It's a decent hand.
These are the chip counts at the main feature table. Jake Cody still the big stack with 89 big blinds. Colleen
Why they don't
skirting the edge of the danger zone with 19 bigs.
Danger zone!
114 players remaining. We go hand for hand at 96. The bubble bursts when we're down to 95.
Different. Only North London many. Farmers Green, Herringay, all the partners. Bro.
You know who says bruv all the time is Luke. He says bruv.
Over at the secondary feature table, there is an all-in.
Where?
Who was that?
It's Christopher Edberg who shoved. Decision on Marco Neumann.
Yeah, it is, but it's still not like. It's not, no, it's not been ruined.
The address is in the book.
It's not like, no, I've not been to Thailand, so actually I don't know.
Oh, lovely.
So it was Edgar who raised originally,
Do a lot of like
Well, we just,
space.
and who continued to flop,
like, we went to.
Yeah, you had a lot
and
of
jammed the
time
turn.
there
Oh
when
my
you
god.
went.
We went to the proper wilderness,
Yeah,
into the rainforest.
I love that.
It was like crocodiles and giant spiders, snakes.
What does this feel like to you? To me, it feels like kind of like continuing with whatever and then catching good on the turn.
Just because Australia, like, you just have to get over it. I didn't like them much.
Big spider and I cry like a girl. If I see one in Australia, I walk
Yeah, in
the wilderness.
Australia, well, you leave it alone, but in Europe, like, nothing's going to hurt you in Europe.
They have amazing. There's a
16
Swedish
on 15.
that makes scare videos and put it on YouTube. And they get a little like bulldog, like it's a small dog, and they put a spider costume on it. And then they like people that
Shove gets through.
12,000.
I can't do
I can
that
only
to you.
imagine you just Googled Rocky Mountain
I
oysters.
can't do that to you. I really can't.
I don't think they'd be able to find them. We're pretty far from the Rocky Mountains, and Rocky Mountain oysters don't keep very well.
Keep the suggestions coming in. And we'll find out if Lee Jones has any ideas of what we could add to this very special blender. because very soon we'll be kicking off today's edition of Lee's Lowdown. Now, Joe, have you been composing a new ditty to introduce today's installment?
I do have a new theme song for today. It's kind of a bluesy. We went with a bluesy theme today.
What was yesterday's?
Yesterday was like a bluegrass or a folk, I would call it. Today it's bluesy. You guys ready?
Always ready.
Okay. Well, it's time for a story from a man named Lee. He's got some things to say about the company. He'll holler about the features and he'll holler about the games. Communicating poker as a sport within the brain. He's picking and a grinning on... This is the old song from yesterday.
Yes. It's the same lyrics.
Yeah, no, I have a different one. Here, you ready?
Oh, I just thought you'd been lazy and just come up with a different tune to existing
here
lyrics.
we go.
Okay.
It's time to tell the tale of a Mr. Lee Jones, a man who loves his poker from his skin through to his bones. They say no man's an island, but his island's of a man. From his gleaming, shiny dome, he relays the master plan. Speedy, speedy, speedy Lee.
Speedy, speedy, speedy Lee.
Shiny, shiny, shiny dome.
Shiny, shiny, shiny dome.
Speedy, speedy, speedy Lee.
Speedy, speedy, speedy Lee.
Shiny, shiny, shiny dome.
Shiny, shiny, shiny dome. How long's this going for?
Turn up your cards. It's time for showdown. Sit back, relax. It's Lee Jones Lowdown.
Ladies and gentlemen, the songwriting talents and performances of Mr. Joe Stapleton and the words of Lee Jones.
Gentlemen, how are you? You know, Joe, that one, I didn't think you could top yesterday, but this one was like really close.
I didn't get the tune right, unfortunately.
I feel like we needed like a Delta blues guitar.
Yeah, no, I had the tune. I had the
crushed
tune in my head when I wrote it, but I think I just kind of blew it right there. Maybe on the exit song.
I thought it was pretty cool. So, speaking of things that might go in Joe's smoothie.
Yes.
What you didn't know, what you may not have known, is that fagot is also the...
I prefer Lee's pronunciation.
In orchestra music, the bassoon in Italian is called a fagotto because it looks like a bundle of sticks.
Yes, which is the
original
definition of that word. Yeah, a bundle of sticks.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's edition of Lee's Lowdown.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This has been Lee's Lowdown. You know everything you need to know about PokerStars today. I couldn't figure out what you guys were talking about when I first walked in the production booth, and it's like you're talking about this weird food. And by the way, if you saw the ingredient list for what is in whatever that dish is, the 62% West Country sauce, you would never, ever want to eat it.
Who doesn't like modified corn flour and caramel?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of with Joe. It's like anything that's 62% West Country sauce is like, wait, what?
What's in the sauce?
Yeah, exactly.
So just to clarify, this is the menu so far, and this is a proper full English breakfast, right? There's nothing dodgy on here.
Yeah, there's plenty dodgy on there.
2 fried eggs, 1 rasher of bacon, 1 sausage, baked beans, half a tomato, mushrooms, black pudding, hash brown triangle, fried bread, orange juice, butter jam of the strawberry variety, tea with milk and sugar. So now there are 3 spots open for viewers to send in their suggestions of foodstuffs which you may not necessarily associate with breakfast, which can be added to the blender before we make Joe's pulverized English breakfast.
Joe, it's amazing. I hope they pay you well for this.
Next season, I'm definitely getting paid for this.
I like the hat. I really like the hat.
No, we can't put a hat in there. No, it's not edible.
There we go. Thank you. That would, the thing is that he's going to get called every time. You take one look at that guy and you go, he's bluffing. Don't be ridiculous.
It is hard to take him seriously.
So what have you been up to this morning, Lee?
Actually, I did a demo of the Spin and Goes. And, you know, I know everybody's been talking about the spin and goes.
Yeah.
Those are, in fact, the 3-person tournaments where you sign up, and then basically the big wheel spins, and Joe gets all excited about the sound it makes. And then the total prize pool is somewhere between 2 times and 1,000 times the original buy-in value. And they've turned out to be incredibly popular. But there's also been a little bit of controversy about them, and I just wanted to address that.
Well, first of all, I think one of the reasons why I think there's controversy, at least, I think a lot of people don't necessarily understand the format. Okay, there's this lottery element in terms of what the prize pool is going to be, but then it does play as a 3-person hyper-turbo sit-and-go. Now, granted, hyper-turbo means the structure is pretty fast and furious,
Right.
but it still plays like a 3-handed poker tournament.
Yeah, it is a poker tournament.
I think there is a problem that some people think that you literally just spin the prize pool and then everyone's all in and there's a winner declared. They don't realize that there's poker being played.
Oh yeah, the prize pool spin is just like the thing that happens up at the up front that tells us all how much the prize pool is going to be. But other than that, it's a regular poker tournament. But the thing that makes these really awesome is that they're fast, and so you can do them while you have a cup of coffee, while you're waiting for your friend to show up for lunch, while you're sitting in the airport lounge, whatever it is. That's something that is just a reflection of the way that people live today. Is that, you know, we don't have time, and not everybody has the time to go sit and play the Sunday Million for 8 hours or whatever it takes to reach the cash in the Sunday Million. And what's happening is that people are responding to these. They are wildly popular. And
so who have been the most vocal critics, Lee? Because obviously you deal with the players both in person and on social media.
And there have been a lot of I would say that probably the serious, more professional players have been the ones that have been the most disturbed by this. And obviously we want to keep all of our customers happy. But here's the thing. Spin and goes are bringing new people. I mean, this is stuff that our business intelligence guys know for a fact. This is not something that I'm just theorizing. Spin and goes are bringing new players into the fold. They are bringing players who have stopped playing for a while because they got, you know, bored or whatever. They are bringing them back. And that's really our job in PokerStars, is to keep the poker world growing and vibrant. And what that means is innovation. And it means you try things and you see what works, and then the customers vote with their mouse clicks. And in this case, they are voting. They're like, yeah, these things are cool. We like these. And again, it's bringing new people in. It's bringing old players back. That's good for everybody.
Agreed.
Brought me back.
Yeah, because you usually just say stuff that you like stuff because you're paid some small amount of money to do it. But
no, it's brought me back to actually playing real money poker. I do play on the Facebook app occasionally, just when I'm messing around, because I don't have to worry about donking off real money.
Right.
But no, the spin and goes have I played on Sunday while I was here working because I didn't have a lot to do, but I had to be here, sort of paying attention. I had to be here, to be present.
Right.
And so I played 1 million spin and goes on Sunday, whereas like if I was playing the Sunday Million, I really couldn't have given that the attention it deserved because I'm a busy man. But I was able to. I played 35 spin and goes in the last week and a half.
And you did get your stats yesterday after you left, Lee. I don't know whether you heard, but we have actually analysed Joe's results.
Oh, so the support people got back and...
Yes, they did.
Now, and Joe does have a winning record. Well, he has a profitable record because even though he's only won 45% of the spin and goes he's played, because he's won a few multipliers, he's actually in profit.
Well done.
Yeah, I'm 16 for 35 with a $265 profit.
By the way, again, Fatima on the move, but not out. Just moving tables, taking a seat at our secondary feature table.
Hot diggity.
Don't act like you're excited. I know you're not.
I saw her this morning. I told her to take it down, so she takes it down. I have a small piece of that.
And a new player coming in to our main feature table. Raina Kemper, who was the chip leader during day 2, squeezed between Kevin Killeen and Jake Cody. And once again, the hand graphics you're seeing right now apply to the secondary feature table. So we're going to stick with the action on the main stage.
What is the meaning of the baseball cap?
Brixton, I guess.
Okay.
Without.
So can I buy a vowel or something?
Yeah.
Do you know there's a guy who used to see on the EPT all the time, and I know that somebody here will know his name immediately, but I was looking at the guy in the sort of the purple Viking hat. He used to wear contacts that made him look like an alien. Who was it? What was his name?
James, any guesses?
Come on, James, you know who I'm talking about. He wore contact lenses, and they made him look like an alien.
Finnish guy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember his name.
If we wait 15 seconds, somebody will tweet in the answer.
Heads up to this flop. All the louk in the world.
Well, your colleague Michael Josem has tweeted some stats about spin and goes and some of the results we saw in the first 10 days of launch. 787 players have won 5-figure prizes. There have been 7.3 million spin and goes played.
So I can update that number.
Really?
And yeah, and it's been, I think we've had spin and goes on the .com site for about 2 weeks now, and the number's like 13 million.
It's ridiculous.
So, I mean, that's really the message, right? Is that people love these things, and that's what really matters.
Vlad says, for what it's worth, 45% is a huge and unsustainable win rate. You go, Stapes.
Yeah, I have to be running way above expectation.
Or it may be that spin and goes is like you have found the sweet spot of your poker skills.
It
right?
could be. It could be. You know what's really annoyingly, of 4 of my whatever number of losses, 4 of my 11, 20 losses or whatever, were all for 4Xers.
Really?
Yeah.
I like how the day started.
Would you have selected the day if I check raise the turn?
Winning
So,
if I check raise the turn, would it still be a good day?
Yeah, I mean, I still had a decent stack, even if I fall.
Just heading over to our secondary feature table.
It's like, what? 6s? Ah.
wow, it's kind of a team /friend of PokerStars sport ambassador heavy table, isn't it?
Absolutely. We've got Johnny Lodden, Liv Burry, and Fatima Maria de Melo at the secondary table. On the main stage, we did have a double bill in the sense we had Jake Cody and Eugene Kachelov, but Eugene got moved to balance one of the outer tables.
You mean we had to balance with the number of pros? Is that what we do? You know, it's really funny when I was, just before I came into the booth, I was listening to you guys talk, and Ilya's over on our right talking in Russian. All I wanted to do was hear in the middle of the Russian, like, spotted dick, right? You know, just like, or faggot. It would have been so awesome. But my wishes went ungranted.
Plenty of people asking for an update of where we are at right now. We're at Nelson. 111 players remain from the 675 who started, with 25 minutes still to run on level 15 of the EPT London main event.
And we're paying 95, is that correct?
We are indeed.
Okay.
So we're getting closer and closer to the bubble. Hand-for-hand play when we get down to 96. And that's the point, by the way, when we get to 96, that this table breaks.
And Neil Johnson comes in.
The whole Pope.
Kiss the ring.
So something else I wanted to talk about today, and it's not directly poker, but it's, I think it's going to, it will probably engender some discussion. We'll probably get a few tweets about it. I'm sure you guys have been following the story about Phil Ivey and Crockford's.
What is Crockford's? Is that a restaurant? Did he have a problem with his unlimited basket of fries?
So clearly you have not been following it. Phil Ivey won 7 million pounds or dollars. I'm not sure which one it was. Pounds. At this club called Crockford's. And it turned out the way that he won it was because they had bad playing cards in their baccarat shoe. And so he had essentially determined that he could see which kinds of cards were high-value cards in the baccarat. And he and a Asian woman that he was working with essentially persuaded Crockford's, the dealers at Crockford's, that they should turn the cards around, and they persuaded them that they were superstitious. And by doing that, they were able to detect which cards were were high-value cards and then bet huge when they saw the high-value cards coming up. And so they won their £7 million and then basically had credit with the casino, and then they left, and then the casino went back and looked at their tapes and said, oh, they did this. This is how they did it, and we're not going to pay them. And so they ended up going to court, and just recently a judge ruled against Phil Ivey and said it was cheating. And this is something that I sort of want to discuss, because to me this is why I like poker. That's why I don't like casinos.
Okay.
Because basically Crockford's got greedy. They had these two people that they thought were going to spew off a bunch of money because they were superstitious. So they kind of violated their own policies and procedures or whatever, turned the cards at these people's request. The people took advantage of this and won all the money. And then Crockford said, oh, you cheated. We're not paying you. And it just kind of offends me, and again reminds me why poker is great. And live casinos, I don't much care for.
It does seem a little unfair.
I mean, it seems. It's heads we win, tails you lose, right?
Casinos are already unfair, so it shouldn't be that big of a surprise. But you know, I don't know. I'm not. I don't like to really go out on too many limbs. But I will say that there are plenty of things that put a casino at an advantage that aren't necessarily, like people say, well, you know what the odds are when you go to the casino, right? You know how terrible they are. You make that choice. But a casino doesn't give your money back if you're drunk.
Right.
A casino doesn't give your money back if you make a mistake. You know, if you add up something wrong. And so this just seems pretty ridiculous to me that, you know, it's their mistake. But
pay
whatever.
up and then change the rules or whatever, right? And then stop doing that. But basically, the reason Phil Ivey and his friend were able to exploit the casino was because the casino got greedy, because they were willing to do whatever it took to keep these superstitious people at their tables.
I mean, couldn't you turn it into like a nice PR thing? Don't you think? You go, wow, these guys took us for $7.7 million, and you take a big picture and you have a big ceremony for them and you put it up on the wall and you say, look at the big winners we had at Baccarat here. Come play Baccarat at Crockford's. I mean, these guys are millionaires. You could be too.
That's what I would do. And then, of course, I would never again allow anybody to ask. I would never again, you know, turn the cards around.
Right.
It's just the kind of thing that I feel like there needs to be some kind of. It's like, okay, those are the circumstances. There's gambling going on, and it's why I love this game here, because it's like we all know what the rules are, and everybody's just playing by them.
And leading question alert, Lee, if someone was to say, well, how can you assure us that PokerStars runs a fair game? Where would you send them to find out more?
Well, you know, it's funny you should mention that. We've got a video coming up today.
It was out. It came out yesterday.
Oh, is it out yesterday? Awesome. Yes, so there's a new video featuring two of the guys that are sitting in this booth right now. And it's all about the random number generator on PokerStars.
Available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel and at PokerStars.tv. As is Liv Barree's San Remo win from Season 6 of the EPT. Liv Barree is the champion of EPT San Remo. That was 4.5 years ago.
Really? Is that possible?
I know, it doesn't seem like it, right? But yes, Inside PokerStars is a series we've been making on the Isle of Man, going behind the scenes at PokerStars, and obviously a lot of people requested more information about how PokerStars shuffles the cards. It is a frequently asked question. We made that video, and if you want to see it, it is available for you to see on the PokerStars YouTube channel.
Herpes chips.
And it's actually it's got some cool graphics in it, and all kinds of stuff. And you get a couple of shots of the PokerStars data center, which is always worth seeing because it looks like the inside. It looks like the inside of the Star Trek of the Enterprise.
Do you think you guys could open up a PokerStars dating center? Because I am lonely.
What is the dating scene like in the Isle of Man? Do they have Tinder?
It's
4 swipes and you're done. And 3 of them are sheep.
Actually, I am not, thank God, in the dating scene on the Isle of Man, but as far as I can tell, it's I think incestuous is the closest.
Okay, and on that bombshell, let's acknowledge this tweet from Yuso. He actually tweeted 4 minutes ago with the answer to your question about the player with the contact lenses who looked like an alien. Voito Rintala, he was a Finn, and there he is, the long hair, the beard, and the alien contact lenses.
Wow, look at that picture right down to the contact. Is he still out on the tour?
I haven't seen him for a few years.
Has the mothership come and gotten him, or what? And already Fatima's in the thick of it.
Meanwhile, while we were watching the action at this table, just to keep you updated what's happening on the main stage, Kevin Killeen has doubled up again. 7s against Nicholas Marcoux' ace-10. And 7s held. And news from the floor, John Gale, a very popular player here in the UK. Won the 2005 PCA, was at one time a member of Team PokerStars. He is out.
I was going to say, I heard John Gale. I was like, the same John Gale. Wow. Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you know what I remember about John Gale? The guy used to smoke like a chimney, probably still does, right? And it would, he would be just dying between breaks during the PCA filming.
Because cigarettes kill you?
No, because he needed a cigarette so badly.
No, it was a literal and metaphorical.
He was Lee Jonesing for a cigarette.
Yeah, that's what he was doing. News from the floor. Nothing.
So this hand's been all Neumann, by the way. Pre-flop raiser, continued flop. He did take the turn off by checking.
Well, he's been called on the river.
Which way the chips towards Fatima, apparently.
Slow call, right?
She tabled jacks there.
It was top pair if I could read the board correctly.
Fatima playing around 151,000 right now. The average stack 184,000 with 110 players remaining.
Wow. So she told me last night that she had bagged like 57 some. So she really is kind of zooming up the ladder so far.
She is spinning it up. She did tweet about a big double up at the start of the day.
Oh, there go the Rocky Mountain Oysters. It's a good thing, Joe, that they can't get Rocky Mountain Oysters here.
A very good thing.
By the way, if you want to follow action at the outer tables, do check out the live updates available to view at the PokerStarsblog.com. According to their chip counts, Rafael Sorrentino is still the tournament boss with a stack of close to $500,000. Sorrentino playing 491,000. Johnny Lodden, third in chips right now with 396K. Nicholas Schweete, a former EPT champ, also a big stack.
What did he win?
He won the EPT 6 Grand Final in Monaco. He basically walked all over the table, came into the final with about 40% of the chips in play. Just steamrolled.
How much was that? It was bigger than this. It was bigger than this, the price.
Johnny Bradley has a question for you, Lee, which is probably a question we should put to the whole Pope instead. Are the chips cleaned?
Do you know, I think I know the answer to that, and the answer is not that I'm aware of.
So hygienic hand gel is a good thing to bring with you to a poker tournament.
You know, that I will tell you that, whether the chips are cleaned or not, right? I mean, just watch the chips move around the table, watch how many people touch them, and then ask yourself, even if Neil Johnson personally washed every chip at the start of play,
Well, Edberg moves all in and gets called by Fatima. Ace Queen against Ace King.
It's Domination Nation.
And who's got which?
The guy in front has Ace King. Or girl.
Well, Ace Queen flops a flush draw.
I think Fatima has the Ace King, right?
Wow.
Fatima still ahead.
She does.
Edberg with a lot of outs. That's not one of them.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
So Christopher Edberg
That was
eliminated.
Yeah, the more outs, the less
I know, I was
likely
like,
to hit.
shit.
Too many outs syndrome.
Like everyone.
Thank you.
Go Fatima. And we will note that she went deep in the UK IPT in Isle of Man.
Till some ruthless American called Big Horse busted her with a bad beat.
Big Horse.
That guy got lucky.
So let's have a look at the updated chip counts for this secondary feature table.
Look at that.
Fatima now up to 224,075 big blinds. Blinds up, by the way, in 12 minutes' time. Johnny Lodden still the big stack and among the chip leaders overall. Liv Barry still very comfortable with 73 big blinds.
And our display is showing 110 left, and that's been a while. I kind of thought we would have lost a few in there, right?
I'd say we're probably down to 107, 108 right now, so probably 10 or 11 players away from hand for hand. We normally hit the bubble. If we don't necessarily burst the bubble in level 16, but we normally hit the bubble in level 16, and that's coming up in around half an hour, because at the end of this level, we'll take a short break.
Right.
We'll come back with the blinds at 2-4 with a 500 ante.
It's usually level 2 on day 3, which I remember by thinking of 2-3, which is one less than 24, which is one of my favorite TV shows. That's how I remember that. Level 2, day 3.
No wonder he can't remember anything else.
It's a mnemonic device.
Okay.
Pneumatic device. Sorry, it's a pneumatic device.
I think that's a different thing, Joe.
So when can we get another installment of your exciting blog, Lee? Those of us who like to follow your words on the PokerStarsblog.com, do you actually have, is it a regular thing, or do you just
it's
when something comes into your head?
Something basically, actually I'm working on a blog piece right now, but it requires some external input, so I'm not quite ready to release it.
All right, Lee, what do you need?
Well, I mean, not from you, from a specific person. Yeah, but speaking of the blog, there is a new piece up from my boss about the new video that's out.
Yeah, Eric Holreiser, head of communications, head of corporate communications rather for PokerStars, says that obviously after viewing the video, he says we don't expect you to just take our word for it. The RNG is audited and certified every single year by Cigital, the leading IT security consulting firm. But the point that Eric makes in this article, which you make in the video, Lee, is it's not in PokerStars' interest to rig the deck. Not commercially, not ethically, not culturally.
Right, and to emphasize that, and Eric actually mentions it in the blog piece, is it's real simple. If we got caught rigging the deck, we would lose all of our regulatory licenses. We would be out of jobs. Like you, me, Joe, we would have to go get real work. So it just, I mean, setting aside the fact that it's just ethically and morally not who we are, it would be impossibly stupid. So, you know.
Also, what would be the reason?
Right.
Like, why? What's the upside to rigging the deck?
There is none.
What's the upside to? You ever notice how those players from Russia always suck out on you? You ever notice that? You ever notice how you always lose with the best hand on PokerStars? Why? Why would they do that?
Yeah, I mean, there's really no.
Because they don't like you, because you're a jerk.
Yeah.
No, don't worry.
But yeah, it's as we said in the video, James, that our whole business is dealing a fair poker game, and that's at the core of it. So both from a professional reason, from a business standpoint, from an ethical and moral standpoint, it's the right thing to do, and we do.
Is there anything in that Inside PokerStars video about what would happen if I asked if you could just sort of turn the card on its side a little bit? while I play.
Did you turn the card around the other way?
Could you do that on PokerStars?
Actually, we could and would not do that.
I would appreciate that if you could just a 90-degree turn. That's all I want, because I'm superstitious.
Yeah, really, no
Yeah,
kidding,
it's
right?
like you get points when you play tournaments, and if you beat a better player, you get like extra points, and your ranking goes up slowly. But I'm still not good.
We're talking about chess? Does Fatima play chess? By the way, I don't know if you guys watched the video that came out of the Isle of Man. Joe, did you see the one of Jennifer Shahade playing chess and poker simultaneously?
I didn't, but there's a lot of videos of that, I think.
It was really cool. Jennifer Shahade ran around, and she had 3 heads-up poker matches and 3 chess matches, and she just went from one to the other, just boom, 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 in a circle.
How'd she do?
5 for 6, and the only and the only one that she lost was a poker match where her ace king couldn't fade ace deuce.
Oh,
but I was just like, and of course she just crushed, including Ike Haxton, the
in
chess
poker
matches
or chess?
in chess.
In chess.
Yeah, and Ike used to play seriously, but I think they got to like around. Ike told me that around move 9. He said there's no way he was ever winning the match at that point.
Really?
And he says, but the 10-year-old Ike would have made it to about move 20.
I thought you were going to say that she played speed, poker, and chess, 6 games all. She lost them all, but it was something to see.
No, she basically crushed. She just totally crushed, particularly in the chess. It was like, I think she spent all her time thinking about the poker, because the chess she was just like, just like slicing and dicing as she went by.
We've been watching the action on our secondary feature table for a while now. This hand started with an under-the-gun raise from Alfie Adam. Called by Marco Neumann and Liv Barry. Check, check, check on the flop and on the turn. Liv bets the river. Adam calls.
And he's looking and saying, I think those are pretty good cards right there.
I think Liv wins.
She will add nearly 28K to her stack.
You know, speaking of Jen Shahade, she and Mickey Peterson came to watch me do stand-up comedy in London.
Did she?
Before the Isle of Man, yeah. And I won't say how I did, but I will say I was drenched in sweat by the time I got off stage.
Really?
Yes.
Not a good set?
Tough crowd.
Well, we are heading back to the main feature table, where sadly we have lost Jake Cody. Not eliminated, but once again, we have to keep the tables balanced, and Jake is being moved to one of the outer tables with 108 players remaining.
Yeah, but James, like the random number generator on PokerStars, aren't the TV tables rigged? Why don't we just keep Jake there?
Do you know what? I wish they were. It would make our job so much easier.
Yeah, but I always hear them talking about rigging the TV set. Is that... Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a TV production joke.
Yes, Lee Jones, ladies and gentlemen, he will be here all week. He'll be back tomorrow
I
and the day after.
I got a smile from JB, so my day is complete.
I'd say it was more of a grimace than a smile, to be fair. But yes, Lee will be returning on the days that follow with more editions of Lee's Lowdown. Are we going to sing Lee off?
Yeah, I think
today?
I need another crack at this song. Here we go.
Okay, now I know my part, because I wasn't warned about that. I'm ready for you.
It's time to tell the tale of a Mr. Lee Jones, a man who loves his poker from his skin through to his bones. They say no man's an island, but his island's of a man. From his gleaming shiny dome, he relays the master plan. Speedy, speedy, speedy Lee.
Speedy, speedy, speedy Lee.
Shiny, shiny, shiny dome.
Shiny, shiny, shiny dome.
Speedy, speedy, speedy Lee.
Speedy, speedy, speedy Lee.
Shiny, shiny, shiny dome.
Shiny, shiny, shiny dome.
Turn up your cards, it's time for a showdown. Sit back, relax, it's Lee Jones Lowdown.
Which has concluded for another day, but we will see you tomorrow, Lee.
Thank you so much, guys.
I wish I could sing.
Lee Jones, head of poker communications for PokerStars, with 4 minutes remaining on this level before the first break of the day.
See you later, Lee.
Willie Tan's under the gun raise has been called by Nick Marcoux and by Kevin Killeen, who is out of the danger zone, now playing around 90,000.
Danger zone.
And we have a call from Jonas Lauk in the big blind as well. 4-way to this flop. Ace 10-9, 2 hearts.
Four-way action, all right. Four-way bubble action. Lauk, the absolute monster stack here on the bubble.
Willie Tan, c-bets into 3 opponents. Gets 2 folds, gets 3 folds. Willie playing 212,000. He is an above average stack. 105 players remaining now, 9 away from hand-for-hand play, 10 off the money.
Also, and we were sitting at the secondary feature table, so you can't listen to.
Maybe you should not listen. You've got all of it.
Yeah, maybe.
What do we know about Willie Tan as a player? Does he play, you know, James, we make snap judgments at the poker table. You take a look at a guy, you decide, okay, this guy's probably, I would say, a little tight. But is he that easy to sum up? Does he play crazy? Do you know anything about his style?
I've seen Willie play a few times. I think he's adaptable.
So you can't necessarily say, okay, when he bets into 3 opponents that he's got it every time?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Well, give me a walk.
Let's see my cards.
Is it?
Shoot out, shoot out.
Huh?
So there is a break in just under 2 minutes' time. Coming up in that break, you'll get to see episode 1 of Inside PokerStars, which is not about the deal at all. So not quite sure who wrote
What's
that.
it about?
Episode 1 of Inside PokerStars gives an overview of the company.
Yeah, so it's the deal with PokerStars.
Yeah.
What's the deal with the company?
I think if you say deal in the context of poker, most people are going to say you're talking about the dealing of cards. But nice try.
Maybe they're talking about chopping a pot, chopping a prize pool. The deal.
It's actually Eric Holreiser, who is Lee Jones's boss, giving us an overview of what kind of company PokerStars is. There we go. Thank you, Nick.
Lee Jones has a boss? Nuh-uh. Lee Jones is a boss.
The story of last year's, plural, third-place finisher, Leo McLean.
Oh, geez.
He's having a shocker today. To think someone yesterday suggested he should be given a pay rise. Victoria Corin Mitchell will relive the moment she became the first ever 2-time EPT winner. Lots of great stuff for you to watch during the first break of the day.
Hyphen between 2-time?
That's open to debate.
Oh, it said he killed it. He killed the whole crawl.
Harry says, last time I saw Willie Tan, he was busto and wouldn't rebuy in a £40 tourney. Now he's at the EPT on the feature table. Go on, son. Willie has swings. Let's put it that way.
He has swings? Can we go ride on them? On the break?
Monetary swings.
Sorry?
How much are you going to call for?
It's on you.
21. That's fair?
Well, Willie has bet the river. Laut was the pre-flop aggressor, but Willie's been doing the betting since then.
No, I want you to pass.
21,000, and he tells Lauk he wants him to pass.
I have to bet to win it. If I check, I've lost.
I like you, kid. Fold.
You're on the break now.
Don't do it.
You show me when I fold?
Yeah, I show you.
Okay, I fold. I have a pair.
You have a pair? No. Which one you want to see?
You said you showed me.
Oh, take it, huh?
Can I take both?
Take both, take both. I don't mind.
8-6.
He was right. He did want you to fold.
That's it. Nice.
Chris says Willie Tan is a sicko. Results speak for themselves. Crusher. So that brings us to the end of the first level of the day. Here are the stacks on the main stage. So when we come back, chances are we will hit the bubble because 105 players remain. and we are 10 off the money in the EPT London main event. Action continues here on EPT Live in 20 minutes' time. You're watching PokerStars.tv.
Spin and go. New from PokerStars. 3 players, 1 spin, and you could be winning big in just 5 minutes. Spin and go. Play it for free. Only at PokerStars.net.
Are you ready for some football?
Lines are up to 200, 400 with a 50 ante. Action at the feature table is on Mikhail Chernyshov. Folded around to Marcos Panique. A7 in the hijack. Raises to 1,000. Jack 3 suited for Liv.
And she is reaching for chips.
24.
Wow. Liv 3 bets to 2,400.
Liv's been spending a lot of time hanging with those German high rollers, and it's starting to show, what with all this aggression and the David Hasselhoff poster she's got in her apartment.
Action back on Panique.
5,800. 5,000.
He re-raises. He 4 bets to 5,800.
Panique may have made a sick read here. Now, I said 5-6 didn't flop well enough to just call before. Jack 3 definitely doesn't, even in position. It looks like she is not gonna just call.
98.
Liv 5 bets to 9,800.
Is that Liv Barrier, after they bag their chips, is Tobias Reinkemeyer going to pull off a Liv Barrier Mission Impossible style rubber mask? This is some aggression.
Panique folds.
Liv Barrier, I knew she was into animals. I just didn't know she had become one.
The 5-bet bluff gets through.
Next time.
This new strategy is working for Liv. She's now playing 56,000.
Marcos, who was sat to my right, folded around him in late position. He'd been pretty active in late position, stealing, or opening at least. He opens. I have Jack 3 spades. I mean, that's pretty irrelevant. My plan was to, 3-bet him. I think I'm going to win a fairly high percentage of the time. I actually had already decided if he was going to 4-bet me. He had kind of a decent stack for me to 5-bet, click it back, and it's going to put him to the test for his entire tournament. 98. I had a very active image at the table, so I was expecting him to 4-bet me like a fairly high frequency. So I kind of knew I was going to have to 3 to 5-bet unless I got a specific read, which is not that likely to happen. And I don't think he thinks I'm really capable of 5-betting light. And more importantly, I don't think he's capable of 6-bet shoving all in light for no real reason. So yeah, that was my reason.
Hello, I'm James Hart again. I'm in the Isle of Man outside the head office of PokerStars, the world's largest poker site. Now, every year, the support team at PokerStars receives thousands of emails asking questions about how the site operates. Well, we've decided to create a short series of videos answering some of the most frequently asked questions. Basically, I'm going to put your queries to the people who work here. We thought we'd start by taking an overview of PokerStars and finding out exactly what kind of company it is. I'm going to talk to Eric Holreiser, Head of Corporate Communications.
PokerStars started as a startup company and grew very rapidly from just a few employees and a great idea to 1,700 people around the world who are experts in marketing, that are experts in poker, that are experts in technology and in iGaming. And there's always been a focus on customer service. And that customer service focus has been rewarded by having very, very loyal customers. We have, at PokerStars alone, over 65 million registered players. So the success of the company is really built on delivering a product and delivering a service that poker players want and love.
What do you think sets PokerStars apart from its competitors in the industry?
It's that focus on delivering superior customer service and a fabulous product. That gets, again, rewarded by players who want more of it, who tell their friends, and it's really been a successful word-of-mouth business from the beginning, as well as really smart marketing that made a promise that we could deliver on. And that is the kind of opportunities that players are looking for at all levels of expertise.
And since its inception, what new areas has the company expanded into?
We've branched out as a sort of function of growth to delivering some of the best live product. Our live events are among the most prestigious in the world. We also are a huge provider of poker programming, both online and on television.
Obviously, for the majority of PokerStars' existence, the Isle of Man has been its home. Where else in the world does it operate?
Well, we're headquartered here in the Isle of Man. It's where our senior executive team is and where our global license sits. We have major offices throughout the world, in London, in Australia, in Costa Rica, throughout Western Europe. And those offices are largely marketing services and customer service support offices. We have a tremendous emphasis on customer support in 29 languages, 24/7. So we can deliver kind of around-the-clock, follow-the-sun customer support comparable to, any high-service company or industry in the world.
Where do you think PokerStars sits in the wider gaming industry right now?
PokerStars has always been a leader in gaming, and we've done that by being innovative, by not being afraid of doing what we think is in the best interest of the player, and providing a really compelling player experience. As a result of that, we are, I think, recognized as one of the best and one of the biggest gaming companies in the world. And it's a reputation that we take very seriously, and something that we want to continue to strive to improve upon and to lead the pack in so many ways, in ways that we've done already in terms of player fund protection and game integrity and security, and making sure that players can have confidence playing on our sites. And we'll continue to do that as we grow and as we expand into different games.
If you had to look into your crystal ball and try and predict the future, where do you see the future for PokerStars?
Oh, it's like seeing the whole cards. I don't think I can do that, but I can tell you that we'll be at the forefront of the industry. We'll be pushing ourselves further. We'll be pushing the industry further, and looking to enhance the experience, working with players, working with local governments as we see the move toward increased regulation, and making sure that the playing experience, not just on our sites but throughout the industry, is one that players can have confidence in, and that we know is protecting the vulnerable.
Eric, thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
Well, I hope that gave you an insight into the world of PokerStars. Thank you for watching. Well, if you have a question for me to put to the people at PokerStars, please send it over. Do you want to know how PokerStars online festivals are scheduled? Maybe you want to know who designs the chips at live events? Or how VIP Club live nights are put together? Email me at inside@pokerstars.com and I'll do my best to get you an answer.
So I traded that football for this authentic soccer shirt.
Joe, I don't know much about soccer, but I do know that's a Real Madrid shirt.
Yeah, it's a Real Madrid shirt.
And we're in Barcelona.
What's the difference?
That's the difference.
Serving up a bad batch, too much bacon on it, bacon on it, bacon on it. Assalamu alaikum. Got it, lost it, got it, spent it, got it. Now I'm back to ballin', 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 ballin'. Whoa.
Covering my face is not something I've always done. Just recently I just felt more comfortable playing in bigger tournaments, playing against obviously better players. Just makes me breathe easier and just relax when I'm in a pot, which is always helpful. It's been quite surreal, seeing all the big names you see on TV and playing against some of them.
Nice that.
Knocking out Phil Helmy for the main event. It was a nice pot to win, obviously get a bit of TV time, which is always good. But it was very interesting having him on the table. Very superstitious, yeah, I've been wearing the same hoodie. Starting to smell a bit, I must admit, but hopefully we can carry on wearing it through day 5 and get to day 6 of our table. There's also other things like a Mars bar that my friend bought me on day 1. It sat at the side of the table for the whole day and it's just been there since. I've had support from home, family, friends, anyone that's ever known me just messaging me. It's a bit insane, the phone's gone absolutely mental. So it's been really, really good fun and I've enjoyed it more than anything, so that's the main thing really. My rail have been awesome. Quite stupid at times.
How was your bubble, right?
But I'm really pleased they're there, because to be honest, without them it'd be quite tough to keep my head cool and keep relaxed.
Just want to support him and cheer him on as best we can.
Nick's been here the whole week to support me. And after I won the package, he said if you go on to win it, I'll get a tattoo of you on my bum.
We didn't agree on the size, so the smaller the better, basically.
Nick's rooting for me to come second. Day 2, knocking out Phil Helmy for the main event.
Will the incredible Helmuth comeback continue?
A character like that is one of the, obviously the greatest in the game at the minute.
Nice that.
A graceful exit for the Poker Brat, eliminated by Leo McLean.
Oh, busted Helmy.
9-handed, came to the rail.
You can do it, you have a good style to make it.
Thank you, yeah. That meant a lot for Phil Helmy to do that. It really did. It actually helped me through.
He seemed like a really nice kid to me. He did bust me, but he seemed to handle himself with class, and all his friends say he's a class guy.
It's awesome to have the support, and it does mean a lot to know so many people are behind me.
PokerStars 7 is an improved version of the software that players all around the world have trusted for more than 12 years. We've added new features that will enhance your online poker experience and make it even easier to find the games and tournaments you love. The lobby greets you with simple game filters that allow you to get to your tables faster than ever. And if you want, you can specify exactly the games you're looking for with all your favorite filters. The Favorites tab lets you create your own custom lobbies, which show only the games and tournaments that interest you. Simply choose your favorite games, tournaments, and filters, and then add them to your favorites lobbies for the easiest and quickest access to your games. PokerStars 7 also has new tabs that will take you directly to the biggest and best events, such as the weekly Sunday majors, special attractions such as the World Championship of Online Poker, and paths to all of our live event destinations. When you're in the new tournament lobby, you can now see at a glance all the info you need, such as tournament details when you're registering, and tournament progress for a game you're already in. The new chip graph feature tracks your progress through a tournament, alongside graphs of the average and largest chip stacks. And now you have more control than ever over your table layout. You can customize your view to display the things that are most important to you. The table controls are arranged in easy-to-access groups. They appear when you need them and disappear when you don't. We've also added a new apps bar, which organizes non-playing functions. This completely replaces the old options and requests menus in the previous software. And there's plenty of space for us to add new apps as we develop them. The customizable Quick Seat Lobby is a great tool for new and casual players to get instant one-click access to their favorite games. As you can see, PokerStars 7 has been designed with you in mind. Its new features make it more powerful for regular players and more welcoming for new players, showing that we put the player at the heart of everything we do.
This is the first time I played with Christoph. It's always a bit more challenging when you're playing with somebody that you've never played with before, but you could tell that he's a good aggressive player. Ace-deuce, it's not a great hand, but I'm in position, and it's always nice to have a small ace suited. You know, sometimes you can win big pots with those hands.
38. Eric Seidel opened in the cutoff, and I 3-bet in the small blind with ace-king.
I'm happy to see an ace. Now he has to have an ace or a jack to beat me.
I think on the flop, ace-king will be the better hand the vast majority of the time. So I'm betting to get called from possibly pairs, some gut shots, and other top pairs with a weaker kicker.
He bet 18,000, and I called, which is pretty standard.
Once the turn comes, I think my hand deteriorates, because if I'm 3-betting from the small blind, I'll have a lot of Broadway cards. So if I keep betting, I might overrepresent my hand a little bit. And therefore I decide to check so that I can value bet the river.
He checks, and I check.
Once the river comes a queen, my hand slightly deteriorates again, because if he was floating the flop with a gut shot, then on the river he would make trips. However, I think that he would not bluff the river very often, so the best thing for me to get value out of the hand is to value bet and face a tough decision if he raises me.
And on the river he bets 45, which is a pretty big bet. My thinking was, if he has a smaller ace than ace-jack, he could easily be trying to take me off my hand because it looks like I have what I have. I just don't think he's bluffing in that spot enough, given the fact that he has to be concerned that I have a jack or an ace.
Ace-king. He mucked his hand, and that was the optimal result for me. I assumed that Eric had an ace with a weaker hand, but if Eric would have raised the river, I would have folded.
Honestly, I'm not happy about the hand because I should have folded it. It's one of those hands where afterwards you think, I wish I had taken that decision back. It was my least favorite play of the day.
All right, well, I got the whole shirt thing worked out, yep, and it turns out Barcelona has a star player, number 10, just like EPT Season 10.
Now, let me guess. You got a really good deal on that shirt.
You know it.
Do you know how I know it? Because Lionel Messi spells his name with an I, not a Y.
So then the guy that signed my chest?
Also not the real Messi.
He was adamant.
If you enjoy watching poker on the move, the PokerStars.tv app is for you. Take advantage of watching PokerStars live streams. Just select PSTV Live. Or watch content offline by going to My Queue and then Downloads. If you want to browse videos, you have 17 channels to select from. Choose between EPT, PCA, The Big Game, and much more. Just go to Channels and make your selection. The app's completely free and is available for both Android and iOS devices. Welcome back to London, hosting the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour for the 11th time. The Royal Albert Hall, an awesome venue, as is the Grand Connaught Rooms here in Covent Garden, which is playing host to day 3 of the EPT London main event, the day when we make the money. Right now, 105 players remain from the 675 who started. 95 will get paid. We are getting close to the bubble, very close to hand-for-hand play. These are the stacks we're looking at right now on the main feature table. The big stacks are the two Germans, Jonas Lauch and Rainer Kemper. But Willie Tan has worked his chips up to 238,000. And Kevin Killeen has dropped back down to 20 big blinds. He's the short stack right now on the main stage. Then we have these players on the secondary feature table. 3 members of Team Pro, Johnny Lodden, Liv Barry, and Fatima Maria de Melo. I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my bubble babies. Now, if you guys are paying attention to the chip stacks here at our main featured table, you'll notice that everyone ranked from below Willie Tan, which is 4 or 5 players. It's all 30 big blinds and below, and I think we're going to see those players really rock up right now. We're only 10 away from the money. There's not much incentive. I think 30 big blinds is right around enough to maybe just squeak in. So I don't think we're going to see those folks with 30 big blinds and below too active unless they've got very strong hands.
Ilan Bouchard coming back to the feature table late from the break. We're now playing level 16. Blinds are 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 ante. And this is normally the level of an EPT main event where we see us hit hand for hand. We hit the bubble. And that will be when we get to 96 players, so 9 more eliminations until we get to that point. And very soon, probably within the next 15 or 20 minutes, we will bring in Neil Johnson, head of live poker operations for PokerStars Europe, the so-called whole Pope.
Kiss the ring.
And Neil will guide us through how things work when you reach the money bubble of a European Poker Tour main event.
Last hand, raise and take it for Kevin Killeen.
He needs all the chips he can get right now, so winning the blinds and antes boosts his stack by a significant percentage. Average stack right now, 193,000. Colleen starting this hand with less than half that amount.
Now, James, I know that, you know, obviously we're focused on the bubble right now, but is today one of those days we play a set number of levels regardless of how many players we get down to?
Yes, we're going to play 5 90-minute levels today, so this is level 2 of 5. 20-minute break between each level, no dinner break today. Lauk has raised from the hijack to 8,500.
Is it true that the food is so bad in London, that's why we don't have dinner breaks?
Now
on
that
days 1, 2, and 3
is not fair. This country may be home to Mr. Brain's Faggots, but it's also home to some of the finest restaurants in the world, particularly in this part of town. You're in the West End. Your dining options are unlimited.
I know. There's Spaghetti House, there's Garfunkel's, there's Bella Italia.
Only American tourists go to those places. Oh, I forgot.
Do you think Garfunkel's, question for everyone here that lives in the UK, do you guys think Garfunkel's has ever had a repeat customer? Right? It's only, you only get someone one time. That's it. And they probably get plenty of people because there's a lot of people in the world. They come to London, they go to Garfunkel's. I don't think anyone's ever been like, hey, let's go back to Garfunkel's unless it's to demand a refund.
So Lauk's raise was called by the short stack at the table, Kevin Killeen. Killeen check calls the flop for 11,000. Deuce of clubs on the turn. Action check to Lauk for a second time. Lauk betting 19,000. Once again, Killeen calls, leaving himself 51.5 behind with 82.5 in the middle, 10 of diamonds on the river.
Obviously, the most obvious reason he would be calling is with a spade draw, but it's possible the 10 helped him out too. He checks, and he gets a free showdown.
Killeen with the nut flush. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Not on a spade draw.
That's a good sign usually, John.
So 2 for 2 this level. Kevin Killeen up to 134k. No longer the low man at the table.
Kevin Killeen it. Did that work? Kevin Killing it. Kevin Killing it.
Now, we did have Jake Cody up on the main stage earlier on, but he got moved to one of the outer tables because we have to keep all the tables in the tournament room balanced. Jake has just floated an idea, and he's tagged his tweet EPT Live, just like you should do if you want your questions or comments read out on the live stream. Jake says, I think it would be amazing if we had live spin and goes with a big Wheel of Fortune style wheel.
In.
Right.
Make it happen.
I was stoked to see showdowns. So I was like, I got queen deuce of spades. Like, who has what here?
I must also be running above expectation in the multipliers that I've been getting in spin and goes too, because I played 35. I had at least 4 4Xs and 1 10X. No, wait, what's a 90? A 6X. Sorry, I had 4 6Xs and a 10X and several 4Xs.
And crucially, if they're the ones you're winning, then
like roughly 120,
happy days.
110? Something like it.
Ilan Bouchard has raised the button. It's Rainer Kemper's big blind. And he defends.
I wonder what the wheel would look like for the live spin and goes if the portions of the wheel were proportional to the actual odds of hitting the various multipliers. That would be interesting. Why don't one of you wizards at home whip that up for me? In fact, I could maybe even offer a pretty cool little prize.
Yeah, let's wait till the end of this hand, and then maybe you can set out your stall, Mr. Stapleton, as Bouchard continues this queen high flop for 8,000.
You know, when I was in France, when I was a little kid, there was a hit song, a pop song, like a novelty song that summer called Bouge de la. And it means, get out of here, get away from me. That's what I think of when I hear Ilan Bouchard's name. Wonder if people would sing that song to him when he was a kid. Bouchard.
$10,000, buying 10,000 cheap. Now it's so many. No. 4 days, 3-4 days.
Bouchard firing another barrel on the turn.
Bouchard.
And it was an honor. I mean, I'm talking about World Series. Yeah. And it was a big honor to play for 300-400 people, all your names there. Nicholas, all your name on the board. Dog 1, 2, 3, 4. Now there's 7,000 people, 6,000.
Did you play every year?
I used to. I was in the final in Omaha already.
Yeah. It's all on YouTube.
15, I don't know.
We watch it on YouTube.
I don't know. Long time ago.
If I'm Ilan Bouchard, I'm going to be pretty worried about firing a third barrel here unless I am real strong. That jack does complete a lot of draws.
Yeah, we now have the straighty, flushy board. Bouchard with less than a pot-sized bet behind.
We got the 8-9 straight, the ace-king straight, the diamonds.
I play everything.
Yeah, there's mixed games and stuff.
No, I think
a lot of 2 pairs out there now.
Leagues I got. Okay. Sports betting, racing,
we all do
dice, roulette, dice. You're good. You don't play.
Looked like Kemper was going to lead this river for a second, but he checks.
You're a good boy. Good boy.
I wonder when Kemper does that, if that's a legitimate, unintentional body language move, or if it is intentional. Sometimes maybe you think you buy yourself a free showdown. If it looks like you're going to bet and then you don't, get your opponent to check behind.
And to play Hold'em cash with Boston, really Boston.
Not happening.
Bouchard shoves the river for 72,000.
Nothing, bro. Just sit down, wait. It's an entirely different world. Has Nari been playing? Nari, has he? Has he been there? When the last time he was there?
Every night.
Every night now. I told him, I said, stop playing. I said, you better play roulette. I was coaching him. Yeah, but I said, please, you got no chance. You just gonna play. You cannot win. I say, I know you enjoyed it.
This is for enjoyment.
I know. I say, your mindset is entirely different for all the boys there. They will wait for you. You know. You see? Oh, he still plays every night. Why can't he stop playing and play roulette?
Kempa
I haven't seen
eventually lets it go. And you would, at this point, you know, tend to give someone more credit. Nobody really wants to go out
the guns.
9 away from the money, which we are, by the way. Oh, check it out. Dude's got the jacket from Drive.
Or something now.
Nice.
He's got it, though. You got it, he's got it. Nobody else got that.
He is a real human being.
Oh, really?
And a real hero.
Yeah. He was living in a lovely house and been there, everything, you know, he sold
I'm good. How about yourself?
Is that Phil Shaw?
Are you sure?
I think that is Phil Shaw.
You guys are sure?
Coming over here
Former poker journalist who's played a few EPTs.
He's sure or you're sure?
I'm sure that is Shaw, Phil Shaw, with 184,000 in chips, just below an average stack, taking a seat on the main stage as our chip leader, Rafael Sorrentino, takes a seat at the secondary feature table. He starts the day with close to $500,000. He's now up to 700,000.
This is like perfect result for me. Like paid for staying there. It was awesome. And I had a really good time. I got lucky. I met some really cool tournaments that kind of took me out.
Oh, Phil Shaw. Phil Shaw.
Well, Jake Cody also tweeted an update on his stack. He says, I have just under 300,000, a few spots from the money. 9 spots from the money because we're down to 104 players.
Yeah, buddy.
The young boy used to follow him. I didn't. I saw that. Huh? I didn't get involved in it.
Nick Cox on Twitter has reminded me of yet another fine dining experience in London, the Angus Steakhouse.
Yeah, like...
Again, built for American tourists.
Anytime you see a restaurant and it is across the street from the exact same restaurant, there is no way that restaurant can be good. There are 6 Bella Italias in Leicester Square. 6 of them. 6 of the 13 restaurants in Leicester Square are Bella Italias.
The fact that you were looking for dining options in Leicester Square was your first mistake.
I was in Vegas for 4 days in March.
Some of these streets are small and scary.
That's it. When the golf, I mean, seeing golf. When it's like going to the pools.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of the same as when you go to Times Square in New York, all the British tourists go to nothing but Denny's and what's that other place? Guy Fieri's American Roadhouse.
And I get burnt out and just start playing poorly by like.
Bouchard called in 2 spots.
So I like to mix it up now. Do like 2 10-day trips.
7-5 deuce on the flop, 2 diamonds.
I don't know though. Maybe next show you kind of once you start following it online, you're like, God damn, I wish I was making a run in a tournament like that, or I wish I had 50 bigs in a 1500 with 100 left because it's so winnable and fun.
Thank you to Daniel on Twitter. James, what do you think of this suit for me to wear to host the live spin and goes?
If you get your hair dyed like that to match the suit, then yes.
I'd do it. For Prague. Anyway, after this hand, let me throw this little contest out there.
So we're going heads up to the turn. And once again, it's Bouchard against Kemper. The board pairs on the turn.
Bouchard, Kemper, part 2. The revengeing. Kemper's check to the aggressor. Wonder if he's going to take the same line. Bet, 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 shove. Well, he's bet.
Looks like I really want to give you some chips somehow, huh?
And then he's bet.
Thanks.
And then he bet. Will we see the shove?
Kemper folds the turn. Bouchard wins another one from the German. 103 players remaining. The next table to break, by the way, the secondary feature table. That'll be when we're down to 96 players, and that'll be when we go hand for hand. More on that when Neil Johnson joins us in a moment. But Joe, establish the prize and rules for the competition that you're about to run here on EPT Live.
Since this competition is going to require some real work, I'm going to give away a decent prize. This prize is coming out of my own pocket.
Yeah, this is not a prize that's coming out of the normal PokerStars prize pool. This is an item that Joe Stapleton purchased himself. What is it, Joe? Tell us more.
Well, I accidentally bought an iPhone 6 Plus, and I didn't realize it until I tried to put it in the very expensive case that I purchased for a regular iPhone 6, and it didn't fit.
So you're giving away the iPhone 6 Plus?
I'm giving away an OtterBox Defender for an iPhone 6. It's a very nice cell phone case, and I couldn't recommend it more. I had an OtterBox for my last phone. It's not exactly waterproof, but it is pretty water resistant, shock resistant. You saw me, James. I used to throw that phone all over the place to show people why it's such a big, dumb-looking case on it. It's an excellent piece of equipment, and it cost me 42 pounds.
Not $42. 42 pounds
42
sterling.
pounds. So I'm going to give this away. This is the prize I'm going to give away. Whoever gives me the best mock-up of what a live spin and go prize wheel should look like, and I want it to have proportional sections on it. So you got to go to this site, whatever site, you know, there's a page on PokerStars that tells you what the odds are of hitting each of the jackpots on spin and goes, and mock up a wheel for me. And whichever wheel I like the best, you will win yourself this retail value 42-pound unused OtterBox Defender for the iPhone 6.
If you go to PokerStars.net, and you'll see that there is a page all about spin and go, including a rundown of the probability of the various multipliers occurring. Based on that probability, you can afford sections of the Wheel of Fortune. So obviously, it's no secret that the biggest section of the wheel, the biggest slice of the pie, if you like, is going to be a simple double your money.
Right, and it doesn't have to be one section of double your money. You could have several sections that add up to the proper proportion of double your money.
I like it. So you want people to be creative.
That's right. I want them to be creative and accurate. Those are the two those are my two bugaboos for this prize. And if you want, now someone here suggested it, I don't know why you'd want this, but if you want, James and I will sign the iPhone 6 case. I don't know why you would want that, but we do have the technology. It's a black case, by the way. A black OtterBox Defender.
It is a sturdy case, I have to say, that if you were to have this on your brand new, very fragile iPhone 6 and were to drop it on the floor, it would be protected as per the name of this particular device.
This is the great defender of the iPhone 6?
So obviously we're looking for some good Photoshop jobs, basically, or some good designs.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a Photoshop. It could be a drawing.
Of course.
It could be a mock-up.
Just take a photograph of an actual drawing you've done with pen and paper and send that through on Twitter. Remember to tag your tweets, EPT Live, assuming you're entering this contest. And we'll give you plenty of time to enter this one. You're not against the clock. We'd rather you do the job properly. Picking up the action at the secondary feature table, a raise from Johnny Lodden, called by two players. Lodden continuing the flop, 13,000, gets a call from Alfie Adam. And then a raise from the chip leader. Rafael Sorrentino makes it 33,000. Meanwhile, the tournament clock ticks down to 102 players with 7 off the money. Activate the hole, Pope. See, a couple of people have just sent through pictures of, like, the Wheel of Fortune from the TV show. That ain't going to cut it. And looks like the raise gets through.
TV's going to see it anyway, right?
Oh no, there was a 3-bet from Alfie Adam. I missed that. Adam made it 65,000, and it's Sorrentino who lays it down.
Classic Alfie. What's it all about?
So based on Jake Cody's suggestion that we should have live spin and goes with a big Wheel of Fortune style wheel, we want you to design the wheel. And remember, the actual sections have to match the probability of the various payouts occurring. The information is available for you to read, digest, and work from.
Nick's got a good point. The top prize is 20,000 to 1. So it's going to have to be a real tiny sliver on there. I'm willing to accept the top prize as just being a line.
Crucially, it's a Wheel of Fortune with no zero, right?
That's right. There's no zero. I think we may have to come up with another contest. I don't think anyone's going to be able to pull this off. I'll tell you what. I'm willing to have it not be entirely accurate just for that one space. Since to make 1/20,000th of a circle is probably difficult to do. That one can be the smallest possible visible space.
Artistic license is allowed.
Yeah.
There we go. Standard caveat. Rule number 1, the rules can be changed at any time. All that jazz, right? Neumann's opened here and been called by Fatima in the big blind. On the flop, Fatima check calls for 8,500. She checks the turn.
We've seen a couple of DeMello Neumann battles as well. It's weird how these little rivalries develop. End up tangling with the same player over and over again. Usually it's positional. You can see right now it's button versus big blind.
Neumann fires again, 19,500.
Does anyone just fold their big blinds anymore? Is that a thing? Or you just have to defend your big blind? Ten ball on the river. DeMello's checked. Neumann weighing his options. Checker bet. Neumann does bet. It's a big one, too. 2/3 pot. 54-5. Putting Fatima to a real decision. He bet real small on the flop. Just over 1/3 of the pot. Then on the turn, went to half. 9 of hearts hit.
You have 50, 60.
I guess some running straight cards came out, but you wouldn't expect him to have those too often. I don't think there's a ton of super strong value hands he can have. King 10 comes to mind. King 9. Sets. While we wait for Fatima to make her decision. Oh. In the tank for almost 2 minutes. She's going to see what this will do to her stack if she calls and she's wrong.
50.
We can see it's about 25% of her remaining chips.
Neumann doesn't exactly have the kind of stack you'd expect to be bullying on the bubble.
Sorry, guys. Just thinking.
Meanwhile, another player has gone in the meantime, down to 101. In EPT, 101.
Nailed it.
Near enough 3 minutes now. Remember, Neumann raised it pre and he's barreled every street.
It's just his flop bet was weird. So small.
Pretty standard these days for the flop bet to be the same as the size of the pre-flop raise. Well, Fatima decides to call.
Listen.
And he shows a turn set of 9s. And Fatima will muck, and she lost about 91.5k in that hand. She's down to 145,000 now, dropped below
Yikes.
average. And yes, in the competition that we're trying to run here, which is to create a live Wheel of Fortune that reflects the probability of hitting jackpots in spin and goes, the first real attempt at this comes from Sam, who's done it in the form of a pie chart. The problem is, even though he claims it's boring but accurate, it's completely inaccurate, because he claims that 3/4 of the time you're going to multiply your winnings by 1,000.
Yeah,
now,
I think he got the colors wrong.
If that was the case, everyone would be playing spin and goes, and PokerStars would be losing a ton of money.
Now I like James's. He didn't actually. James also claims to be QI's head elf. Interesting, James Harkin. So if that's true, this tweet's probably accurate. He says if the spin and go wheel were the size of the London Eye, the 1,000 times section would be 2 centimeters wide.
Do we just take him at his word, or are you actually going to get a calculator out and try?
Well, I think it's more complicated than just doing that, because I think pi is involved, right?
Oh, no, no.
I think you got to, use pi.
Anyway, Sam, go back and have another go and try changing your color key.
James Harkin, cool, man. Interesting fact.
We like facts. Well, we're sticking with the action on our secondary feature table, and this is a good point to introduce our next guest. As promised, head of live poker operations for PokerStars Europe, the whole Pope himself, Neil Johnson, is with us in the booth, because we're getting close to the bubble now, Neil. 5 more eliminations, we break a table and go hand for hand.
Yes, we do. It's my favorite part of the tournament. This is when, well, sadly, our last person's going home with 0. And then our first, what is our min cash this time? 7,750 pounds for our 95th finisher.
Now, before we get into the nitty-gritty of hand-for-hand play and the bubble and how it all works, got to pick you guys up on something.
Okay.
The prize pool.
Yes.
Specifically the first prize. £499,700. Seriously? Seriously, you couldn't just make it an even $500,000? We're trying to make a TV show here, people.
My response, this stuff actually ends up making us look good. It should convince people that we're not screwing around with the prize pool or moving the percentages to get artificial numbers. Because my response to that would be, which one of these players who's going to come between 2nd and 95th has to pony up 300 pounds so we can give $500,000 to first?
You could take 20 from there, 10 from there, a little bit off there. I mean, making up 300 pounds from 94 other players doesn't mean that anyone else necessarily gets shafted.
That fiver is important. For each player, that fiver is important. Come on. Not to mention, let's be realistic. If it's $500,000 to first, what's first really going to get? If you go by the last 4 or 5 EPTs, first is going to get about 312. Second will get about 410 because he had more chips during the deal. And third,
in all seriousness, I find it interesting that you're right in the sense that, okay, it shows that there is a formula and we're being completely transparent, that we don't fiddle with the numbers to round them off. But I did find it fascinating. You know, we had Mark Convey, one of our colleagues, on the floor yesterday, saying that there was so much talk on the floor from the players saying, oh, come on, guys, just make it $500,000.
I will say on the flip side, though, if you make it $500,000, they go, what are the odds the formula put it at $500,000? I bet they probably just mess with the numbers to get it there.
Thank you,
You're
thank
never
you,
gonna
thank
make
you.
Are
everybody
you implying
happy.
that poker players complain a lot?
Yes.
I thought he said it. I didn't. Did you imply it? Maybe I didn't listen closely enough.
I will say it. Kiss the ring.
Thank you very much. Actually, that's the problem with 500,000 because you'll have a couple of people, if we say, oh, it's 499.7, they'll be like, oh, that's cool, they added 3. And then you'll have half the field going, I bet it was actually 501.10, and they took 1,000 off and they gave it to somebody else.
In other words, you cannot win.
Sure, I just won. It's 499.7.
Marcin Vedrovsky's raised here to 8,500, gets called by Neumann and Liv Boeri. Everyone check the flop. Board pairs on the turn. And Ross immediately in with a question, is Neil Johnson a Seahawks fan?
Neil Johnson is a Seahawks fan. So it was a bit ugly on Sunday, but you know, that happens.
You do realize it's very rare to find myself supporting the Dallas Cowboys.
That must have been really bitter for you to have to root for Tony Romo in that situation. But no, I think I watched the team as best I can from over here, and the 2 losses that they've had, the other team played better.
Do you guys mind? It's Wednesday, okay? It's like one of 2 days of the week that we don't have to endure effing football talk. Wednesday and Saturday, and that only lasts half the season.
Saturday of college football, actually.
Yeah,
Sorry, if you're
NFL,
a real fan.
Exactly. So like Wednesday's pretty much the only safe day. It's football talk all day Sunday, all day Monday. Tuesday you got to talk about Monday's game. Thursday there's a game. Saturday is college football. Then we're back to Sunday. Just let me have Wednesday, please.
Wow. Do you think like Stapes was cut from the team as a kid or something?
I wasn't allowed to play.
There's a lot of.
My mother actually cared about me and didn't want me to play football. Also, I was a giant pug. I can't say that word.
Nice half save. So Liv Boeri bet the turn. Got a call from Neumann. It goes check, check on the river. Liv shows 7s. Neumann, pocket jacks.
That's an action-killing card on the river.
So let's talk about where we are at right now, Neil. As we say, 5 eliminations away from going hand for hand. Are we at the point now where the tournament staff are going to be taking a little bit more attention with every elimination, focusing on the all-ins and calls?
That's actually been for probably the last 5 or 6 guys. Once you get within, 10 spots or so, you start to really pay attention. So, yeah, every all-in and calls being shouted out, I'm sure, to make sure that the floor can get over, make sure the cameras can get over as well, depending on who's all in and called. Hey, we got a 3-bet and a 4-bet up here from the Germans. Yeah. Who we got? I haven't seen the feature table yet, so who we got up here?
Well, this chap is Nicholas Marcu, and he was the original raiser. We've got two German big stacks in Rainer Kemper and Jonas Lauk. They're the other two players involved in this hand. Players you may be familiar with, Neil. Willie Tan.
Oh, yeah, I've known Willie for a long time.
A legend of the UK circuit and an EPT veteran. I don't even know a chap called Phil Shaw, but he was a poker journalist back in the day, back in the mid-2000s, plays a few live events. He's come to the main stage recently.
I know the name, but I'll have to see the face. All right, so now it's German on German because we got our original raiser. Yeah, Marco min-raised, min-raised to 8,000. Then Kemp pumped it up to 22. Lauk to 48.
By the way, that hand that we saw at the secondary table, where Fatima was in the tank for the better part of 3.5 minutes, she's revealed on Twitter that she hero called with 8s and was wrong. And yes, Fatima, you have taken a hit.
I mean, it does make sense because you don't think he's going to do that with, like, just a king. And I think that, you know, it is going to be a bluff some of the time, depending on who the player is.
When you guys said he bet the flop weird with king 6 deuce, bet it really small.
Bet
I
it
think
really
you said,
small,
Joe.
yeah.
With a 9 on the turn, and then he goes bigger for the bet there. Do you put him on a 9 at that point? I don't know if you can.
No, I don't think so. Like I said, I think there's like not a ton of value hands he can have in sets, like turned and rivered sets were something I considered. I thought the most likely was probably like a king 10.
Well, we're going to the flop here with Kemper making the call. 7-4-4 with 2 hearts. By the way, Sam has redone his distribution, but you weren't wrong the first time, Sam, when you say it's boring. I think you need to divvy it up a little bit more and make it more random. Like, okay, roughly 3/4 of the time you're going to hit that W money multiplier, but break it up. Put it in different segments.
Yeah, you got to do it like the Wheel of Fortune wheel from the TV show,
Yeah.
where you would spin it around and you'd get a whole bunch of, or the big, what the hell is it? Is it called the Big Money Wheel in the Vegas casinos?
Big Money Wheel.
Big Money Wheel, is that what it is?
I'm going to call time on this contest and call it a draw between everyone. Well, let's give Sam something, though, for his efforts, since he's the only one who tried.
Also, I think Emma probably deserves a consolation prize for...
It's got pie in it, Joe. It's got pie. I can see pie over James's shoulder.
Her probability calculation, which shows that the wedge of the London Eye that would be the jackpot is 2 centimeters wide, 2.1 centimeters to be precise.
Yeah, James Harkin got back in touch. He says, loves the commentary. The circumference of the London Eye is 424 meters, so 1/20,000th of that is 2 centimeters, I think. So both of them correct.
Do we have any smaller little prizes that we can give James Atkin and also to Emma Barnes?
Kemp has bet to 38, or Lauk has bet to 38,000 here on the flop. We're not missing much because they're just staring at each other for the most part. But we did slide a bet of 38,000 out.
So we have to give something to Sam also, though. So we have Emma, Sam, and James.
Hey, I've got a great idea. Maybe we should spin a wheel to see who gets the iPhone case.
Okay, fine. Unless any of them don't want it and they want to opt out, they could let us know.
So we got 38,000 and call. So, I mean, the pot's 186,000 here on the turn. That's more. That's their stacks at this point in time.
Yeah.
7-4-4 deuce, double suited.
Justina, do we have 3 T-shirts we could give away? Okay, let's just do that. Since
Joe, you were whispering into your microphone. I think everybody could hear you.
Oh, hang on. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
boy,
We have
hold
a
on.
late entry.
Don't close the contest.
Oh,
Vlad's
boy.
just got in touch.
Lauk has checked the turn.
James, go handle this, please.
Meanwhile, another player has fallen at one of the outer tables. We're down to 100. 4 away from going hand for hand.
I don't know if Vlad's is accurate or not, but I like it. He's going to get the iPhone 6 case. We're going to send a T-shirt to James Harkett and a T-shirt to Emma Barnes. Done. Closed competition.
What about Sam?
What did Sam do?
Well,
oh, Sam can have a T-shirt too.
Okay, so 3 T-shirts and an iPhone case have just been awarded.
And that's it. No more prizes for the week.
Can I get a cunt?
Kemp's put his last 149,000 in the middle.
I like the little thin line.
Is that the... See, if you look on that, it looks like a really tiny thin line. But then if you look at Michael Josem's graphic that he tweeted out this morning, the infographic on there, that thin line's come through a few more times than you would look like on that particular wheel.
So Kemper shoves the turn for 149,000.
Lauk just looks sick. Oh, that was a really, really disgusted call.
A huge collision of 2 big stacks. Queen's the hand for Lauk. Kemper tables 6-5 of diamonds.
Flush draw and open-ended straight draw.
So Queen's ahead. Kemper with 14 outs.
Just won the 4.
Diamonds, 8s and 3s, all working for Kemper. The former chip leader's tournament life at risk, though. If he doesn't hit on the river, he's out. And we're down to 99 players. We're down to double digits.
Nee, ich hab das ganz so viel. Good luck.
Oof. It's a deuce, so Kemper is gone.
Unlauky.
10%. What? Yeah, you want 12.
So, Neil, let's just talk through the process now. 99 remain, and as I say, when we get to 96, the first thing that will happen is one table, which just happens to be our secondary feature table, will be broken.
Okay. Yep, that is correct. We changed the payouts going into this year to make it so every table would be even on the bubble, which has been met with resounding praise from the players, because it makes no longer do you have players playing 6-handed, 7-handed, 8-handed while we're trying to figure out the money, and the bubble always slows down, etc. So every table will have 8 players, and then we will go hand for hand, which for people who haven't watched us before, what happens is every table will play one hand, and we won't go on to the next 10 until all tables have completed. If we do get an all-in and a call at the hand, the action on that table will be frozen, and none of the cards will be shown, so we can complete all the other action at all the other tables without anyone understanding that, maybe Joe has shoved and he's only got 20%, or James has shoved and he's got 80%, so they don't have any of that information to calculate into their decision-making on that hand.
Well, Neil, let me ask a question on behalf of people who are maybe watching this for the first time and aren't really that familiar with how a multi-table tournament is run. What is the purpose of going hand for hand at that specific point?
We want to make sure that you want to make sure that you catch obviously the right bubble boy, because there might be a circumstance like earlier today you might have heard player or seat open. There could have been 2 or 3 people who were eliminated at the same time, and you want to make sure that whoever finished in whereas we had, what was our total, 675.
Yeah.
The person who came in 501st versus the person who came in 500th, not really that important in the grand scheme of things to everyone except his or her family. But the person who came 95th versus who comes 96th, where that's the money is very important, and we want to make sure that we capture those people.
Is there also that issue that if we didn't have hand-for-hand play, for example, that there might be one guy with a short stack who's just sitting there tanking with a non-hand, waiting for someone else to go broke?
Yeah, that becomes the other element. Is it helps to eliminate stalling. It helps, if you're on the button with 2 big blinds, if you could make that last 45 minutes by tanking, if you really wanted to, making everything a horrible decision or difficult decision, and the other players or tables that are playing fast, those people are going to see more hands, and it's just unfair at that point in time. As anybody who's played online has experienced at as we get near the bubble of a tournament online.
Picking up the action in this hand in just a moment. Just checking on the clock. We're halfway through this level, by the way. Still around 45 minutes to run on level 16. And we're down to 98. 2 away from the table break. 2 away from hand-for-hand play. 2 away from the bubble.
I'm curious to get your guys' opinions really quick on the hand we saw before, because you had the raise, which I think it might have been, was it under the gun? Under the gun, it was an early position raise, min raise, and then the gentleman who was eliminated, it was Kemp, right, who was eliminated?
Yes.
Kemp raises to 22,000, and then gets 4-bet in the big blind by Lauk up to 48,000. What do you guys think as far as this position of the tournament and everything with the 5-6 of diamonds? I'm not, as someone who, trust me, I don't play nearly as much as I wanted to. It's not a criticism of Kemp's play in any means. I'm really curious just what you guys think of the thought process.
There's two ways you can look at it. Because of the way the hand went down, right? It's really easy to say, oh wow, you didn't really need to get involved. You didn't really need to play such a huge pot, a few players in the money. I think from another perspective, you can look at it as you're playing against a really huge stack. You've got a hand that's capable, that that you've got like pretty good implied odds with. That if you make a big hand and you're up against an
a big pair like he was,
like that, you can win it all. You can win a huge pot. You can double up completely. So I think that this is probably a case of a little bit of that to start. To just seeing you got juicy suited connectors, and then. Oh, you flop pretty good, and then you turn really good, and then how do I get away from this now?
Yep.
And if I win here, I'm not only in a good spot to cash, but we're on the bubble, then I can mash a bunch here and accumulate more chips, and you put yourself in a position to maybe go on to win the tournament. I tend to err more on the side of caution and just be like, yo, dude, it's the bubble, but that's not necessarily everyone's style. And I think every street there, it was just enough to keep him involved. And, it was a pretty big brick on the river. I mean, to have 14 outs and miss is not insignificant.
Well, and it really looked like Lauk was contemplating folding. He put Lauk in a really uncomfortable spot with his turn shove. So that's why for anybody listening, like I'm not trying to criticize his play. I'm just really curious about that, with the bubble dynamic and all the rest of that. So thank you for the analysis, Stapes. Now I'll go to Twitter to see if you were right.
Just perusing the live updates at the PokerStarsblog.com. Benny Spindler has dispatched Tony Blair's nephew, Danny Blair. Spindler getting his stack up to 295,000.
There's no way you'll like it. No way.
Jan Olav Sharvik came into the day as one of the short stacks, and he has gone as well. So no back-to-back final tables for Jan.
Just a quick reminder, by the way, everyone who was awarded a prize, apparently Vlad wants a T-shirt as well. So everyone who just gave a T-shirt away too, make sure you follow at EPT Live. That's correct, right? Follow at EPT Live so we can start a direct message conversation with you and make sure that your prizes get shipped to you.
This is Colleen versus Bouginar. Colleen raising under the gun. Bouginar defending his big blind. 7-6-5 on the flop. Check, check. 10 on the turn.
Did you see Jack's attempt at the spin and go wheel? It's a pizza.
I'd give him credit, except there's mushrooms on it. And, I mean, you just can't have that.
The 1,000X is probably the percentage of people that like anchovies.
Delayed, not a delayed c-bet rather, but Bouginar leading the turn for 12,000. Colleen calls, and Bouginar set to bet the river. Down to 97, by the way. One more elimination. The clock will be paused. We'll break a table and then begin hand-for-hand play.
Sick.
Colleen folds face up.
Ace-10 against Jacks.
Pipped. Colleen looks a little like Ivan Demidov, eh? A little bit.
Could you imagine Ivan Demidov in a silly hat?
No.
Good luck to whoever tries to get that hat on his head.
Maybe for a prop bet lost.
Sounds
possibly.
like a challenge Stapes to me.
Once again, I say that we don't actually want you to die in one of these challenges, Joe.
Ivan Demidov is a big pussycat.
You keep telling yourself that.
There's a challenge Stapes for maybe Malta or something like that.
Oh my God, I get to do a challenge Stapes in Malta.
Give you a really, really silly hat and see how many, you have, how many people can you get to wear the silly hat and take a picture with you?
It's not bad. It's not bad. What do we call it, though? I like to have pithy titles for them.
I really think you should stop worrying about Challenge Stakes in Malta and start thinking about Prague, seeing as that's only 2 months away.
Prague. What am I going to do in Prague?
Something outside in the cold in your underpants.
That's the place for a commando joke, but we're above that here.
No, we're not.
We're really not.
Let's not pretend. we know
97. Boom, 97.
Hey, maybe Prague's the place I can show off my Willie Tan.
Da-dum. Well, that, if nothing else, that proves that we're not above commando jokes.
So Willie raised the last hand, got the blinds and antes. Jonas Laut, by the way, after eliminating Kemper, got his stack up to 535,000. More than double the tournament average, probably second on the leaderboard. He should coast into the money. He'll be looking for a bigger slice of the £2.6 million prize pool than just a min cash.
Maybe for Challenge Stakes in Prague, he should have to collect everything from the Christmas song, you know? 5 golden rings, partridge in a pear tree, 2 geese a-laying, or however many geese a-laying it is.
I'm going to have to start entering WSOP circuit events. Pick up those rings. Sorry, guys. Am I not supposed to mention World Series of Poker? Play on PokerStars.
Nice save. Nice save. Way to fix it.
So Lauk's raise called by Willie Tan. It's Bouginar's button. And that looks like a 3-bet from Bouginar. Little squeeze. Folded back around to Lauk.
These are the 3 biggest stacks at the table. Willie looks like he's going to fold, yeah.
Who just yawned? This is world, what is it, famous? World famous bubble coverage?
Question.
Yeah, what does it take to use the word world famous? I think it's world famous, yeah.
Question from Scott Durant for you, Neil. What's the deal if I want to come to rail the final table on Saturday?
I think you should come rail the final table.
Yeah, we do have a public area. You'll see it around the edge of the main stage. And last year, that rail was full. There were at least 2 or 3 players at that table who had sizable rails, the 2 biggest being that of Ludovic Geilich and Leo McLean. There were also a few Swedes supporting Robin Ulatalo, the eventual champ. You can check out that final table show, by the way. Available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel and at PokerStars.tv, the EPT 10 London final table.
Yeah, we absolutely encourage you to come down and watch. It's a lot of fun to check out.
In fact, if you want a ticket, I'm selling them all week. Just £10, so just see me first, and I will make sure that you are let in.
So let me get this right, Joe. You created a contest to try and offload an iPhone case that you can't use because you bought the wrong iPhone, and you still haven't been able to get rid of it.
Correct. That is correct. Maybe I shouldn't have told people that it was in my pocket.
I think that's the only reason anyone even entered the contest in the first place.
So Davies defends his big blind here with only, what has he got, 15 bigs? Okay, and then check fold on the flop.
Well, the irony is, Neil, that when you first came in, we were berating you for the fact that first prize isn't an even $500,000. Gregor is actually a little bit concerned. He says first place gets like 20% of the prize pool. Isn't that a little more than usual? Why the increase?
It depends on, our numbers are based on the number of players that are in there. And it's about It's not 20 because I know we dipped below 20, but it's close. I would say it's probably 19-ish. But that it leads to the long debate of how much money is first supposed to get. You know, obviously it was a lower percentage. I think it was 16% in Barcelona, but we had 3x the field, 2.5x the field for Barcelona. So it changes the percentages as you go. But I'm someone who prefers a smaller first prize to an extent, especially in this day and age where the majority of tournaments are going to be chopped. That's why I don't like when they say, oh, $1 million to first, or certain guarantees for certain specific prizes, because you never know what the situations of the people at the final table are going to be. Do they have 10% of themselves, 100% of themselves? Is it what's life-changing money for each individual? So.
Now, before Barcelona, the EPT came under attack from poker journalist Lee Davey for promoting chocolate, which is a killer. Since Barcelona, Lee Davey has also put pen to paper or fingers to keyboard to criticise the EPT for disclosing the fact that deals are done and that the advertised payouts aren't always met.
That's the last thing we need, James, is fat, diabetic, dying poker players on sugar poisoning talking about deals out in the open, ruining poker for everyone.
Now, I will defend to the death people's right to have a chocolate Easter bunny at the EPT San Remo Easter Extra Stack.
Guess the point is making, and to take Lee's point seriously, there's a lot of people right now who are trying to really get poker in the mainstream, and we know the work that Alexander Dreyfus and the GPI are doing to try and promote it in the same light as any other sport. Lee Davies' point is that's never going to happen for as long as people are aware of deals, and that if deals are done behind closed doors and we publish the payouts instead of the actual numbers, then from a mainstream perspective, that's going to help grow poker.
I understand Lee's point. I actually read the article that he wrote on it, and I don't disagree in theory for what he's talking about, but in practice, there's a lot of things that have to be taken into consideration. And I think for what he's talking about, there's a big difference between, say, Wimbledon or the Masters or something like that. And I know this is a big key to many players as well, that the money's not being put up by sponsors. It's not ESPN, putting $5 million into the prize pool here. It was the players who put all their money into the prize pool.
Oh, that's where the money comes from. It's the players.
Yeah, go figure, huh? And the key to that, like, deals have been, and Lee knows this as well as anybody else, deals have been a part of poker as long as tournament poker's existed.
I was lucky too.
The reason that we made the decision a couple of seasons back, and myself and Jeffrey Haas, who used to be in charge of live events for PokerStars a couple of years ago, the reason we wanted to bring it out is because it was kind of poker's dirty little secret. And it was all done in bathrooms and back doors, and you never really knew who was pressuring. Like the three of us, you and James, you and I might be leaning on Joe to accept a deal, and it just never seemed fair, and it was one of poker's dirty little secrets. And now by bringing them out in the open and making sure that the players aren't being cheated, making sure that there's not some side deal being done between two people who speak a foreign language against the person who doesn't speak that language, I think it's much better for poker. It's much more transparent. Many players throughout Europe are now being called on the carpet for their taxes. If they're a professional player, you have to pay taxes. I'm American, we pay taxes for everything, so that's not abnormal for me, but to have a listing somewhere that says, hey, you won $1 million when you actually only took down $500K because of the chop is hard to explain to whatever your version of the IRS is. So I think at this point in time, I think having the deals public and available where everybody can see is absolutely the way to go. And I defend to the death our right to have chocolate.
Well, it's going to be a very quick death, according to Lee Davey. A quick and premature death.
Moderation. Too much red meat, too much wine, too much of anything is bad for you. One chocolate Easter bunny is not going to kill you. A field of chocolate Easter bunnies is probably a bad idea.
Here comes the continuation, huh?
Well, we've gone three-way to this flop. There's the continuation bet from Bouchenard.
Willie threw it away. So did Marco.
Well, here's an email to nuts@pokerstars.tv, and this one comes from Frederick. It says, hi all, from earlier conversations with Neil Johnson, I understood the following approach when two players are eliminated on the bubble. If they're eliminated at different tables, they split them in cash. At the same table, the lowest chip stack to start the hand bubbles, and the other guy min cashes. But what if, I love these hypotheticals, Neil.
This isn't a hypothetical, this happened in Barcelona.
3 players are eliminated, 2 at the same table, 1 at another. Player A has 100k, player B 90k. They're at the same table. Player C 80k at another table. Who gets the min cash? Who bubbles? Who chops?
I clarified this with the PokerStars tournament.
I shall cut the baby in half. Sorry. Wrong riddle. Sorry about that.
No, it was very funny. I like that. This happened in Barcelona, where we had 5 players eliminated on 4 tables. And we had the great guitar from the Seminole Hard Rock, which was our bubble prize as well as a seat to their 10 million guaranteed 5K. That took place about 6 weeks ago or whatever. I talked to all of our tournament directors, to Mike Ward, Danny McDonough, Toby, and Thomas here in Europe, and we agreed that basically if it's multiple players on multiple tables, the rule will be that they all split it. So if two or more players are eliminated on multiple tables, they're all going to chop it. It doesn't matter if it was 6 players eliminated on 3 tables, 6 players eliminated on 6 tables, or 7 players eliminated on 5 tables. We're just going to chop it all because basically that rule will supersede the other rule of having 2 players on the same table.
Well, now that's the rule, I like it. You really can't think of some of these things until they happen.
Well, it happens so rarely, and to his point with putting in the chip stacks, what if it happens to be the 2 chip leaders on the one table, and they just end up, it's aces against aces, somebody, 4 flushes the guy, and it's like, now he's out, and a guy who had 1/10, 1/100th of his stack is going to finish on the other table, and he's out when he had so many more chips. So it's just not fair in that circumstance. But it's always Barcelona that crazy stuff comes up.
Yeah, right?
What do you do if the Bubble Boy's not there?
Well,
let me go to EPT 9 Barcelona or 10 Barcelona and figure it out.
Always amend the rule book in Barcelona. Raise and take it for Willie Tan. Without making a dirty joke, Neil, one of the reasons I love Willie Tan's name is because it's also a question.
Oh, jeez. Isn't that true for any William that we use? You can turn it into a question.
Well, it doesn't work for like Willie Smith. I guess it could. Willie.
You have to go to UrbanDictionary.com and find out what a Smith is. But then
Willie by blacksmith. Willie Smith me a pair of gauntlets.
I've always wondered where you get a good pair of gauntlets these days.
Oh, Frank D says, take cycling, for example. Tour de France winners have to split the money in the team. Deal-making can be public.
That's a very good point.
And then Joe Hendry's chimed in with a late entry for the live spin and go wheel, which we're done with the contest, but I'm willing to talk about. He's got a 3-tier system that you start with wheel 1, and if you spin green, you move on to the next wheel with bigger prizes. I don't know mathematically if that works out or not, but
I think I saw this in a slot machine in Vegas.
Interesting concept. Yeah, you move up to the next level. Oh, you got 4 gremlins. Now you move up to the 6X. If you get 10 more gremlins.
So we've got Lauk raised up to 9,000 and picked up 2 calls. Bougenot seems fairly active here on the bubble. I mean, he's the second biggest stack, so you would expect it, but he's really been in a lot of pots since I sat down.
Yeah, he's been building that stack on the bubble, crucially. A reminder, we have 97 players at the moment. 95 get paid. 1 off the pure bubble.
Yeah, I definitely recognize this Phil Shaw driver guy. We must have worked together a little bit at some point.
Yeah, he looks familiar. And it's like earlier when James mentioned the name. I know the name, and I kind of know the face, but I can't put them together and figure out why. So it was a 15K continuation bet that got called in both places again.
So still 3-way as we go to the turn, which is a 3rd club, the 10 of clubs.
Looks like he's going to go again.
Don't press your Lauk.
Gets a fold from Bougenot. And from Phil Shaw as well. 23 minutes left on the level. 2 eliminations away from at least a min cash. So if you want to play some poker later on, there will be an EPT Live free roll this evening as the EPT Live League continues. You don't have to sign up. Just by playing one of our free rolls, you become part of the league. There's $1,500 in the prize pool for every free roll, so there's money to be won, but also points are rewarded according to your finishing place. And we have league tables. If you go to PokerStars.tv/live/extra, you'll see those league tables. There's one for Season 11, and there's one for the London Festival. So, for example, if you top the league table over the course of the 5 days that we're streaming here in London, you're going to win a $16.50 tournament ticket. But if you top the league table across the whole season, from Barcelona all the way through to Monaco next spring, you will win an Estrellas Barcelona main event package. And there are more prizes available as long as we get shares. So if 2,000 people today share the stream, we'll see more people winning tournament tickets according to their league points as we continue this contest across the next few days and, of course, across the entirety of Season 11.
The last hand?
Remember the first time they had one
James, I gotta say, I agree with Christy here on Twitter. Christy Carr, who says, don't ever deal. Play to win.
Some materials you have a big pot been played. If I played normal Wembley tournament.
And I assume that making a statement like that, Christy, you must have been in the position to win or lose millions of dollars before.
If I play the hand normal, I kind of have to play a big pot.
I'm the opposite of that. If I make the November 9 next year, I'm trying to get the other 8 people to chop it going in.
What a joke, Neil. What a joke that is. Where's your competitive spirit?
It's behind the $3 million I could chop, or 2.5 or 2 or whatever it is.
By the way, that people who say don't deal have never, ever, ever been in the position to make a deal.
By the way, that free roll, which you'll find in the events EPT section of the PokerStars tournament lobby, will give out the password after the bubble has burst today. So keep watching.
Can I give a hint? Can I give a hint right now that if maybe someone's real crafty, they can get it?
Yep.
Wow.
It is one of the food items that was potentially mentioned going into my breakfast smoothie tomorrow.
Don't give away the password as Mr. Brains Faggots.
That's sick. If it's my day, he's shoving.
Yeah, right.
Or someone else.
Yeah, but is it all one word? Does it have a hyphen? I mean, it doesn't really give it away.
Is there a period after Mr.?
Yeah.
Okay.
Out of 5.
Well, there's 20 minutes left on this level.
And we've been at 97 for some time, Neil.
Yeah, but I mean, it's how many EPTs in a row have we hit the bubble in level 16?
There was one.
Like, was there one?
There was one where we hit in level 17.
No, I thought we did it on the hand right as we were going to break for that one. So it still made it. Because I remember Joe and I talked about it for like 15 minutes going into that break. Is this going to be the one where we don't actually make it? I can't remember where we were.
I can't remember either. It was not Barcelona.
No, Barcelona made it. Although we didn't know if it would, because with 1,500 people.
Neil, I have a confession to make.
Okay.
I'm just going to change topics for a second.
Yep.
Neil, you are the ring announcer. You're the man on the floor for the Shark Cage.
Yes, I am.
And I was recently voicing an episode of the Shark Cage, and at one point, you make a funny quip, but you're off camera. And you hadn't been seen on camera yet for the show, and so it was weird, just a random dude
But I'm scared you hit some tricks.
making a quip.
I feel like my whole life has been spent off camera.
And so, no, you are on camera a decent amount, and you actually have pretty good lines.
Okay.
And this line was actually a pretty good one, but unfortunately my boss was like, I can't just have a disembodied voice coming from nowhere. We got to lose Neil, but also I can't cut the shot. So I need you, Joe, to say something over it. And I was like, well, what should I say? And she's like, well, why don't you just say what Neil said? And I was like,
Come on,
I don't really want to do that, but I ended up doing it. And so I just want you to know, so if you end up watching Shark Cage and you're like, hey, that son of a... I said that. It was under slight protest, and I apologize.
When I start watching Shark Cage next Tuesday on Channel 4 in the UK, I'm so going to be tweeting that son of a... No. All right. I suppose. Was it my best line of the show?
No.
Like, so I have other ones that are better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I'm glad you brought this up, guys, because you're absolutely right. Here in the UK, the first season of Shark Cage does start airing next Tuesday, the 21st of October. Now, people are probably used to a situation where... Hold on a second.
Is that a raise or is that a call from Bougeneau?
Too much.
It's a raise, and it gets a fold from Willie Tan. Now, usually, once our TV shows, if you watch the EPT or the PCA, our TV shows go up on PokerStars.tv pretty much a day or 2 days after they've aired in the UK.
Yep.
Not the case with Shark Cage. The UK is getting it first several months before several other countries, so we're not going to release the shows online until all the major markets have had a chance to show it on TV. So apologies if you're not in the UK. You are going to have to wait a bit longer to see Shark Cage either on the TV network that shows the EPT or on PokerStars.tv.
Do we know approximately when it's going to hit PokerStars.tv?
In a few months' time.
I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying this, but look, there are plenty of people who see Game of Thrones before it comes out. There are plenty of people who live in a country where it doesn't air, or it doesn't air for a few weeks. They find ways of getting it. I have a feeling if you're that desperate to see Shark Cage, you can see Shark Cage.
Absolutely.
You're right. You're going to get in trouble for saying that.
The sole purpose of doing this is we want to be the #1 torrented show in the world. Eat it, HBO. But crucially, oh, hang on a second. We've got an all-in here.
I will take it.
Looks like he made it through.
Momentum.
Crucially, even if you can't watch those TV shows in the next month, you will be able to qualify. By the way, that's Toby Stone, Tournament Director for EPT London, alongside Events Manager David Curtis.
He's having entirely too much fun for being on the bubble. Should they both be smiling and laughing like that?
Yeah, because both of them know they're not going to bubble.
But satellites, qualifiers for Season 2 of Shark Cage start running on PokerStars at the beginning of November. So even if you've only seen the teasers that we put out, the little trailers on PokerStars.tv and on our YouTube channel, you've certainly got an idea, and you've heard us all talking about it. It's going to be a great show.
I was surprised that
Season 2 should be even more exciting, so try and qualify for Season 2 of Shark Cage, and you could be winning a free trip to the Bahamas, playing alongside your poker heroes, legends of the game, celebrities, sports stars, and competing for a huge life-changing prize.
And you'll get to meet all of us.
I was trying to sell it, Neil.
Oh.
Yeah, that kind of ruins it. I want to qualify for Shark Cage. What do you guys think?
Is Joe allowed to qualify for Shark Cage?
Am I allowed to try to qualify for Shark Cage?
You can try. We'll bin off your audition tape, but by all means try.
No, I think Joe should do an audition tape, and we should show it here on EPT Live. What was his Shark Cage audition tape? We should be showing that. We should be showing that in Prague while the satellites are running, so people can qualify. We need Joe's audition tape for Shark Cage, so people understand what they're supposed to do to make the show.
Just to clarify, the qualifying tournaments are running before Prague. They'll be running in early November.
Oh, only through November.
3rd to the 9th of November is your chance to qualify for the first 3 heats.
How much does one of these qualifiers cost? Surely hundreds, if not thousands of dollars.
They are F-R-E-E.
No! No way! Come on! You're saying you can qualify for Shark Cage for free?
Correct.
On PokerStars.net?
Yes.
That's just crazy talk.
What if I'm willing to pay?
Oh, wait, there's an all-in.
Yeah,
it was
Colleen
eights.
Shoving the 74,000, gets no action, shows eights.
You get away with
But
that?
if you were behind,
You might have.
Yeah,
that is really sick.
that's a big show. And bubble, I don't know if I need to call.
Ed Kilworth asks, is Shark Cage going to be a primetime show or for Insomniacs only? Come on, Ed, everyone's got a DVR these days.
What do you mean it's Insomniacs?
It is going to be on late.
Do that with Jax, I guess.
No, I'm definitely not.
Look at this, Jake Barlow has set his DVR already.
Yeah, rather annoyingly, we've got a 1 a.m. slot. We haven't even got the midnight slot, but
yeah, but
that's what time shifting's about.
2 5s in your hands, I know.
That's what DVRing is about.
It's fine.
It's whatever time slot you want it to be.
I love that. Our executive producer's trying to put a positive spin on it. It has to be on at 1 a.m. because it's so racy.
I don't know.
It's not suitable for primetime viewing. Please put the children to bed.
It's because you've got Neil Johnson in vision.
That's true. Even though my best lines were stolen by Joe.
Just one so far.
I see. There we go. There's the so far. You guys aren't done doing the shows yet, so.
You do realize if you hadn't told him, he never would have realized.
I have to be honest. I take my integrity as a quote-unquote comedian very seriously. And I would never, ever want someone to think I had stolen one of their lines.
Our executive producer chimes in again with laughter at Joe Stapleton's use of the word integrity. So still at 97 players, 13 minutes left on the level.
We've got a raise and take it, an all-in and take it, an all-in and take it. Hasn't been much exciting if people think we're kind of not really talking about what's happening on the table. The all-ins were mildly exciting, but no one's just calling them at this point in time.
Ed Kilworth says, I have no DVR. Ed, well then, program your JVC VCR, stick in an E240, put it on long play.
EP, extended play, you get 6 or 8 hours out of those bad boys.
Such good picture quality on EP as well.
Oh,
like
absolutely.
Like when you fast forward, you get that wonderful kind of like black and white line thing and everything goes black and white.
Do you know that us talking about VHS right now is like our grandparents talking about a Victrola?
Spades, black, whatever.
We're going to go down the street and see the new player Piani.
Thank you to David Bridgman, by the way, who's granted us a Photoshop of Ivan Demidov in Kevin Killeen's hat. And yes, Ivan Demidov in a Kevin Killeen hat does look like Kevin Killeen.
I would agree with that. It's a good Photoshop.
Still awaiting.
That's a pretty room.
Another elimination, which will take us down to 96. It'll see the secondary feature table break, and we will be on the bubble, and we will be going hand for hand.
Hey,
Look
James,
at all those TV people standing around just waiting.
Just waiting for the bubble. James,
waiting for the bubble.
Mark says, gents, it's the bubble. Can you start discussing the action unfolding in front of you, please? Was the 8-8 a call? James, should I start discussing the action?
Joe, talk us through the action.
Okay, action on Elon Bujana. He's crossed his arms in front of him. He's wearing his gray hoodie today, looking down at his chips.
It's from the Sylvester Stallone collection, right?
Raise and call, yeah.
The Rocky collection?
The Rocky collection has just asked if there's been a raise and a call, which there has been. Lauk raised, Tan called. Bujana still thinking he's just picked up a blue chip, now going for a small bit of red to make the call.
That would be Victoria and Central chips.
Couple of Victoria and Centrals. Yeah. Action now folded around to Phil Shaw, who's shuffling chips with his left hand, holding his cards with his right. Oh, he's made the call.
Yeah, keep up with the action.
If you're going to keep up with the action,
I'm trying to describe what's happening. And we are now going 4 ways to the flop. The dealer's dealt out the flop, and that flop is 9 of spades, king of hearts, 7 of diamonds. Action on Shaw, who checks. Lauk checks. Willie Tan, head in his hands, looks left, looks right, taps the table twice. Now Bujana blinks. Only one blink from Elon. Interesting.
But he wiggled his nose on the exhale.
He did wiggle his nose on the exhale, now gently stroking his right arm with his left.
You missed the fact that he did peel back both playing cards in front of him.
I got to stay with the action.
He checked the value of those cards, and look at this. He's reached for chips.
He's got Victorias, Centrals, and Metropolitans in that stack.
All kinds of things kicking off here at the table, guys. Bets into 3 opponents. Back on Phil Shaw, leaning across the table. Nonchalantly throws in a couple of blues. Lauk checks his cards, tosses them into the muck. Same goes for Willie Tan. We are going to see a turn as the dealer pulls those chips in to the pot. Burns and turns. Jack of clubs on the turn. Shaw taps the table 1, 2, 3 times that time.
This hand is really exciting now for some reason.
2 blinks from Bujana before the tap on the arm.
And yet another tap on the table from the dealer, who puts out the 4 of clubs on the river. Extraneous shot.
That was 3 blinks. Check.
And a pair of kings. Whew.
That was exhausting.
Phil
How do
Shaw.
you do this for 9 hours a day?
I just do not know. And that is sticking with the action, folks.
Now, Neil, the UK IPT is not something that normally falls under your domain, is it?
Not particularly. I know it's there.
Well, Matthew has a
question. And I love the UK IPT.
He says, any idea, likewise, but I just wondered if you could help Matthew because he wants to know when the schedule for 2015 will be made available. He wants to know where the UK IPT will be visiting in 2015.
Unfortunately, I'm not at liberty to say.
So you know, but you can't say?
Kinda, sorta.
What?
Let's jab him with something sharp, see if we can get a hint.
There will be announcements forthcoming, but I can't actually say specifically when they're coming.
You wait. Not only can you not say what the announcement is, but you can't even say when the announcement's going to be?
No, I've learned over like the last 2 years, each time I give a date, it ends up being wrong. Because like there's a comma in the wrong place on the press release, and so it gets held for a day. And the people in 2+2 are like, you said on Wednesday, you said on Wednesday. And I get roasted for it being on Thursday.
Okay, I don't want you to get roasted, but can you at least tell us when can you at least tell us when they expect to make the decision about when the announcement is going to be made?
Before 2015.
Okay, so sometime in the next 2.5 months, they will decide when the location that's already been decided will be announced.
I'll even go further than that for you. I'll say before Christmas.
Before Christmas. All right, well, there you have it. Out on a limb, Neil Johnson. That's what we call him.
I'm a risk taker.
Oh, man. We have
three ways. Let's get back to the action, Joe.
Back to the action.
Bougenot raised to 8,000. He got a call from Shaw and a call from Lauk. Now it goes check, check. It's over to Shaw.
Loving the mixed reaction, by the way. Elliott Smith, a big fan. Also, Anwan pointing out that you sound like Murray Walker calling an F1 race, whereas Martin says, oh, God, please stop, Stapes. Please stop.
Kind of reminds me of some of the tweets I got after last night's airing of the show in the UK. Bounce up in her tweeted at me, I swear Stapes' commentary on the PCA is like he just reads off bad Reddit comments for an hour. Meanwhile, Jack Welburn says, Stapes, shut up, you douche.
Hey, they shouldn't be mean to Fricky like that. That's like so cold to just, backhand Gobo like that. That's just not right.
The best part is that I'd never even been to Reddit. I don't even know what Reddit is.
The only reason I find that hard to believe is I find it hard to believe that with all of the celebrity photo scandals over the last few months that supposedly went to Reddit, I find it hard to believe that you didn't end up there accidentally through the internet.
I don't think it's right. I wouldn't look at somebody's leaked photos.
That's
Not now I wouldn't. At some point in my life I would have probably younger, but now I feel weird about it.
I think that's actually a very cool attitude to it. It's not. I read there was a Jennifer Lawrence did a great interview in Vanity Fair about it, and that's basically was her attitude to it. You don't have the right. You don't have the permission.
Yeah, it's not right. If someone wants to freely take off their clothes, like on many of the websites I frequent, I have no problem with that whatsoever.
See, I was just about to give you credit for the fact that I tried to make a joke and you turned it into a public service announcement, and then you went there. Like I was so close to giving you credit for taking it to a nice place where we can all be nice and say, hey, that's not cool, that shouldn't be done. And
Bougenot has raised under the gun +1.
4 minutes, 40 seconds left. We are still at 97 players. Bougenot's had a good run on this bubble. He's up, I think he's up like 60, 80K since I sat down.
Well, let's just move away from that because there is an all-in and a call at one of the outer tables.
That looks like Marc-Andre, right?
Jacks against Kings. And King's holding so far. It's a low flop. And looks like the at-risk player has the jacks. And the river is not a jack. So we are down to 96. Stop the clock!
We made
Always get there.
3 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Cut the blue wire.
Marc-Andre Led is indeed the beneficiary of that pot. So we're going to conclude the hand at the main feature table. And then we'll get the official announcement from Toby Stone, the tournament director, that a table is being broken, and then we will be playing hand for hand with 96 players. 3 minutes 50 left on this level, but the clock has been paused.
And for people who are wondering, they will go on break. In 3 minutes 50, like they will. We're not going to wait until we break the bubble before we go on break.
Well, we're going to see a flop here. By the way, the player who went out there, Jens Obein from Belgium, who was on our feature table yesterday, 10-9-8 on the flop. Bougenard's raise was called by Lauk in the small blind. Action goes check, check. Board pairs on the turn. And there may be another all-in because the crowd is gathering around this table. Table Mormon has action.
Oh boy.
Is that the official designation?
James, you know who this is. It's Inyat Liviu.
Inyat Liviu is all in against Marco Kaza.
Liviu bound to double up. You know why, James?
Why, Joe?
Year of Romania.
Well, Liviu is the at-risk player here. Of course, we're waiting for other hands to conclude before the floor staff tell the players to turn over their cards.
I don't want to kill Joe's mojo, but does he see what kind of triangle is in front of the Year of Romania?
Yeah, it's a bunk triangle, Joe.
Doesn't matter. Year of Romania can fade the bunk triangle. Year of Romania trumps all. Year of Romania.
The Toby Stone, the tournament director, just explaining why the players aren't showing their cards right now, waiting for play to conclude. And just to clarify, Neil, let's say, for example, the unthinkable happens and we see the power of the bunk triangle outdo the power of the Year of Romania and Liviu goes broke here. We won't need to go hand for hand. We'll burst the bubble and everyone else will be in the money.
It's the best situation for the players at this point is if, and unfortunately to him, if he is to be eliminated, then they basically will lose no time out of the tournament for the bubble and play will move along.
Cards on the back.
Poor Toby, he's trying to figure out the pronunciation. So we know if he does it right. How do we pronounce his name, Joe?
Inyat Liviu.
Inyat Liviu. All right.
I mean, I'm not really the expert, but I think that's close.
So reminder, Inyat Liviu all in, called by Marco Kaza, waiting for play to conclude at every table before the cards go on their backs and we deal out this all in. Meanwhile, just to keep updated what happened on the feature table, we did have Lauk and Bougenard going to the flop. There was no continuation bet from Bougenard on the flop. Lauk bet the turn, took it down. So plays concluded on the main stage. There's still a few hands in progress on the outer tables, and that's why we're waiting to have the showdown on this table between Liviu and Kaza and the run out of the board.
And Marco appears to be one of our chip leaders, right? That looked like 6-6-50 in front of him. See Fatima down there, trying to see who else we've got. Looks like we're zooming past. Is that Jake that we're just zooming over? Or no, wait. Went too fast, I wasn't sure.
Are breaking the secondary feature table. As we said, this table would break when they got down to 96. So these players taking their new seat assignments.
In the last hand, we lost a player from... We lost a player from table number 8, and we do have an all-in call on table number 1. So we are not technically on hand-for-hand for the moment, but I am going to... We did wait for the action to finish on all the other tables, so I'm going to call the hand-for-hand action here. Our all-in player is Ignat against Marco. Once again, Ignat is our all-in player. Let's see your cards, please. Ignat has 2 8s, 2 black 8s. And Marco has ace-queen, ace of clubs.
It's a race.
Of spades. So once again, Ignat is our all-in player with 2 8s.
Like billiards versus bowling, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
And let's see the flop, please. The flop is Jack, 6 and a 2. Our rolling player Ignat is still ahead with 2 8s.
Year of Romania.
1 spade.
And the turn, please. The turn is a 4.
There's the spade. Aces, queens, and spades. He'll fade it and double through.
This final card is just going to be a Romanian flag.
The final card is an ace.
Oh!
We did lose a player over in tournament. Congratulations, players. You've all cashed in EPT London. Congratulations.
Ignat Liviu loses when the ace hits the river, and he is the bubble boy of EPT 11 London, sent to the rail in 96th place. No need for hand play. We're down to 95 and in the money. Everyone now guaranteed at least £7,750. Marco Kaza is the player who burst that bubble.
Year of Romania.
And he looks like he's up over 700,000 now.
He may be the bubble boy, but he's taking it like a bubble man.
And we're going to continue for 3 more minutes, and then we'll be going on a break.
Well played, Joe. I like that one.
So once again, players, congratulations. We're going to continue. Dealers, shuffle up and deal, please. Thank you.
So Toby explaining there is 3 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock, so we'll play out the end of this level, go on break. How many eliminations will we have in that 3 minutes and 50 seconds, Neil?
Run off the table.
Let's see. We're only going to get time for 1 or 2 hands. I would say we're going to lose 3 people in the next 3 minutes.
It's time for the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. And by the way, Johnny Lodden, who was at the secondary feature table, his seat assignment on the main stage. Lodden now at the main feature table. And he's lost a bit. He's down to 208,000. Around average.
Yep. Average right now, 213,000 and loose change.
Victor says clearly the year of Romania is over. Hashtag death by Barry Greenstein. Ace on the river.
Just because one Romanian player is out of the tournament doesn't mean it's the end of the year of Romania.
It could mean it's winding down, though. I mean, it's mid-October. It's...
I don't know what you mean. The year of Romania isn't necessarily
a calendar
year either, no.
So here we go, information for the free roll. Now the bubbles burst, you get the password as promised. 7:15 local time, that's 8:15 Central European time. The EPT Live League free roll will begin. $1,500 in the prize pool, points in the league up for grabs. Fish and chips, all one word, all lowercase, FISHANDCHIPS. Fish and chips is the password for today's free roll. You'll find it in the EPT section of the PokerStars tournament lobby.
Fish and chips was suggested for Joe's English breakfast?
Well, no, we decided that we would keep 3 spots available for other foods that weren't necessarily traditionally associated with breakfast.
Ah, okay. That makes a bit more sense.
Some of the suggestions included Brussels sprouts, tuna and sweet corn, pickled onion, jellied eels, prawns, fish fingers,
you like one of the new sexes.
liver. Oof. And let's not forget
Liver, I hardly even know her.
Spotted Dick and Mr. Brains Faggots.
I wondered what was going on with a few of the tweets I saw scroll through the EPT live feed, but I was in the middle of a meeting, so I couldn't turn on the live stream. But the feed went a little blue there for a moment.
All of a sudden we got really, you know, hateful.
I know. Yeah, I hate pounds. I don't know why.
Well, okay, now it says 94. And so that means 2 people have gone. I said we'd lose 3, and there's a minute 16 left. So 2 people have gone.
Now I gotta stay.
And remember, this is only the second level of the day. There are 3 more levels to play today, so there'll be plenty more eliminations to come.
I don't like pounds either.
Yep, and 72 through 95 all pay 7,750. So it's not quite, there's not a big difference between coming 80th and 90th at this point in time.
On your screen right now, stuff you can watch during the next tourney break. Peter says, I couldn't deal bubbling for that amount of cash, especially seeing the celebrations of your exit right in front of your face. Tag your tweets, EPT Live, if you want to join the conversation. Various players tweeting that they made the money. Among them, Fatima Maria de Melo, Eugene Kachalov, Kevin McPhee, Mickey Peterson.
Speaking of the bonus cuts, I think since you mentioned the satellites for Shark Cage are November 3rd to November 9th,
yes.
I think tomorrow, before he goes on air, Joe should have to make an audition tape so we can explain to everybody what's going to be expected to them.
Neil, I can't be expected to make an audition tape all willy-nilly. I would have to put some time and effort into it, some production value. You've got to hire a team.
Also, he would not be invited to give us an audition tape unless he were to actually qualify it via one of those
Good luck,
qualifiers on
Johnny.
PokerStars.
I can still make an audition tape.
We're just not going to air it.
Only need 3 spades on the flop.
7 of spades. As long as it's 7 of spades. is one of
92
them.
now, and we're into the break.
Just going to conclude this hand, which saw Johnny Loddon raise, get shoved on by Davies, and Loddon calls,
I
finds
got to piss
against
like a
sevens.
racehorse. Let's run this quick. Yeah, I just might go and come back and see if I have chips.
Nicholas, I feel your pain. Wouldn't it be great if he just went and came back and see if the sevens
That's what he said he
held?
was going to do. I'm going to go, and I'll come back. If I have chips, I'm in. He's basically, there's only, 2 outs at the moment for Johnny, or he's going to double up.
Oh, deal the river. Let the man have a wee. Sevens hold.
Thanks, bud.
So that takes us to the end of the level with 92 players remaining. Huge thanks, by the way, to Neil Johnson, head of live poker operations, PokerStars Europe. Always great having the whole Pope in the booth.
Thank you, gentlemen. Really appreciate it. We'll do it again in Prague.
Kiss the ring.
And these are the stacks of the players we're watching on the main stage right now. A couple of shorties, Colleen and Marku, with the blinds going up to 2,500 and 5,000. Expect to see more bust-outs post-bubble, post-break, here from the London leg of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour.
Zoom from PokerStars is fast fold poker. No waiting, just straight to a new hand with new opponents. More poker in less time. We are Zoom. We are poker.
What the hell is this? I told you to take me to London Bridge.
This is London Bridge.
Where's the towers? Where's the little house that makes the things go up?
Tower Bridge.
You didn't think that's the one I meant? How many bridges are there in this city?
Over this particular stretch of water, there are 34 of them.
Well, is this one at least falling down?
No, Joe, it is not falling down.
The song is very misleading. So I'm guessing there's also probably...
No American Werewolf. Although, actually... At the first ever EPT London Super High Roller, it was an all-German Final 3. Straight after Bill Perkins and Johannes Strassmann were eliminated in the same hand, Martin Finger and Tobias Reinkemeyer tangled. We're sweating with the chip leader. We'll play this hand from Martin Finger's perspective.
Little finger sweat. Ew.
40-80 blinds. Christoph Vogelsang first to speak. He folds. Martin Finger on the button has 8-10 offsuit.
Well, we've got position and a massive chip lead, so sure. Why not?
A raise to 160,000. No small blind because of the double bust out in the previous hand. Tobias Reinkemeyer in the big blind.
And if he flats, I'd say he's got something fairly decent. If he 3-bets us, I think it polarizes him.
He decides just to call. We go to the flop, which is King, Queen, 8, all diamonds.
Well, we've got showdown value already. We don't have to continue, but it looks like we're gonna.
Reinkemeyer's checked. Finger continues for 200,000.
There are a lot of draws Tobias can call with, so pair of 8s may be out in front, even if we do get called.
There's the call. And as Vogelsang chomps on a sandwich, we go to the turn.
I want to sweat with him.
Jack of hearts. Finger now with an up and down straight draw.
Even though we picked up some equity, I'm still not loving the hand we do have, which is just a pair of 8s.
Reinkemeyer checks again.
I think it's unlikely we're going to get Tobias to fold, so I like a check behind. But then again, I don't win poker tournaments.
Finger is betting again. 470,000.
We're most certainly bluffing here because we are never getting called by worse. I guess sometimes like a naked diamond draw, but not that often.
Reinkemeyer calls. This hand going to the river with nearly 1.7 million in the middle. That river card is the 10 of hearts. 2 pair now for Finger.
And we did pick up some showdown value.
but there are a lot of single cards that beat us. Now I really like a check behind.
Finger has the option of getting to showdown.
I don't think we get many better hands to fold unless we empty the entire clip.
Finger checks behind. Reinkemeyer shows Queen Jack for a better 2-pair.
And all-in may have gotten that to fold and also may not have gotten it to fold. I'm fine with it. Are you?
Well, Martin Finger is still the chip leader, but Tobias Reinkemeyer has closed the gap. After winning that pot, he's up to 4.3 million.
I'm a fan of the way Tobias played it as well. You know why? Because these are millionaire German poker players. There's no reason to look so sad about it. I'm talking to you, Martin Finger.
Blinds of 4,000, 8,000 with a 1,000 ante. Richie under the gun. He folds. Shannon Shaw's out. Ludovic Geilich has king 3 off.
Well, this would be a weird hand to raise, but then again, Ludo's sporting a German flag and a Scottish accent, if that explains anything.
Raise, 16,000.
Ludo is raising, makes it 16,000. Javier Ateo with 9-10 suited.
This would be an absolutely fine call from the cutoff.
He does call. Jeff Roster folds the button. Action on the blinds. Small blind passes, and the big blind folds as well. Heads up to the flop.
You'd assume Ludo's got some kind of plan with King Trey.
Is it just me, or does Ateo look like an extra from a Sergio Leone western?
It's not just you.
Jack 6-3 on the flop. Bottom pair for Geilich.
My guess is he's probably not going to just slow down for the showdown.
Bet, 24,000.
He continues for 24,000.
I wouldn't mind a float from Mateo. He's got 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, and it's a dry board, so sometimes you can pick up the pot when your opponent slows down.
He calls the 24K. We go to the turn, which is the 9 of spades. Ateo now with second pair.
Check.
Geilich slows down. He checks.
And I think a check behind here is probably good. Not often a worse hand will call.
Ateo electing to take over the betting. Makes it 44,000. Geilich with just bottom pair.
Well, he's getting sticky. Looks like Ludovic Geilich might know karate and crazy.
Raise.
He check raises to 118,000.
Don't know what he's repping, and I think this check raise doesn't make a ton of sense. It's pretty much only going to get air to fold.
Ateo, 88% favorite with 1 card to come.
And with slightly better than air.
He calls. 335,000 in the middle. The river card is the ace of spades. Brings a potential flush. It's also another overcard to Ateo's pair.
Ludo must absolutely keep betting on this card of all cards. However, I think with the way he's played it, he can't have a ton of flush draws or ace highs in his range. This bet's going to have to be super ratchet.
Roughly 2/3 of the pot, 217,000.
Bomb, 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 bomb. I'm supposed to say if you call turn, you have to call river, but honestly, that's way more easily said than done.
Hit the flush, eh?
It is conceivable that Geilich would have check-raised the turn with a flush draw. And Ateo folds the best hand.
Javier, it's okay. You got Geilich. In Scotland, that's what they call a friendly pot.
A great start to day 4 for aggro Ludo.
The blinds are 4 and 8,000. I'm on the hijack with king 3 offsuit. I'm thinking to myself, I want to put the foot down on the table, let everybody know that I'm going to try and win as many pots as possible. C1 is Javier. He flat calls me on the cutoff. Everyone else folds. I bet he calls. I know he's going to call me in the turn. I said to myself, check raise him here, and then put him to the test in the river. So I raise him quite big. But enough to make it look as if I can have it, and if I can't have it, I keep it in the middle. So he calls, and the river comes a perfect card for me. It brings the flush, and it brings the ace. He can obviously have the flush, but there was only like one combo that he could call me with in the flop, unless he called me on the flop with complete air, then turned the flush draw. A fire.
Hit the flush, eh?
I was hoping that he would put me on some sort of set, a top two, and he passed and put me on the flush, luckily enough. I used to work as a dealer in Glasgow. It was good money and it helped me play poker, learning how to know where the best hand was, betting wise and tells wise, and it always improved your game. I always knew I was going to be good enough to play EPTs.
Ludovic Geilich!
The fact that I won a UK EPT makes me come into the field like this with confidence, knowing that I could do what I can do.
I'm just amazed. I mean, I got there.
The standard in EPTs are the highest standard of tournament in the world, I think. I'm happy that I made the final. To win this event would be amazing.
So are you named after this river?
What?
You know, James Thames.
You moron, it's pronounced Thames.
So I've been pronouncing it wrong this whole time.
Classic Joe Stapleton.
Classic James Hardigan.
Calling and call. Here's the river.
I'm in some kind of combination of shock and disbelief and kind of amazed.
And just look at the emotion on her face. She doesn't even believe it's over.
It has been amazing to have my husband here.
Poker is not the game for me. I have great respect for the people who play it well, and, you know, my wife plays it better than anyone.
Winning EPT London in 2006 was magical for me because it was my hometown and because I suppose then I didn't believe that I could win a major professional tournament like that. And that changed my world because I thought, I can really do this seriously. I mean, certainly, you know, I've had good results since then. I've won some side events. Having said that, it was 7 years ago. Certainly long enough for people to start saying, is she really any good? So there's a secret satisfaction there too.
Vicky Curran's shell-shocked. Yes, she has won a huge amount of money, but she has also made history.
I hope people can see, you know, I'm enjoying myself. I'm playing poker for fun. You know, it's really not an impossible dream. And I hope they look at me and go, you know, in a way she is just a ditzy girl having a nice time. I could do that too. And the truth is they really could.
The main lobby of PokerStars 7 is easier to use than ever. Filtering games has been improved.
Main tabs have been restructured. And there's a redesigned tournament lobby. Let's have a closer look at some of these options. In PokerStars 7, you can switch between play money and real money games with a single click. You can interact with single filters or many at the same time. The More Filters button allows you to narrow down your choices even further. You can also save your filter settings so you can see your favorite games when you next log on. And if you want to turn them off, the Disable Filters button takes you back to the full selection of games. The Cash Games tab combines all the ring games into one place, with the most popular games being displayed first. The More Games button shows the full range of cash games that PokerStars offers, and the Zoom tab will show you every Zoom cash game running. For sit and goes and cash games, you have 3 views to choose from. The Games view shows a full list of all games. The Group view gives a simplified overview of all the available types of games, with a Play Now button for each game type to help you find an open seat as quickly as possible. Finally, the Combo view combines the games and group views to give you 3 columns of extra information, including the option to show a miniature view of each table directly in the lobby. The Tournaments tab has every scheduled tournament that PokerStars has on offer. Simply click to open a tournament lobby, and you'll see that the lobby in PokerStars 7 has 4 tabs. In Home, you'll find general information about the tournament, including the start time, the number of players registered, the buy-in, the total prize pool, player stacks, and the payout details. The Tables tab highlights where all the players in the tournament are seated. There's a chip graph tab where you can track your progress in a tournament alongside the average and largest chip stacks. And in the Structure tab, you'll find the blind levels, the payout structure, and more detailed information. If you prefer qualifying to tournaments rather than paying direct buy-ins, you can use the side panel, where you can click to see all of the available satellites to each upcoming tournament. The Online Events tab is where you'll see PokerStars' biggest tournaments, including our annual championship events, as well as tabs for Micro Millions, the Sunday Majors, and the Saturday lineup. And the Live Events tab has everything you need to access our live tour destinations, with events shown on a map for ease of use. Wherever you are, you can find a live event that suits you. Click on a star or a number to see more information about a particular location. Once you find the one you like, open the event lobby to see the event schedule and discover all the ways you can get there. The main lobby in PokerStars 7 is designed to make navigation easier and give you more control over your PokerStars software. Shuffle up and deal. People playing lots of poker in the deck. There is no joker. Glory trophies and big monies. They're up for grabs when you find yourself playing on the EPT. We're in Monaco. Last night we witnessed the greatest final table in poker history.
Does this record sound as well? Yeah.
Now this is a bridge. Take my picture. Please.
Oh, go on then.
Okay, you got the bridge?
Yes.
You got me?
Yes.
How do I look?
Larger than life.
This is London hosting the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour, where the bubble has burst here on day 3 of the main event. Just before the break, Ignat Liviu was eliminated in 96th place by Marco Kaza, who now holds the chip lead, by the way. He's sitting on a stack of around 725,000. And we have a new feature table for you, because our previous feature table, that broke as well. And this table headlined by Simon Dedman, UK pro, one of the big stacks with 703,000, plus Liv Barry, team pro from the UK, a former EPT champ, Bertrand Gros-Pellier, also a member of Team Pro, also an EPT champ, Emil Patel, originally from the US, now living in Finland.
Really? Huh.
And at the secondary feature table, we've got Fatima Maria de Melo from Team Pro, David Van Plu, a former winner of this tournament, and Sophia Lovgren.
Well, I'm okay with this table. Are you? Back to the feature table, the main feature table.
Yeah, so now the bubble has burst. The post-bubble bust-out bonanza begins. 90 players remain. Everyone now guaranteed at least £7,750. We're kicking off level 17. Blinds are 2,500, 5,000 with a 500 ante.
Oh, thank you.
And already players being moved around, tables being balanced, so many quick eliminations. By the way, in the last 3 minutes and 50 seconds of that level, after the bubble burst, Neil Johnson, the Hole Pope, predicted there'd be 3 eliminations. There were in fact 5.
Somebody on Twitter said 5.
Well done, Internet. You win.
Somebody on the internet said something today that wasn't horrible.
Simon Dedman has raised here. He's made it 10,000. And he's been called by Onyan Dimov in the small blind.
You know, I had a dream about Simon Dedman last night.
Not Dimov, actually. It was Fadi Kamar who called out of the big. Why on earth were you dreaming about Simon Dedman?
I don't know. But we had a very long conversation. It was like the entire length of the time I slept. Can't remember a word of it.
So it went check, check on the flop. And with no C-bet from Dedman, Kamar chose to lead the turn. Got a fold from the Brit.
So we've got a fatty on this table and a fatty ma on the other table.
As far as players on our former feature table are concerned, Kevin Killeen has just doubled up through Willie Tan. His 10s held against Willie Tan's ace-king. Emil Patel, by the way, should point out that he went deep in the EPT Grand Final 2 seasons in a row, finishing in the top 50 in Season 9 and in Season 10. And got his fair share of TV time in both events. No stranger to the feature table on the European Poker Tour. He is a short stack right now, though. There's 34,000 at the moment. And this obviously is the point. When the pressure is off the short stacks, you can go for it knowing that you have locked up at least a min cash of nearly £8,000. A reminder, you can get in touch, use the hashtag EPTLive on Twitter. Those of you asking for the free roll password, it is fish and chips. It's on the graphic that's scrolling along the bottom of your screen right now. Fish and chips, all one word, is the password that will get you into today's EPT Live League free roll. Once again, $1,500 in the prize pool, plus the opportunity to earn points in the EPT Live League. Check out the latest league tables at pokerstars.tv/live/extra.
I am not going to miss that free roll today.
You were genuinely disappointed not to play last night.
I think I am going to miss it too. Even though I just said we wouldn't.
Over to the secondary feature table where the Vamps is all in. And called by Christian Favale.
Hey, at least he didn't bubble.
Vamps with the King 7. Favale with the King Queen.
Favale's got a couple of outs.
No diamond, though. No diamond.
It is a diamond, but it doesn't matter.
Because nobody has a diamond. Pay this man his money.
Oh. What is that? So familiar. Is that from the Grand? I think that's from the Grand.
Vamplu now playing 171,000. It's being explained to the players at the secondary feature table how RFID technology works and the fact that we do need to scan their hole cards for the future TV shows. A reminder that there are no hole cards on the live stream.
I know. Feels completely different.
For obvious reasons, you can't display hole cards when a stream is live, but also even if we put a delay on the stream, we're talking about 2 tables when there are 90 players remaining in the event.
Maybe I should explain how RFID works, by the way. Underneath the table, there is a little person named Richard Francis, hence RFID, and he runs around IDing all of the cards. He looks through a little peek hole and writes down real quick on a notepad what the cards are. That gets relayed back to us. He runs it up the stairs. He's a speedy little bugger. Gets it up here. We put it in the computer. RFID.
A big shout out to Richie and to another member of our crew, by the way. Our media manager, Johnny Blake, is now a dad. Congratulations, Johnny. By the way, on the rare occasions...
Sick brag on not being a virgin.
On the rare occasions when you see a mistake in one of the EPT TV shows, there is a 100% chance that it is Johnny's fault.
It is. We do a little game. We do a little game in voiceover whenever anything goes wrong. It's Johnny. He gets yelled at.
But today is a day for happiness for Johnny, as he now has a baby girl. Bree v. Deadman. Blind on blind.
This is what
pre-flop.
This is what happened in my dream. If this is anything like my dream, the next card is going to be the boardwalk card from Monopoly.
Went check on the flop. Live bets the turn.
You guys don't have boardwalk here, do you?
Nope.
I should have gone for win a beauty contest.
Deadman calls the 7,000. Club on the river.
Check, check. 2 pair.
Nice hand. Right.
The last time we saw Simon Deadman on the EPT, he was on Jack Salter's rail during that 19-hour heads-up battle against Antonio Buonanno.
Hold on a second, I need to puke.
Simon Deadman was the one who was less inebriated than Ludovic Geilich.
I feel like that's most humans at any given time. Just kidding, Ludo. You're the wages. Like Marshall's tweet here. Marshall, you're a super fan. You're a good kid. You're always nice. Nice to see 3 females on the feature table. So good for the game. Plus, they are great players. Forgive my bad grammar, but you is a loyal listener.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count, yeah. It's an optional hand. Yeah, you didn't give me a choice.
Fadi Kamar starts things with a raise. The short stack Namil Patel folds. Liv gives up the button. Simon Deadman in the small blind. Passes. Remy Shio in the big blind. He calls. Shio starts the hand with just shy of 130,000. Average stack right now is near enough 230,000.
Shio checks to fatty. And if we keep having these chocolate sponsors, we're all going to be fatties, am I right?
Check, check on the flop. 6 on the turn. Well, once Kamar checks a second time. Oh no, of course, Shio first to speak here, leading for 13,000.
Interesting. Gets the insta-fold.
Quick reminder of the competition we're running this week on EPT Live. Another one of our multi-day, multi-part contests. James and Joe's London Film Trail. What happened is that Joe and I were out filming last week. We were taking various London locations. Famous landmarks, famous places in the city where famous movies were shot.
Yep.
Canister
And what we did is
you.
that we took photographs in those locations with a clue as to the movie that was shot there. Now, if you want to get into this draw to win a pair of Skull Candy Crusher headphones plus a Sunday Million ticket worth $215, what you're going to have to do is watch out over the next few days for these photos. We'll put them on the screen, and you have to identify where we are in London, plus the movie that was shot there. And there is a clue to that movie in that photograph. So yesterday, we showed you the first photograph. Today, there are going to be, no, just one today, right? Yeah.
One today.
One today. So during this level of play, you will get to see today's photo, and then there'll be 2 tomorrow, 2 on day 5, and then once you've got all 6 answers, and I cannot emphasize this enough, once you have all 6 answers, then you can enter the competition via nuts@pokerstars.tv. But don't tweet the answers, don't enter the competition now. You just have all the answers across 4 days.
Correct.
Yesterday, today, tomorrow, and the day after.
Are you enjoying London otherwise? Yeah?
Yeah.
You been here before?
Chris Allen asks, any chance I can get a shout out from Stapes? Listen to so many streams, but no one seems to be able to get a shout out. I want to be the first.
What is it? Remind me what this is again. It's this kid Chris Allen wants me to say his name and then be like, oh, Chris, you're the best for listening to so many streams.
He's the one.
Right on this table.
So it would go something like this. It would be like, yo, what's up to my boy Chris Allen? Thanks for being such a loyal listener. We appreciate it, buddy. Like that?
Something like that.
No.
You're crazy. Instead I have aces.
I don't do it.
Man, no aces.
Olivia Barry has raised.
Here comes Anyan Dimov. Well, what the hell is a Dimov?
899, 2 hearts. Diego asks, how many people are left? Well, the tournament clock's ticking down all the time, Diego, because the bubble burst during the last level. So now we do get a bit of a bust-out bonanza. 87 right now, but if you ask me again in 60 seconds, chances are it'll be 86 or 85. Remember, 675 started, creating a prize pool of £2.6 million, and we are now paying out players. We have opened that prize pool. Among the recent eliminations, Martin Stashko, the former World Series main event runner-up, and Paul Newey, a regular in the super high roller and high roller events.
Action slows down on the turn with a check.
5 on the river.
Check again. It does go check. Pair 8 is good. Not sure Liv would have been able to get him the fold an 8 on the river. Depend on the bet size, I guess.
I don't know.
Can I grab it from you? Oh.
And sure enough, we did lose a player in that 60 seconds. We are down to 86.
Well played, Hardigan.
And there is an all-in and a call on one of the outer tables. Looks like Chris Moorman is all in with ace-5, and it's chip leader Marco Kaza who's called.
I think Moorman picks up a flush draw there too.
He does indeed, but doesn't get there on the river. Doesn't need to though.
Ace high is good still, yeah.
Ace high holds.
Well, I know that Always Wear Heels on Twitter is going to enjoy that.
Got me crushed.
Hello, Elan Bouginard.
Very excited then. Yes, 70s TV.
Elan was on our feature table earlier. Looks like he's taking a seat on the main stage once again.
Bienvenue.
James Sean Foley wants to know what's the likelihood of a shout out from James Hardigan?
Slim to none. More action on the outer tables. Is this a Jake Cody double up? Ace Queen against Ace 7.
I think Ace 7 tried to muck. Can't happen on an all-in and a call.
And that looks like a double up for Jake. Doubling up through Salman Bebahani. Russell says, where can we find the first photo for the competition, please? Well, that's the problem, Russell. If you weren't watching yesterday, you're out.
Uncle Russell, the love muscle, though. It's not that he's out. There's a replay. He can go back and watch yesterday's replay. And if he gets all of the rest of the answers right, maybe no one else will get all of the answers right in total.
That is right. And that's the great thing about EPT Live these days, is just because you miss a day's action doesn't mean you can't go back and watch it again. There is the replay function available on our YouTube channel and on PokerStars.tv. So if you did miss yesterday, you're going to need to work your way through yesterday's replay to see that photo, identify the London location, and identify the movie as well. And remember, there is another photograph today. This will be question 2, if you like. And as we were saying before, just write down the answers. Don't tweet them, don't email them, just write down the answers, save them, and only enter the contest on day 5, which is Friday, when you've got all 6 photos.
Especially if you go all the way back to watch the replay. Don't give that answer away.
Yeah, don't share the answers. You've done the research. Keep it to yourself. I think when we did our multi-part contest, our EPT 100 quiz in Barcelona, only like 13 people of the 200 or 300 who entered got all of the questions correct.
Nice. I think this one's a little easier. But it still requires a little bit of persistence. Just like winning a poker.
Well, in this hand, Dimov limped the button. Bouginard called in the small blind, and Kamar checked his option. Emil leads this Jack-10 deuce flop, gets a fold from Kamar.
See if Bouginard fires again. Nope. Nerp, nerp, nerp. He just checks this time. Check behind. Let's see a river. It's a 6. The 6 of diamonds. The 6 everyone was waiting for as it goes check. And...
well, it hasn't gone check, check yet. And here comes a bet from Onion Dimov.
Bouginard folds immediately.
The world is just a great big onion as he wins another pot.
Pound it.
Russell Wakefield says, worryingly, I did watch yesterday, and he still missed the photo. Russell, watch again. Emil Patel, down to 4 big blinds. Elke, 8 big blinds. Very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Simon Dedman, on the other hand, a 133 big blind stack. He is among the chip leaders. Shout out to another EPT Live superfan, Alat. He says, so cool to hear you guys again. I met you both at the Hard Rock. You guys are amazing. Wish you the best.
Who said that? Was that my mom?
And proof that he met us is his Twitter profile picture.
Oh, yeah, that guy was awesome.
No hundreds in play anymore.
He was way more normal than I thought he would be.
Who let you have the mic?
No offense to him. I just, you know, why would you be my fan? That's just weird.
Elke's all in. And this would be Emil Patel calling all in from the big blind.
God, Emil Patel just has the most beautiful eyes.
Well, he calls. I mean, a quarter of his stack was in there.
That's a good outcome.
I like Emil, but poor Elke, huh? I'd like to see Elke make a nice deep run.
Jack 6 against pocket 5s. Classic race underway at the feature table.
It's like StarCraft versus StarCraft 2. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
And post-flop, it's very much the 5s. Now a 3-1 favorite. Emil Patel looking for a Jack or a 6 to survive.
What about diamonds? Any diamonds in play?
Nope.
Does anybody have a diamond? Did anyone fold a diamond?
3 Jacks, 3 6s. Those are the cards which can save Emil Patel. It's a Jack.
Oh.
And that takes most of Elke's chips.
Poor Elke. I want to just go give him a hug. Plus, he's got to wear this crunched up garbage bag as a jacket. I mean, it's tough times for Elke.
Evie. Sophia Lovegren is out, and we are down to 84 players.
Well, that's annoying.
Oh, look there. It's Leo McLean. Last year's online qualifier, last year's third place finisher. Still alive, and he's cashed.
Are you kidding me? Sophia Lovegren's on screen, and you want me to look at Leo McLean? Are you nuts? Get your hand out of the way.
I'm sorry.
You did that on purpose.
Phil Cooper says the Conv promised he would watch the first season of Archer before EPT London. Do you know if he has?
I do not know if he has. I got around to asking several people if they've seen the first season of Archer before EPT London started, but I just didn't get to the Conv yet.
Conv will be here a bit later on alongside Matt Broughton, taking you through the last 2 levels of the day, levels 18 and 19. We always play 5 90-minute levels on day 3 of the European Poker Tour main event.
Good old M&M will be in here. Them, their chocolate center and their thin candy shells. They should do a picture in front of the M&M store in Leicester Square for a little branding for them. Little M&M branding.
There's Leo. Now, he is nursing a short stack. He's down to 30k, but remember, if there's one thing we know about this kid, he can spin it up, and he can win flips like no one I've ever seen before.
He's a pretty good flipper. He's like Nadia Comaneci good. Hey, doesn't he look like he's grown up a lot in the last year? Look at him.
Oh, he's all in, and it's close to 20k, by the way. Well, he gets it in with 6s. Is he flipping? Is he racing? Because if he is...
You ready? Yeah, sorry. Just hold on to the flop. Yep, no worries.
Is it a classic race? It looks like a little card with that queener.
6s against ace-queen. There is a classic race underway at this outer table.
Like the Batcave versus the Fortress of Solitude, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Has Leo used up all his run good?
Oh, ultimate sweat. What's this about? We'll sort it out.
Well,
just has to dodge an ace or a queen on the river.
6 is good.
He rivers the full house. That's how well Leo McLean flips. By the way,
the kid races like Mario Andretti.
If you want to relive Leo's amazing journey through last year's EPT London, there is a video available on PokerStars.tv, the breakthrough story of Leo McLean.
When I qualified for EPT London, I tried an online satellite for £11, as in for a total of £93, which was a nice free roll.
And in that video, Leo doesn't just relive it, but also we find out what he's been up to since, how his life has changed since that final table in London. It's a really good video that's available at PokerStars.tv and on the PokerStars YouTube channel. Back at the main stage, Liv Boeree all in against Simon Debman, and
I assume that face means she doubled up.
Looks like Liv rivered an ace to survive against Simon Debman's sevens. It was another classic race, and it's a race that Liv won with the Barry Greenstein, the ace on the river, and she doubles up to 266,000.
You thought strongly the Greenstein? Thank you.
Mais ne dis pas en anglais, c'est fait exprès que je dis en français. Très très bonne nouvelle.
Liv has no idea what he just said. Where did Elon get that astronaut ice cream from? I want some of that.
So we have Emil Patel on 9 bigs and Elke on 4 bigs. Debman still the leader at this table.
Well, that's not bad. You get doubled through and you're still table boss. Could be worse.
Meanwhile, it looks like it's Portuguese player João Vieira, who is the current tournament chip leader with 740k. Also among the big stacks, Marco Kaza, who burst the bubble, Jake Cody, who we saw get that big double up a short while ago, Kevin McPhee, Johnny Lodden, Nicholas Schweety, several former EPT champs.
I got a João anecdote for you. Chip leader's name is João. I got a friend that went to Portugal on vacation.
Yeah.
And she was messing around on Tinder. She matched with several people named João. She decided she was going to swipe right on everyone named João. She had 35 matches of guys named João.
Both random and relatively impressive.
Isn't that weird?
Ah, c'est ta main, je crois que c'est ta main. Oh, ça va bien.
Does this friend have any plans to go back to Portugal anytime soon? Have you booked your next trip? For a moment there, I thought we'd had a tweet from Billy Joel. He's very excited, but it turns out it's just Billy Joe. Asks, are my tweets getting through?
Billy Joe's not bad, though. He's a good tweeter.
Answers, yes, they are. Well, that one did. Not sure about the earlier ones.
Hey, it's your boy, the dealer here.
Renly Baratheon.
You know, I asked him one time if he knew about the fact that you call him Renly Baratheon. He goes, yeah, I love it. I mean, what's the problem? He's a gay warlord. I love him. Who wouldn't want to be a gay warlord?
Folds, yeah, when you anticipated he was going to say that, announce that, I mean, did you already saw your end?
No.
Only after?
I don't look until it's on me.
That's interesting.
Oh, I wouldn't say it anyway, if I had looked, or whatever I had.
Well, maybe you should, to merge a little bit.
Yeah. No, I don't look until it's on me.
Free roll password.
Induce.
On your screen right now.
That was induced.
It worked.
It did work.
No, I hadn't looked yet.
I wonder what that need is going to check fold ace 9. Or limp fold.
Can you not just give me a walk with ace 9?
No.
No, that's actually a good play, this slim shove. I like it.
It's either that or raise call.
Yeah, it was quite. He raised quite big, but still, like.
Way ahead of his range.
That's for sure, but it just depends. I haven't been at the table how many times that happened before that you limp the small blind also. Was it the first time? No? Definitely like it then.
Elke is all in. Didn't really have much choice.
Good luck, Elke.
Well, he's not folding.
I feel like we've seen Elke go out here so many times. Come on, Elke. I doesn't look like a just call. A little protection.
Trying to freeze out Simon Debman, who flattered Kamar's original raise on the button.
You should know you can't freeze out a dead man.
Ed Kilworth points out that João Vieira, the current chip leader, is known as NASA114 online and is a bit of a beast. Down to 81 players, by the way, as Simon Debman announces all in, shoving on Fadi Kamar.
Whoops.
Is this going to be a three-way all-in? Yes!
Sure is.
Kamar calls. Debman's got them both covered.
And probably has the best hand.
Aces.
Yeah, right.
Ace, queen, the hand for Kamar.
Please don't say Elke has a smaller ace.
Elke with pocket sevens.
All right, well.
So Elke competing for the main pot of 59,000, a significantly bigger side pot of 396,000 between Kamar and Debman. Could see a double bust out here if Debman's aces hold. Very good chance we'll see Fadi Kamar drawing dead on the turn. He's down to less than 1% equity.
Kamar had like a quarter of his stack invested when he got shoved on. He must have thought that was too much to fold.
We're going to say goodbye to Fadi Kamar. He's gone.
A 7. Keep Elke here.
Elke can survive with a 7 on the river.
Come on, Elkster.
It's an 8. So aces hold. We lose Elke and Fadi Kamar. A double elimination on the main stage.
Good game.
And that's why they call it the Bust Up Bonanza. And by they, I mean James.
I said I was going to get ace. I just a couple hands before, wasn't it? Like, I knew they were.
That's
They
like
were in
the
the
most incredible spot to have aces on the
It's
bottom.
beautiful. Yeah.
especially when he had
Poetic.
Like,
Yeah, more than 15.
If he had 14-5, I'd be like.
Well, Simon Debman lost those chips to Liv Barry, but he's back over 767,000 now, and probably Tony Boss with fewer than 80 players remaining. Midway through day 3.
I've said I've had aces like so many times today, and then I actually got them.
You British? Are you British?
Yeah. You're French, right?
Was born there, accidentally born in France.
You accidentally.
Poor guy.
Super accidentally. Like my parents are from Tunisia, and like they come not long before. And like I'm everything but French in my spirit. So.
Were you born early?
Huh?
Were you born premature?
No.
Couldn't have been that accidental.
But like you know, if I was like 2 years older, for example.
Sweet question, Barbara
born in
Walters.
Tunisia or something like this, maybe.
Yeah, but maybe they moved because they knew you were coming and they felt like the French life was for you.
No, I left France. I was 8 anyway. My accent is just back because we can't play poker in Israel, so I play in France mostly, and I interact with French people all the time.
Poor guy.
Nice observation from Rick Dacey, by the way. Elke and Kamar were eliminated by aces and eights, the dead man's hand.
Oh, wow.
You have a very good British accent, huh?
But I've played before.
If that hand makes the TV show, you're definitely stealing that line.
Absolutely.
1 week in London.
Sorry, Rick.
Any stuff?
That was a river ace. Is that 4 clubs now?
It's 2 pair for Eugene Kachalov.
2 pair for Eugene, just 1 for the other guy.
Yeah, so Eugene Kachalov doubling up through Daniel Ellenson. And by the way, after Salman Bebahani was kind of crippled by Jake Cody in that huge hand where Jake doubled up, Bebahani is now gone. Need to be faster on that clock. We are losing players thick and fast. Regarding that double bust out, by the way, by the dead man's hand, Colono says have to fold ace-queen in that spot.
I'm inclined to say the same, but also I was like, am I playing results? Am I playing results? But I think no. I think that when you get jammed on there by a massive stack, he's not going to have worse than ace-queen that often. He's going to have, I think, ace-king. Not even that often. I think he's going to have like 10s plus.
Shio was 3-bet dead man here. Meanwhile, Lucky All In asked on Twitter, Joe, will you be playing the EPT Live League free roll tonight? And if so, what is your PokerStars username?
I'm not sure if I'll be playing or not, but I will be taking up a seat in the free roll. My PokerStars username is Joe Stapleton. No spaces.
Liv, is there any other restroom closer than the downstairs
Deadman
one?
called the 3-bet. King
There is
9-8 flop.
closer than the downstairs one. No?
The dance?
Like, what is the closest restroom from here?
Je sais pas. I mean, yeah,
The far one, yeah.
Café Rouge. Français? La cuisine française?
26.
You say cuisine française or cuisine de France? C'est la même.
Cuisine française.
Française.
Yeah.
I think he asked for restroom, not restaurant, right?
No, seriously, there are no toilets in this building. You have to go to Café Rouge around the corner if you want to take a wee. So Deadman check called the flop for 26,000. He has checked the turn, which is the 6 of spades. Shio only has 85k behind. There's 110,000 in the middle.
What are you saying, James? You saying he's just got to stick it in?
I think he has to. But I don't really see how he can make another bet without being pot committed. So if he is going to bet, might as well request a red triangle. Boom.
Guy's been at this a long time, kids.
I mean, he looks incredibly nervous, but I'm not sure if that's because he's got a huge hand.
Oh, Ramek, this wasn't you.
The fact the cameras are
The
rolling.
easiest decision in the world.
It's the fact that he's all in, and you know, in a big tournament. Gets a fold.
That sounds.
I can promise you that no matter what hand I have in that spot, I'm
85.
nervous.
I would have called 80. 85.
Well, we recently lost 2 players from the feature table, so we're gaining another player.
We're regaining this guy.
Yeah. Jonas Lauch, again, on the feature table earlier on.
This table's been very lauky.
Meanwhile, over at this table, Willie Tan making a virtual all-in. He's left himself 25,000 behind. Chris Moorman will know that if they're going to play, they're going to play for it all.
What did he raise? 20,000?
That's 40,000, right?
40,000.
Assuming those are stacks of 20. 40 central line chips. Fatima, meanwhile, tweets to say that she is still in. But clearly only just.
Always wear heels on the edge of her seat.
It doesn't hurt so much, all right? The important thing is it's painful, you know. I see you suffering like this. It's painful. I tell you the truth. It's painful. It's only a poker game. For Christ's sake. Huh? Well, ace deuce or what?
I wouldn't play that one with
Pardon?
He has ace 7 actually.
All right, Anatoly. One player to a hand.
What difference is it?
Maybe it's 8.
Or in this case, 2.
What do you have, ace 8 or ace 7? Ace 7. I
Seven
guess ace
is,
7,
what?
right? Ace 7?
Look at pocket 7s, all right?
Willie Tan shows a 7, claiming he had pocket 7s.
I'm ashamed of you, man. You make it so painful, huh? It's not the first time you're playing this game. Ah, Christ.
It just, you know.
Willie Tan asked Moorman if he was tanking purely for the cameras.
I don't think he's doing that.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Pardon?
It's my first time.
That's what I thought. On the internet, they would take the cards away already.
It's true.
Isn't it? It's taking 10 minutes and then you pass. You make it so painful for me. I might even die of a heart attack by then. Yeah, that's cold, eh?
Matiotic on Twitter says, I can't seem to find the payout structure for the main event. Matty, you need to check PokerStarsblog.com. All the information you need is there. Right now, we're still paying out a min cash, and will do for the next 6 eliminations, £7,750. These are the payouts for the final table on Saturday. Make it into the top 8, 52k. Win it nearly, very nearly, just £300 shy of $500,000.
James, I think you'll find that it's actually 499,700.
Which is £300 shy of $500,000.
Yes, but by saying $500,000, you're making it sound better than it really is, because it's actually just 409. I mean, we don't talk about, look, second place money is only £300 shy of £25,400.
What?
Exactly.
No, hang on. How is second place money 25,000?
I'm sorry, 14th to 5th place money. 15th place.
What?
Okay, second place is only £300 shy of £308,800.
Yeah, but that's not a round number.
Well, round numbers are just something that we made up. So
Yes.
we just decided that it's a round number.
No, it is a round number.
We don't go around just saying what all the prizes are with £300 shy of it. Oh, look, 32nd place is just £600 shy of £12,000. Just say what it is. £499,700.
This is one of your more entertaining trolling exercises, I have to say.
I got to find new ways to do it.
Despite your inability to actually read the payouts from the screen.
Because they keep changing. Who's doing that? Who's in charge of that, by the way? You're making a fool of me. Alex Sims writes in on Twitter to say how to pronounce Jiao correctly. Ju-ow. Here's how I pronounce Alex Sims correctly. Nerd.
Alex Golder gets in touch. They loving watching the king of the online world battle the king of the live world. Mormon versus Tan.
Word is bond. Hey, Graphical Nick, thanks a lot, buddy. He occasionally answers people on Twitter that we're not getting around to, and I like that. That's nice.
Seat 7.
Bougenat involved in a hand there against Lauk. Deadman raised. Lauk 3-bet. Bougenat sticks in a cold 4-bet. Boom, wins it.
Queen's empty.
Elkie tweets to say, finished 80th, wasn't really my day, which is really weird because, you know, on day one, he tweeted that he had a good feeling about this one. So I'm really surprised he didn't win.
Well, he cashed.
That is true.
Would have gone all in.
Some money is better than no money.
Of course.
But I don't know. He said he had a really good feeling.
Kill. It's only 54.
Yeah, confirmation that Simon Deadman is the chip leader. Again, chip counts of players available on the live update section of the PokerStars blog.
Doubled up, I said it last time.
My friend, by the way, who had all the Jew-ows on her Tinder, Jew-ows, got in touch. She says it was 56. 56 Jew-ows in Portugal. It must be their equivalent of John, Joe, Jason, Justin, and James combined. Heads up to the flop. Blind on blind.
Willie Elliott's with me. He says, okay, my OCD is going crazy. Who should I transfer the £300 to bring first prize to $500,000? I just need it done.
Baller. Heads up to the turn after check on the flop, so no aggressive action whatsoever until right now.
Deadman folding to that bet of 5,500, and another EPT reg has hit the rail. Neil Farrell out in 78th place, taking us down to 77 players.
Yeah, Jack 10.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Do you remember the guy with the Mickey Mouse hat in Monte Carlo?
Yeah, the rich
Mickey
French
Mouse.
French guy, right? The guy who came in
Oh,
off the
Idris,
boat.
yeah, I know Idris. Has he just messaged you?
Huh?
Or is he, you know him, do you?
Yeah, he's a very, very good friend of mine.
Yeah, I like him.
And he was just watching the streaming and he said,
Oh,
oh,
is he?
that's the guy I was partying with Monte Carlo and stuff.
He's cool, Idris.
Yeah, a crazy guy.
Were you at the
Definitely one of the person I appreciate the most in poker for sure.
Were you at the party in Monaco?
No.
And you
I was
missed
too
out.
busy busting tournaments.
Busting
It's the best stars party ever.
Yeah,
Well,
usually
we
that's
didn't
one
get
of the
to go.
nicest
Thanks a
ones.
lot,
So-
Jack
somehow,
Salter and Antonio Bonanno.
Just in the zone.
Yeah, that 29-hour heads-up battle has left permanent scars. Mental ones and physical ones.
My bad.
It was only 1 hour short of being 30 hours.
What's that?
How did that
I like to be like
did
under
that
the table,
manage
you know?
not How did that not turn over?
That was the worst too, because we're sitting there, we were just dying doing that webcast, like 19 hours into heads up, and then you look outside and there's fireworks. Like everyone's just having the best time ever, breathing fresh air, drinking liquids that aren't bottled water.
So those of you waiting for today's London film trail photo, here it is. So can you identify the London location and the film connected with it? The clue is in the picture. I can tell you. Ilya Gorodetsky, Russian commentator, got it immediately.
He got it.
Snap called the answer. Obvious location, obvious movie, right, Ilya?
This is that movie with Mickey Rourke and Kim Basinger, the sex one.
Now remember, don't enter via Twitter, don't enter via email yet. You need to answer all 6 questions. There are 6 photos in total. And we're going to be running more photos over the next 2 days. There'll be 2 tomorrow and then 2 on Friday. Only when you've got all 6 answers. Actually, to be fair, 12 answers in total, the location and the movie for each photo. Then you can enter. So please don't put the answers on social media. Please don't email us yet. You should now have 2 photos, one from yesterday, one from today. If you missed yesterday's, watch a replay of yesterday's live stream.
9 3/4 weeks. That's the name of the movie I was thinking of.
And of course, the winner. If one person, by the way, gets all 12 questions correct, boom, they are the champion. More than one. We'll have a draw on final table day, but first prize in this contest is a $215 Sunday Million ticket and a pair of those Skull Candy headphones.
Basic and feel.
With the aces, he made it so big when he raised again that it just, like, you had to have something. You weren't messing around.
D-Mob's under the gun raise, called by Lauk in the big blind.
Check on the flop. Deuce on the turn.
He just called. I think he might have done it if he didn't have like
sevens. Yeah.
Yeah. He probably wants to try and get a heads up somewhere, don't he, when he's got sevens. Yeah, so please put it in.
So we get some betting now on the turn.
Lauk makes it 18,000. Dimov calls 7 of hearts on the river.
And it goes bet fold.
Do you remember Nick Davies? The American guy was on our feature
Yes,
table earlier
Nicholas.
on.
Sorry, I think of him as Nicholas, but yes.
Yeah, of course, he final tabled the UK IPT main event. Of course, he had bladder problems towards the end of the first level of the day.
He had a heart again?
He just went out in 77th. So he did make the money, but he is now gone.
It's good.
I would have called it anyway.
What, the 10? Okay, cool.
What part of don't tweet your answers do you people not understand?
Yeah, this guy's a real turd, huh? Oh, Richard Atkinson, I think that this is a mistake on your part because I don't think you're a big fat turd. Boy.
Jeez.
I feel like a disappointed dad.
I'm going to give everyone else the answer so they can compete against me in the competition.
Oh, 2 people did it, huh?
Oh, yeah. That was an impersonation of more than one person. Also, Richard Atkinson is banging on about some lookalike from someone from Manchester United who I don't know. Apparently, I have to explain to you who he is. I need it explained to me.
James, do you want me to tell you? Manchester United is a football team.
No, I'm aware
here
of that.
in London.
But I didn't know they had a player called Fellini. The only Fellini I know is the film director.
It looks like Fellaini to me.
I wasn't sure that was a typo.
Oh, Richard. Richard.
So apparently, there is a footballer for the Manchester Uniteds whose name may be Fellini or Fellaini, who looks a bit like Willie Tan.
I think he's saying that he looks like Yanni the dealer.
Oh.
But maybe he looks like Willie Tan.
Hang on, let me do a Google image search. Hold on.
But this is the guy that just ruined the trivia contest, and you're gonna give his. I mean, the hair is very similar.
Very much like Willie Tan.
Emil Patel all in under the gun.
No shock.
He is probably going to get looked up here. May like his chances if Elon is this bothered about calling. 8.5 big blinds. Well, he can't call.
The shove gets through. Now, Sean Foley has a suggestion to help out people like Willie who have OCD. Could 300 EPT Live viewers each donate £1 to the prize pool to round it up to a £500,000 first prize?
Tough spot.
No one needs to give whoever wins that money any more money.
Yeah.
It's not £500,000, but it is £499,700.
You don't know. And it's also cheap.
Which is still a lot of pounds.
Maybe 35k, I call. 30k maybe.
I like the suggestion from Matthew. Do you think if they get to do a heads-up deal, they might say, let's take £300 off second and add it to first? Simon Devon back in the action, raising under the gun +1 to 10k. Bujna in. Patel, big blind, short stacked, folds.
What are these crazy kids up to here, huh? Ace Jack A2 hearts.
What, you got Ace Jack again?
What do you got? What do you got? Ace Jack, huh? You love Ace Jack so much. What do you got that again now? It's a callback from yesterday.
No delayed C-bet from Devman. Check, check.
Bujna throws out 10k, very cash, super cash. I'd call that a C bet for cash bet, but that term's already taken.
Bouchard wins it with a bet on the river. Daniel Bramley says giving away money to people who are winning money sounds stupid as hell. Yeah, but there's nothing logical about OCD. If you're genuinely tortured by the fact that the first prize is just shy of $500,000 and you feel the need to change that by contributing. I understand that.
Yeah.
As silly as it may sound.
I don't like things to be even. I don't think I'm OCD, but if I set my alarm, I like to set it for like 6:58, 7:02. Just because everything I do is a bit, even what time I set my alarm for. It's at least kind of, it's like the biggest, it's like the most amount of joke I could make out of it.
Please tell me that you chuckle to yourself as you just slide that alarm button
like,
across.
I started at 7 o'clock and then I just go, oh, 7:02.
New dealer.
Fooled you. The people at the gas station who try to get the petrol station who try to get the amount right on the, I'm like, nah, 17:58, no problem. Ring me up.
All in here. Queens against ace queen, and there was an ace on the flop. Has someone been eliminated, or do we have a double up here? Looks like a double up for the player with the ace queen, doubling up through Johnny Lodden. Ruth tweets to say, this stuff is exciting. Simon Dedman totes crushing. Come on the Brits.
Ruth the truth. Up until now, this broadcast has been pretty ruthless.
Big sigh.
Richard points out that if they pay the prize money in euros, you'll get a lot more than $500,000 for first. That's a good way to look at it. Well done, Richard.
A lot more than $500,000 what? Certainly US dollars.
Meanwhile, we are down to 74 players. 11 eliminations so far, sorry, 21 eliminations so far since the bubble burst at the end of level 16.
Where do you think we'll be at the end of the day today? By the way, how are our predictions yesterday? We never actually confirmed that. I said 123. How many came back today?
Well, we had 118 to 123, right?
Yeah.
That was our spread. So
Yeah.
everyone who took the over is a winner because it was 127.
Oof.
Yeah, things slowed down during the last level. A little bit surprising.
Now, Liv did bet the turn for over half the pot. Dimov called.
Daniel, by the way, has done the conversions. You can't convert it to dollars because it's 798. Sorry, so it's 798,000. So it's 2,000 short of 800,000. Looks a bit better in euros. 624,000, but yeah, it should be 625. Maybe you can get someone to do you a good deal. Just get an extra 1,000 euros. Make it 625.
Liv taps the table. Liv does not have a queen.
Bad timing.
Dimov, I assume, does.
Hey, got a line for the TV shows.
Okay.
So Dimov calls a continuation bet on the flop. You can say onion peels.
Onion jokes, just in general.
Yeah, just onion jokes. People love onion jokes.
He's just like an onion. The more layers you peel back, the more he screams.
You got purple chips or blue chips?
Dimov.
Blue, sorry. Do you want them out?
Are they all blue?
Yeah, I have
okay.
7.
No, that's fine.
I can pull them out.
I was just wondering. Okay.
Plus, I also love his
have 7, just
witty political commentary in his joke articles.
Free roll password still on your screen. Fish and chips, all one word, all lowercase, will get you in today's EPT Live League free roll, which starts in 2.5 hours' time, 8:15 Central European time. Remember, there's $1,500 of free money in the prize pool, plus points to be earned in the EPT Live League tables.
Fish and chips sounds delish.
It does.
What a disaster. That hand you pick. Really? 44, so sick.
Usnar opens to 12.5. Patel's all in is for 44.
I'm like folding for like half an hour because of him, like not opening anything, and when I open that time it jams. So sick. So wait, how much more to me it is? So
31.5 more.
31.5, yeah? Fuck's sake. 31.5. Wow.
He's got the chips.
31 into heaps, huh?
Getting better than 2 to 1.
I don't even, I think, have 30% equity. I'm gonna fold 6 high.
Emil will win the call.
So sick, man. Tell me you have pocket 7s. Oh, baby. So I'm glad I gave you this 12,000.
Clint writes in to say, I missed yesterday's stream. Do I watch live or play catch-up for no spoilers? Clint, if you want to enter the contest, I say watch the catch-up.
No, you aren't it.
Because you'll need a clue from yesterday for our photo... What is it? Photo trail?
I'm like broke for 18 months. You think I'm going to be...
James and Joe's London film trail.
Do you know how many different...
I don't care.
Titles for
Always
that?
happy.
They ran past me.
You
I was
saw me
like, just do one.
First level. No, I know.
I appreciate
Still
being
joking
asked,
around.
everyone.
We're checking in on Johnny Lodden, who has the red triangle of death in front of him. Obviously, Johnny took a major blow to his stack in the last hand we witnessed, where his queens were cracked by ace-queen.
I thought Johnny had taken Willie Tamsey, but it's just the dealer who moved over. That's Yoni.
So this looks like ace-queen against ace-king. I think the ace-king belongs to Mr. Lodden, who appears to be the at-risk player here.
I like the way Yanni slaps that card down, too.
There are some chop-opportunities here.
That's not a chop.
That's ace-king holding. Ship some chips to Mr. Lodden, sir. Just very quickly back to... we'll address Clint's question in a moment. We actually spoke to Johnny Lodden about this event, and he says he'd rather win than min cash. Well, who wouldn't?
This field is really tough, actually, in EPT London. I don't know if I have an advantage. It doesn't look like it on my results. Day 3 is all about building a huge stack. And then come back and day 4 is a chip leader. For a lot of people, it's really big to get into the money, so you just have to put a lot of pressure on them so they give you the chips. I'm not here to fight for a 50th place. I want to get into the final table and where the big money is, of course. So with my playing style, I'm willing to bust on a 50th place if I can get a bunch of chips. Take that 60-40, of course, 55-45, take it easy. Of course, I'm trying to build my stack, and if I bust before the money, it happens, but I'm willing to.
Johnny going for gold. Yeah, just to go back to Clint's question when he says he missed yesterday's stream, I think stick with the action now, Clint. Don't worry about spoilers. I mean, we're going to be here till what, about 9:30 this evening? Then check out the replay of yesterday's stream, because that way you can enter the photo contest.
I say watch today's stream. Don't worry about spoilers. Scan yesterday's and look for the photo contest. Or stop watching now, go back to yesterday's, and then catch up when you can. Because I agree with him. Why would you want to watch it out of order? Doesn't make any sense. Although Empire Strikes Back was the first Star Wars movie I ever saw, and it didn't really hurt my love of Star Wars. You saw Superman 2 first. Yeah.
No, but
if I'd seen the first Superman first, I may have never watched another Superman movie the rest of my life anyway.
You don't like the original Superman?
I hate it.
Really?
He flies around the Earth backwards and reverses time.
Get out! Get out of my sight!
Come the F on. Get real. That's not what the real Superman would do.
That movie set the template for what the superhero movie should be.
It wasn't as bad as the first Star Trek movie, I'll give it that.
Now, don't get me wrong, I like Superman 2, but it's heavily flawed.
Horrible, the first Star Trek.
Just to be clear here, we're talking about the 1977 movie Star Trek the Motion Picture, not the recent reboot directed by J.J. Abrams. Yeah, the Star Trek the Motion Picture is a pile of toilet, I'm sorry. It's boring, it's pretentious, nothing happens.
By the way, in case I haven't sounded it yet, nerd alert!
You don't need to sound the alert, it comes with the territory.
Heads up to the river. Liv was the razor here, but no betting action on the flop or turn. The river bet gets it done.
Onion makes a crying call.
Oh, God.
Just write them down. This is my gift to you.
You know, I don't think I need to. Not that mine will be any better, but they're all right there. I mean, it's pretty low-hanging fruit. Does onion grow on a tree? No.
203.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Daniel Bramley says, I agree. Who does he agree with? Superman 1 was the best of them.
You guys, why does everyone just ignore the fact that he reverses time? It makes no sense. And no one has an argument for that.
Doesn't he reverse time in the second one as well, in the Richard Donner version?
I never saw the Richard Donner version.
Well, not being funny, but in the Richard Lester version of the second one, there's that stupid bit where he takes off like a polythene S, and it covers like the big guy.
But that makes more sense than flying around the Earth really, really fast and then undoing an earthquake.
That's how much he loved Lois.
I don't remember that from the comic books.
You know the best thing about the first Superman movie? Oz Clarke. You know the wine guy from Food and Drink? He has a small role in the original Superman movie as a bank robber.
Your nerdiness is just
You're off tilt now.
strangling sometimes.
Especially when it's about, like,
suffocating.
Jonas.
Fascinating facts.
Like, you know,
tantalizing trivia. The people love it.
You know, when you take the chips from the best, then you feel good. My new idol of the day. Maybe
You really got a lot of chips from me, I guess.
we need to play some more pots. That's what I'm sure of.
Sure you will.
But so far, you definitely fold when I have it and call when I don't. So I love the challenge.
Good timing.
Say that, then I'm good. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, the 10-9 off was well played, actually. I'd never put you on a hand like this.
I mean, I hit the lucky river.
Whatever. You have so many outs anyway.
Sounds loose.
And I'm sure you call with a pair also. You don't need the straight necessarily.
Dimov limp the button.
Just very quickly, the tournament clock just ticked down to 73, and Eugene Kachelov has just tweeted out in 74.
I knew I should have raised.
But Eugene will be back tomorrow to play in the 10K high roller.
Well, Patel's picked probably a pretty good spot to jam. Two limpers in front of him.
Like if I had this one last time, I would have called you. But this time I can't. You have so many chips now. So impossible.
Oh. Neil Patel's all in, gets through again.
You in there? Nearly.
Well, you got to raise, so you price yourself in.
Yeah, but if I raise, I have to call. So I can make it like 50.
No, I'm saying, yeah, exactly. You price yourself in, so then you just can't fold.
Willie Elliott has actually linked an article about the prospect of flying around the Earth to change time. Apparently, Liv Boeree is an expert on this.
Yeah, and then you call.
he moves in. Well, then you have to call again. So.
Yeah, it's fine.
Just, you've got queen ten of clubs.
Yeah,
You're not going to
5 cards with a beautiful hand.
You're not going to lose very often with queen ten of clubs.
Sound strategy.
Here's an idea. I don't know if Liv's checking her phone in between hands, but why not tweet at Liv and see if she's willing to discuss the prospect of reversing time by spinning around the earth at the feature table
I'll ask her.
and join in the conversation that we're having in the booth right now.
I was thinking that as well. But might know what the 9 is.
Should I just text her? Brag.
Not this time.
I'm assuming Liv's seen Superman 1.
Mm-hmm. It's a good one this time? I don't know, maybe I play face up. That's a fold. That was a very weird look by you.
Raising the button, Liv calling out of the big blind. Ace, 4, deuce with 2 spades. Can you add the words "in theory"? As a scientific theory. Obviously, I'm not saying that there is a real human being or even a real alien who could potentially do it. Wheelie, wheelie, wheelie. Liv check called the flop for 10,000. It goes check, check on the turn. 8 on the river.
I really hope she doesn't check that text during this hand.
Can you imagine if they killed her hand because she was reading your text message?
Oh my God, I'd probably puke.
Liv leading the river for 31k.
I really hope she wins this hand. I don't even want to have texted her during a big loss. Elon's gonna fold. Oh boy. Way to make her sweat, Elon.
And while this is going on, she can't read her text messages. Get on with it, man.
Were you on him before? Yeah. 1 level or
Do they really think playing for hundreds of thousands of pounds is more important than settling our Superman debate?
And then I came back. I thought they were gonna chip because our first table was with Eugene Kachelov and Jay Cody, and then they both were moved to another table. So I thought we also get moved, but then we were here for 2 levels. And after 2 levels, they changed the whole table.
Bujno was the original raiser. He bet flop.
Yeah.
No betting on the turn.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think it's the second.
It's actually, they play at least 2 blind levels.
Now it's Liv that's all of a sudden led river. I think Liv is going to have it here a lot.
I mean the 3rd level? This is the 3rd level for today, I think. Yeah. I think so. Yeah, we had 2 breaks.
Now, if you watch the break content earlier today, you'll know that Liv is not super tight all the time. She is capable of running big bluffs and making big plays. But to me, this just looks like a bet when you're afraid the guy's going to check behind.
Down to 71 players now. First money jump. Everyone now guaranteed £8,750. Bougenard folds. Check your phone, Liv. You have a message waiting. Joe Stapleton got in touch. This time it's okay to read the message.
Unblock me.
He's not harassing you this time. Everyone loves a coupe, be it WS or T.
How about this? If he can just reverse time, why doesn't he just always do that? Like when General Zod shows up, why doesn't he just reverse time and be ready for him?
Well, in Richard Donner's version of Superman 2, that's what he does. He reverses time again in Superman 2.
That's even stupider that he does it again. Oh my... Are you guys... I can understand... Look, you were children when this movie came out, right?
To make me open when you need me to
Has like a special place in your heart.
Look,
it's like me really liking Monster Squad.
No, but not being funny, I'm not saying I think that's the best part of the film. I agree with you in the sense that it's a bit of a silly resolution. The rest of the film is just stellar throughout. All the stuff on Krypton with Brando, all the stuff on the farm with Glenn Ford, all the stuff in Metropolis. It just looks amazing. Jeffrey Unsworth's cinematography, John Barry's production design. It's just an amazing film.
I can't remember anything
Broughton,
but the horrible
sit down.
ending.
Don't worry, I give you the
Matt Broughton, who will be here with Mark Convey to guide you through the last two levels of the day. Matt, I consider you to be a bit of an authority on all things superhero related.
It's been very frustrating, to be honest, sitting here.
Where do you stand on the subject of Superman? Oh, this will make Jonas happy. Jonas says he's only watching the live stream for updates on Benny Spindler. Now he's going to get to see the Spindle Monkey in action because he's taking a seat on the main stage.
I don't want this guy on the table.
Superman, speak, Broughton.
So just to confirm, Joe, you're happy that laser beams of heat come out of his eye? Check. Happy with that? Happy that he flies, yeah?
Yeah.
Happy that he's invulnerable to anything and that the yellow rays of our sun...
I don't love that, but it's...
You don't love it, but that's fine. But you've got a problem that when he flies around the Earth, it makes time go backwards.
Yes.
Right, okay. And any... Tell me why...
You're listing all those things in a row to make it seem like it doesn't make any sense that I'd be okay with all those other things, but not that.
I just want to make sure that, one, you realised it wasn't like a documentary, it wasn't factual. That this is like a film. It's particularly a superhero sci-fi film where they tend to bend the rules of reality. I don't know if you're aware of that.
No, but I understand, but at least stay true to your own rules of reality. And Superman being able to go back in time isn't one of the things Superman does.
No, I'll be honest. Actually, I agree with you. I agree with James in that the film is so good overall that I don't care. But you're right, because if he did that, the Earth would just tear itself apart, and we would all die. And wouldn't that be a great part of the film if Superman went, right, Lois has hurt her shin, let's get around the Earth, get around the Earth, and then all the volcanoes just spilt open, and he just killed all of humanity and went, whoops, well, I just better head off to a new planet. So no, I like James's answer more than yours, but I understand your answer.
I'll tell you what, though, it's not the stupidest thing in any of the Superman movies. In Part 4, doesn't he fly Mariel Hemingway into space?
Yes, and she doesn't die.
Yeah.
And in number 3, a computer grabs him with its little tiny arms. So it's a downward curve.
Okay.
Compared to 3 and 4, going around the Earth backwards and time changing is actually a pretty small error.
Actually, that's a good point.
Hello again.
Thanks very much. You're watching EPT Live.
You're going to be here with the Drive Time show coming up in around 30 minutes' time. So what can we look forward to from you and Mark Convey?
Well, I'll be here with Mark the Doll Convey, and we won't be talking about films or fun or anything. We'll mostly be trying to guess people's hands. We'll be watching a poker game going on. I don't know if you're aware of that right now in London. No, we're going to have competitions galore. We're going to be playing How Much Is My Doggy in the window, where you have to guess how much money my dog ate last night. That's going to be a lot of fun. And top 40 hits, really back-to-back.
Great stuff, mate. Broughton and Convey standing by to bring you the Drive Time show here on EPT Live, kicking off in half an hour's time. 2 more levels to play after this one.
One thing you're really going to miss out on is being here in the booth with Matt Broughton, because I can smell his shampoo from here, and it's nice.
Benny Spindler already in action, a former winner of this event.
Spindler it up.
Raises to 10,000, gets a call from Liv in the cutoff. Simon Dedman calling as well on the button.
Brown's dog eats money.
And Lauk in as well. From the big blind, an ace, king, deuce, 2-heart flop.
So we're going to lose this table for a moment because we've got major action happening at the secondary feature table. Hi-ya!
Aces against ace king.
There you go, there's one relief, gosh.
I just don't want a queen or 10 on the turn.
There you go. And it looks like this is Fatima who's got the aces.
Nice.
Fatima doubling up through 006.
Double up, double up. Fatima to double up. Back to the main feature table. What was a four-way pot.
Thought Jonas was going to go all in from the big blind, and the trap would be perfect. Yeah. Move in, 600.
Looks like it quickly ended.
Almost did.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because we are on to the
You
next
might-
hand.
Yeah, I saw it cross your mind.
Did you even call? Yeah, had the two choices, call or go all in.
Yeah. Take it with your stack days.
Home and
done,
dry,
Fatima.
that's what you say, right? James, home and dry?
Home and dry. Now, I'm sure fans of Benny Spindler are delighted about this lineup on the main stage. Ross Jarvis, for example, says Benny Spindler is my favorite poker player in the world. However, in 7 minutes' time, you're going to have a new feature table. The main reason being, by the way, is this one's going to break soon. So obviously we'd love to stay with these guys, but we can't. So Jake Cody is going to be coming up onto the main stage after the next tournament break, which is happening in 7 minutes.
And then got aces, got some back. Did you? Oh, you out? Looking pretty.
Also, in my opinion, this table hasn't really delivered in the sense that Liv hasn't joined the debate.
I mean, she probably read the text and just thought it was stupid.
Lucky.
It's entirely possible. Not as stupid as my giant-ass phone, right?
Joey Big Phone.
It looks like a child's toy. I don't know if you guys know or not, but I accidentally ordered a iPhone 6 Plus instead of an iPhone 6, and I feel like I'm playing with, like, my first phone.
Texas Instruments Speak and Spell.
I just pressed the picture of the person I want to call. I want to call a cow. Moo.
That's why I came.
I want to call a chicken.
When you know you can stay at
flying
home,
around the earth.
you set it up.
Super fast and reversing
EPT have
time
some
by
more added value.
Ooh.
Anyone have any comments?
She just read the text.
Excuse me with what you just said.
You know, when the Superman, Superman 1, I think, where his Lois Lane dies and he goes crazy and starts going really fast around the Earth.
Right.
Well, it's not very plausible because it would just, even if he managed to reverse the Earth's rotation, it would just wipe everything off the Earth because the atmosphere would be going 1,000 miles an hour in the wrong direction or more. And everyone would die.
If they're talking about that in the booth, that means we're all playing.
It means we're
big
playing
sides.
really boring.
We're all playing boring.
That's a great deduction.
Basically, they're saying someone play 7 deuce now.
Yeah.
We're just very
Yeah,
easily
to answer your
distracted.
question, Joe, speaking to the heavens, like
He's not
he
a
would
god.
Not reverse time, but he would kill everybody. So
Thank you, Olivia.
Maybe evil Superman, that's what he could do.
Okay, guys,
Sweet.
we need to sleep also.
Yeah, the evil Superman in Superman
He
3.
plays 9 dudes, though.
That's actually like if Superman just went back in time from like traveling really far, like at the beyond the speed of light and came back or something, that would be better to me than him reversing the axis of the Earth.
You're welcome, Joe.
Definitely at 9 dudes.
I sure did. I sure did get a shout out.
Liv obviously not aware of the rules on EPT Live that we don't do shout outs. The spindle monkey. Now for many people, he is their favourite EPT champion, their favourite poker player. For many others, he is the haircut that they themselves would like to emulate.
I think that
could have been
that
dudes. That could have
That's how I will have
Means
understand this.
fuck off my big blind.
Devil can't leave the button again.
Benny Spindler's 3-bet gets the job done. So we'll see a few more hands from this table.
only play big pots, no little pots.
Then we'll head into the next tournament break. We'll come back for level 18 with blinds at 3,000, 6,000 with a 1,000 ante. And a reminder that it will be Matt Broughton and Mark Convey taking you through the last 2 levels of the day. Hopefully, during those 2 levels, there'll be another chance to catch the competition photo. Remember, we have got our London Film Trail contest running, where you have to identify famous London locations and famous movies shot at those locations. So there will be one more chance during the last 2 levels of play.
But you're lucky, no, Benny is gonna take care. I have reason to fall now, alibi. I want to pee so much.
Benny Spindler shoving on Emil Patel. And Emil gives it up.
Foldsies. We're in the final countdown of level 17.
Tony Clock still showing 71 players remaining. We burst the bubble at the end of the previous level. Everyone now guaranteed at least £8,750. Simon Dedman still one of the big stacks in this event. 724,000 at the start of this hand, raising under the gun.
And it looks like he's going to, even though we weren't asking him for action, looks like he's going to oblige us.
I think Diane Dawson really crushes the Superman debate with this tweet. Says, you're all worried of the plausibility of the world reverse when the premise of this film is a man wears glasses and that's considered a disguise.
Also true. That's, I agree. Wait, where did Broughton go? Oh, he's back. And there's this other man here now. And now he's back. What are you doing?
3-way action on what will probably be the last hand of the level. During the break, relive Jason Mercier's great EPT moment. He makes a big call at the final table of EPT4 San Remo. Robin Olatalo was the champ of EPT 10 London. We'll find out about him. And hands that didn't make the edit of the PCA final table show. Heads up action between Mike McDonald and Dominic Panker.
We're still 3 ways this hand to the turn.
By the way, it's going to be a 30-minute break, a slightly extended break as we head into level 18.
River card of 5. Excuse me, a 7. 5 was on the turn.
Are we staying on here? We're staying on here.
Hey, do you think we could call this hand liver and onions?
We got a king.
It's so bad, it's awesome. Liv gets called, shows king 10.
That's going to be good.
So she wins the last hand of the level. These guys moving out into the tournament floor. This table will break soon. Jake Cody's table coming up to the main stage after the break, a 30-minute break. Then it's the 3,000, 6,000, 1,000 blind level, and it will be Matt Broughton and Mark Convey taking you through the last 2 levels of the day. Joe and I will be back tomorrow for day 4 of the EPT London main event. Awesome work, Joe.
Thank you. Smell you later, everybody.
More action after the break from the London leg of season 11 of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour.
PokerStars has more players than any other site, creating the biggest tournaments with the greatest prize pools. We are the richest online tournaments in the world. We are poker.
So as this is our 56th time at Atlantis, they're finally going to let us up into the Bridge Suite.
Bridge Suite? For real? Isn't it like 25 grand a night?
Yeah, and you have to book it for like 4 nights minimum.
That's nearly 100 grand.
That's exactly 100 grand. It works out at about $1,000 an hour.
Put me down for 3 minutes. I will make it work.
A single moment can define a career. And for a young online qualifier from Hollywood, Florida, that moment came in Season 4 in San Remo. Jason Mercier, a relative unknown back then, was at the final table with a shot at the near €1 million first prize. Yet to claim his first EPT cash, Jason went heads up to the flop with Frenchman Eric Koskas.
Eric's making a mistake here, I think. Yeah. He really is. He's calling just to try to outplay him.
Check. Oh, I hate that. He's checked in the dark again.
Flop count.
Yeah.
5, check, 6. Jason checks. It's an 8.
220.
220,000.
Betting 220,000 into a pot of 187,000.
Jason call. An 8.
I'm on him.
Eric all.
Wow. Great strong play there. If Mercier can pick this up, this will be an incredible call. Think it through. He's thinking it through. Checking out his body language.
I call.
That is an absolutely excellent call.
He went with his instinct, he made the call, and he's eliminated Eric Koskas.
He has. It's a brilliant call. It's a brilliant, brilliant call.
That hero call gave Jason the chip lead, a position he never relinquished on his way to the title, heralding the start of an incredible career.
My first ever EPT, which was EPT San Remo in 2008, I went there as a 21-year-old unknown kid and won the tournament, and you know that propelled me into the man that I am today.
Back to the main feature table. Leo McLean's folded under the gun. Action's on Ludovic Geilich. King 7 of hearts. Obviously, he's going to raise.
He ain't limping in.
48,000. Pocket queens for Khalisadu.
Perfect.
Yellow chips are 25,000 each. Blues are 5,000.
So this is a 3-bet.
A re-raise to 130,000 from the cutoff.
It's a big 3-bet, but this is what I would do with a big hand against a guy who clowns around more often than a circus.
Geilich re-raises. He 4-bets to 278,000.
Sadu's got position, so he could just call.
Cool. He is calling. 610,000 in the middle. as these two go heads up to the flop. 9-8-4. Geilich has a couple of backdoor draws, but right now he's just playing king high. And he continues for 262k.
It's a safe board for queens, but it's hard to get action on a raise if Ludo's missed completely, which he has.
Sadu calls. More than $1 million in the pot now. 3 of hearts on the turn. Geilich picks up the second nut flush draw.
Which means he's probably going to slow down less often here than 2 teenagers in a parked car.
He bets enough to put Sadu all in.
That's a big bet, but most folks aren't going to bet so big here with a monster.
Got a big hand here.
I'd say this is typically a trivial call, but this is a massive pot.
Biggest pot of the tournament so far.
Once you play queens like this, I don't think you can fold. If you're not trying to trap by calling twice with queens, you should be trying to get it in pre-flop.
You gonna show?
Is he seriously thinking of laying this down?
Those are the words of a man who wants to fold.
All right.
Bloomin' heck, he's folded!
I know it was for his tournament life, but what the bloomin' heck, come on.
Big laydown.
Tens or jacks?
Better.
Queens?
What?
Ahead.
By a mile.
The blinds are 12 and 24,000. I've got King 7 of Hearts. I'm in raise, as I've been doing because I've got a big stack and playing aggressive. And the boy to my left, Cully, he 3-bets me. I 4-bet to 278 and he flats. At this point I'm putting them on some sort of mediocre pair. I thought maybe 9s, 10s, jacks. And I thought to myself, like, I could put him under pressure during the hand to get him to probably pass. Flop comes and I continuation bet for like 40% of the pot and he flats. At this point I'm worried about him having 9s, but the way that he acted during the time that I bet and he called, I kind of eliminated the fact that he had 9s and I put him more on 10s or jacks. And I thought to myself, I'm going to have to put him to the test in the turn. Luckily enough, the turn came a 3 of hearts, which brings me outs, gives me 3 kings and all my hearts. So I thought to myself, it's a good time to probably put him to the test and put the whole lot in. He's only put in like 30% of his stack, so he's not going to risk putting the rest in if he thinks he's beat. But my image is not that great at the table, so I thought there's a good chance he's going to call me. But I think with the pay jumps, and I could see that he was a bit concerned that he was wanting to get to the final. He went into the tank for a long time and he folded eventually.
All right.
Put him on queens. He should pass 10s. He'll probably call me maybe with jacks. But he should definitely not pass queens. If I'm in his shoes, I call.
I finished 8th in EPT Campione and 13 in Berlin, so had some chances. Final table in Campione, I wasn't really ready. I was pretty inexperienced and played too crazy, I think, and I was too nervous to play good. So, but now I'm ready. I'm friends with Kent Lundmark, who won it in Barcelona, and Michael Turnick. Anton Wigg also won it in Copenhagen, so I don't know if it helps, but keeps me inspired. I'm playing more confident now, and to win this event would be a dream come true.
Serving up a bad batch, too much bacon on it, bacon on it, bacon on it. Assalamu alaikum. Got it, lost it, got it, spent it, got it. Now I'm back to ballin', 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 ballin'.
Whoa.
Wow, look at this place. What a view. Can't believe they're letting us shoot here.
Joe, watch out for that vase. It looks expensive.
What, this one?
Stapleton! Mike McDonald is heads up against Poland's Dominik Panka at the PCA main event final table, looking to become the EPT's first ever two-time champ. Blinds are currently 81.60 with a 20k ante.
And even though a deal's been made, it doesn't compare to the bigger deal of being PCA winner and also the prospect of Mike McDonald making history.
Jack 10 for Dominik Panka on the button in the small blind. He raises.
You're going to be raising most hands heads up, and I think this easily qualifies as most hands.
King 3 for Mike McDonald, and he defends.
Perfectly good hand to defend with.
The flop is 6-4-3 with 2 clubs. A bottom pair for Mike, both players with backdoor flush draws. Action check to the razor.
Not a guaranteed c-betting spot for Skynet over here. He may decide there aren't too many better hands that would fold.
Panka checks behind. And he turns top pair.
I would not expect this one to go check-check. Mike's got plenty of showdown value.
Well, he checks for a second time.
The check makes sense. But there are plenty of hands Dominik would start betting now that Mike is still beating, so he may call a bet.
And here comes the delayed continuation bet. The white chip's worth 100k each, so it's a bet of 300,000.
Delayed continuation bet, and it's for value.
Mike calls.
And he'd be beating a spade draw, any of those king and queen high, ace high hands that would bet there.
A 3 on the river, trips for Timex.
He blinked, that's a tell. The old bink blink gets him every time.
He checks for a third time.
It's a trap. I don't see Dominik not betting here. Excuse the double negative.
He still has top pair. And he bets 525,000.
Now I see him betting. Mike getting ready for the old check raise. If I look at him long enough, maybe he'll think I'm bluffing.
Here it comes. 2 million.
Put that raise in your hard drive, Skynet.
Does Panka pay this off?
Panka's relatively new on the scene, but from what I've seen of him so far, he's no slouch. Ouch!
He calls. And Mike McDonald will add another 2.6 million to his stack, extending his chip lead over Dominik Panka.
Yeah, but now that Dominik knows what his check raises for value look like, he can assimilate it. Never get away with another one again.
Mike being railed by his dad, Rick. Blinds are up 100,000, 200,000 with a 30,000 ante.
Now's when the real poker starts.
Queen 9 for Mike.
Yes, this, yes, raise.
And then raise to 400,000. Panka with 8-10.
Yes, this, yes, defend.
He calls. Mike the favorite going to the flop. Well, that's a gut shot for Panka. Mike's still ahead with queen high.
Panka's almost always going to check to the razor.
He's playing in flow.
Looks like Mike's going to continue.
400,000. Same size as his pre-flop raise.
He is not very likely to get a fold here.
Panka calls with his draw.
Now Panka's got a cough tell. God, these guys are tell boxes.
9 on the turn. Second pair for Mike. A straight for Panka. And McDonald is officially drawing dead.
Hachi machi. And look at this cheeky little lead from Panka. He knows it's very likely that McDonald's got a piece now.
950,000. How does Mike respond to this lead?
I'd be super impressed if he just folds, but I don't think that ever happens.
Oh, raise coming. 2.7 million.
Well, that's not going to work.
On.
Panker shoves.
And Mike's got to fold now.
He lets it go. And they're now pretty much even in chips.
Yeah, go Poland. And go Canada.
Dominic Panker looking to become the first ever Polish winner on the tour. It's Panker's button. Dominic has the slight chip advantage right now. 10-5, not much of a hand.
I think you're still supposed to raise this heads up.
He raises to 400,000. Queen Jack suited for Mike.
Oh, we could see a 3-bet.
No, he just calls.
Perfectly good hand to take a flop with. Doesn't want to play a huge pot. Fine.
And what a flop for McDonald. A pair and a royal flush draw. Panker with just a gut shot.
Boy, that just looks nice.
Mike checks to the razor.
Panker's going to continue. He thinks he's going to get a lot of folds on this board. Mike would have to defend pretty wide.
550,000.
Just because Mike called a raise doesn't mean he hit this board, but oh, he certainly did.
He calls. And we go to the turn with the better part of 2 million in the middle. Deuce of clubs. Mike is now a 93% favorite.
And he's pretty likely to know that, I think.
He's checked. Panker's going to fire a second barrel.
There's no chance he gets a fold here. But if he can bet, maybe if Mike doesn't improve, he can win this pot.
1.3 million. Once again, Mike just calls.
He does not want to take the bluffs out of Panker's range.
More than 4.5 million in the middle, and the 6 of hearts on the river. Mike didn't need to improve, but he does. He's rivered the nuts, and he checks it. Panker goes for the triple barrel bluff. 2.9 million.
2.9.
And look at this, a very rare show of excitement from Mike McDonald. Look how hard he's breathing.
All in.
He shoves.
Gasp.
The crowd think this is it. But it's not. Panker forced to fold.
It wasn't the big one, but it was a big one.
Mike McDonald reclaims the chip lead as this epic heads-up battle continues. Blind still 100-200. Mike McDonald with Queen 6 of hearts.
Certainly good enough for a poke.
There's the raise. Ace 7 for Panker.
Good enough for a bigger poke, possibly.
He calls. The flop is Ace King 5 with 2 hearts. That's top pair for Panker and a flush draw for McDonald.
This could get weird.
Panker playing in flow. Timex continuing for 400k.
I don't think Dominic's going to raise here too often, but he's also not folding ever.
He calls. The turn card is the 9 of hearts. That's a flush for Mike, but Panker has a redraw to the nut flush.
So still just ensures that he's not folding.
He checks for a second time.
I don't think Mike's ever giving a free card here. Tons of hands you can get value from, specifically aces and the ace of hearts.
Roughly half the pot, 800,000.
And Dominic is never, ever, 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 ever folding here. Ever. and he's not folding twice on Sunday.
He calls again. So we now have nearly 3.3 million in the pot. One card to come. That card is the Jack of Spades, so the board bricks out for Panka.
What'll be really interesting is if Dominic can get away from this.
Check.
He checks to Mike.
How much is your boy going to value bet? I bet it's a lot.
He's counted out 2 million. That is roughly 2/3 of the pot.
Gulp.
How much? 2 million.
What a great bet from Mike McDonald. Perfectly sized to befuddle Dominic Panka's exact hand. The most bizarre part about this, Dominic is a machine. He already knows what he's doing. He's just waiting so he seems more human.
He makes a fold, a good lay down.
A fine fold, fantastic. Hospital corners.
Mike McDonald extends his chip lead. It's roughly 19 million playing 11.5 million, and they play on. One looking to become the first two-time EPT champ, the other hoping to become the first ever Polish winner on the tour. To see the conclusion of the 2014 PCA main event final table, go to youtube.com/PokerStars.
Thank God I don't have to pay for that vase.
Joe, don't touch the giant gong. Watch out for the tower of dishes! Oh, no, you upset the tiger!
Oh, no.
In just over a year, Tyler Frosty012 Frost has amassed the poker resume of a seasoned online professional. In his first year as a full-time pro, he earned Supernova Elite status and, thanks in part to his ever-popular poker blog, was named to PokerStars' exclusive Team Online. This hard-working, fun-loving Canuck can usually be found 24 tabling mid-stakes, full-ring no-limit hold'em, or celebrating an epic day with friends at a bar.
My name's Tyler Frost. I play online as Frosty012. I'm a Supernova Elite VIP on PokerStars, and I'm a member of Team Online. I first discovered poker just by playing with my friends at home games around the same time that it got popular everywhere. Me and my friends would just get together after watching a hockey game or something. I think it was my idea to begin with to start playing poker for like $5 home games.
How did it actually start? I'm pretty sure I suggested it.
Everyone has different stories. My story is right. I don't care what anyone says. I know it. After skimboarding one day at the beach, we got together in my backyard. Tyler suggested we play it. We busted out the old school, like really thin the red, white, and blues, and we just played the most horribly wrong game of poker that has ever existed.
After playing home games for a while, I just decided to take my profit from those home games, or at least some of it, and I deposited $100 on PokerStars.com. And I was very cautious with my deposit. I kind of told myself that if I lost this money, I wasn't going to redeposit just because it was a lot of money to me at the time. I usually just stuck to a pretty tight strategy and tried to take advantage of people just playing crazy. My confidence started to grow after I was winning at a pretty consistent rate. After I built up my bankroll to like $1,000, I could always play within 100 buy-ins of whatever game I wanted to, and I never really had the fear of going broke after that.
When you first became an online professional, you said you were going to treat us.
Yeah, he did at one time.
And it's never happened.
This
is the night.
waiting
I
for
treated
like
you.
2 years
I know you have.
for you to take me out for beers, and it still hasn't happened.
All right, guys. Well, tonight is not the night.
The summer of 2009 was the first time that I decided to kind of take a leap of faith in myself and play poker full time.
My primary motivation was just to make enough money to pay for school in the fall, because I worked at a landscaping job the previous summer, and I didn't really make enough money to fund my classes and my housing.
Tyler finished his third year at UBC, and like most art students, they're unable to find a work during the summer. So he went right into playing poker, and everybody doubted him.
Everybody laughed at me. They thought I was crazy. Even their parents were in on it.
All of our friends were like, "You're not going to make anything. Why even bother? Don't do it."
Everybody was just thinking this was a big joke and that I didn't really have a shot at doing it.
His goal was to make $10,000 over the whole summer, so he had May, June, July, and August.
I set the goal of making $10,000 for the summer, which would cover all my school costs in the fall, and then some.
And he ended up making 30 grand by the end of July and just took August off and just basically spent all of it.
That was the first time where I kind of saw poker as a valid career opportunity even. So I've only been playing poker full time for about 1.5 years now, but I feel like I accomplished quite a bit in 2010 alone. This is my first year as a Supernova Elite. Every month I have to at least earn 50,000 points or I lose my status. Sometimes this has been very easy, other times it's been very difficult because I've been away on vacation and missed a few weeks out of the month, and this is what happened in May. Things got complicated in May because I took a vacation over to Spain and London, which occupied the first 2 weeks of the month, and it turned out that I had to earn about 28,000 VPPs in 3 days, which is a lot of hands at mid-state cash games. So on May 31st, I woke up at 8 in the morning, and I realized that I had to make about 8,000 VPPs that day. I had until midnight Eastern time, which is of course 9 o'clock Pacific. Obviously, if I thought it would take me 12 hours, it would mean that I would finish at 8 o'clock p.m., which would be an hour to spare, which is obviously cutting it very close. I had to start grinding right away, otherwise I just wasn't going to make it. So I started playing right away at 8 o'clock, fired up 24 tables. There were actually quite a few games running at the time, so it was pretty nice start. And so things were going just almost exactly as expected. Unfortunately, around 4 p.m., the games started to slow down quite a bit, to the point where I couldn't even play 24 tables if I wanted to. So at this point, I was feeling very stressed out. I was under a ton of pressure. I was just racking my brain with other ways to earn VPPs. I was throwing in more higher stake tables that I normally play. I was also playing some 6 max tables, tables I never normally play. You know, just doing anything I could to earn the VPPs and just get it done. It was definitely a race against time. Felt like there was a big timer above my head just constantly ticking. I could always just hear it in the back of my mind. I still didn't know if I was going to make it at that point. Finally, around 8:45, I checked my VPP count for that month, and I crossed the 50,000 mark. I ended up making it with like 15 minutes to spare. I go out quite a bit. I wouldn't call myself a party animal. I'm young. That's what me and my friends like to do in our free time on the weekends, is go out to a bar or a club and have some drinks and just have a good time. For me, time away from the tables is ultimately more important than time spent at the tables. I see poker as kind of a means to an end. It gives you financial freedom to do what you love, to have more free time, to travel, to do those kind of things. I think a lot of people kind of, for them, poker is the end. There's more to life than just sitting behind your computer, grinding it out every day. You don't have to sacrifice other things in your life that you love to do to play poker professionally.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the PokerStars.net EPT London. It's day 3 and we are through the bubble and into the money. Level 18 underway. Matt Brown and Mark Convey with you for the next 2 levels as we wrap up today's play. All of the players left in, 71 of them in the money. Coming to you live from the Grand Connaught Rooms in the heart of London. This is how our chip count on our new feature table looks. You with Joe and James all day long. A brand new bunch of players. Some good names, and that's why I'm going to say, Mark Convey, you can do them.
Oh, really? Nice.
Thanks.
Drop me in it there. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Maddie. Yep, Jake Cody is the headline name for our feature table. He was on earlier on, and he's back for your viewing pleasure again. We've also got Fadil Farag, Pablo Gordillo. We'll talk about his amazing achievements online shortly. William Chataway, Jan Pinu, Zahi Harel, Phil Shaw, and the last one, Matt, is...
Egidius Dovedatis, obviously.
Beautifully done.
Thanks very much. Very kind. Second feature table, as always, we bounce between these two. Plenty. Look at the Union flag action across the board here. Fatima somebody. Sounds good. Good name. David Van Plu, I think he's going to do very well for himself. Alec Trevelyan, straight out Goldeneye.
Very good indeed. Yeah, David Van Plu, obviously EPT champion here a few years ago, beat Jean Joanna heads up. Fatima, she doubled with aces into ace king.
Yes.
Near the end of the last level. I'm not sure if that was shown.
It was. It
was.
She looked happy. And why wouldn't you look happy? That's the thing dreams are made of.
And that's a nice mirror for us to look at.
Is that a mirror or is that a gap? Oh, God.
Can I show the camera also?
Wow.
Okay.
That's a hell of a plug. And back to the wall, or the mirror.
That's it. 3.
I mean, it's a nice ceiling.
It's a nice ceiling. This is a new feature we're doing, which is reflect on that then. Yeah, look, it was all worth it. A lot of man-hours went into that one particular shot.
Don't forget to get in touch, guys. Hashtag EPT Live on Twitter. Nuts at PokerStars.tv if you have a slightly longer question for us or an opinion. It's Phil Shaw. He's a poker player, journalist as well. He's been around for quite a few years. He was a regular on EPT back in the early seasons. Don't see him so much now. I think he focuses more online.
Yeah, he's got his thermal suit on in case it gets chilly.
And he's all in.
Bang, straight in.
Give that man a triangle.
Yeah, right now out in the field, the average stack is just shy of 290,000. Phil's got 101,000, so quite a few players going to be looking to make something happen in the last 2 levels of the day. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy, raise and take.
You're on to you.
You've got to have your cards back, I'm afraid, sir. I know you like them.
Yeah.
We are going to need those back. You missed some sterling conversation at the end of Joe and James's last stint, Mark.
Oh yeah, was it really good? Really good poker analysis.
Lots of poker
analysis, yeah.
There was the odd mention about Superman for about 30 minutes, just an odd mention for about 30 minutes, but mostly poker and some other stuff, but mostly poker. Mostly poker.
Good, good. That's what we're here for.
Wow, Phil getting a lot of airtime here, really. Loving his look. Has the EPT trophy always been exactly the same?
No.
That's what I thought. When did it stop changing? Because wasn't it was a glass bowl for a while? I've got visions of Gavin Griffin lifting up a big vase and being worried it was going to smash. And I'm thinking, whatever happened to the old, every season a different shaped thingamy?
Yeah, season 9 I think is when they changed. I thought the voice on my ear told me season 9 is when we got these beautiful new trophies.
Yeah, sometimes the voice in your head with the actual details, it spoils a whole conversation you were planning to have where you worked it out between you. But sometimes just Google it. Just Google it will be my answer in the future. Oh, Phil's in again. He's going to turn his newly minted 116,000. Pinot is going to look him up.
Yeah, both of these two players are the two of the shorter stacks at the table.
Yeah, sure is the player at risk, but to be honest, even if Pinot is unlucky here, he's not going to have much to play with, even if he sticks around.
Oh, domination nation. Not good news for sure.
No.
He is the all-in player. 19,000 less than his French opponent.
%1 chance of a split.
Of course.
Don't expect any songs anytime soon. Got his coat, he's got his shopping. Boom! Absolutely nothing.
It's the wrong end of the deck, it's the wrong colour.
Yampano looking pretty comfortable right now. Also got a couple of spades down just to cripple one of the outs, for sure. Wow.
Unlucky Phil, thanks for coming.
Yep, still in the money. Don't forget everyone now in the money. It took a while to burst the bubble, but we are now in the bubble, so £8 for his travels. God bless you, Governor. Seems quite funny dealing in pounds, but strangely natural. There is that trophy. I would like someone to make me a montage, a visual montage of all the trophies up until we establish the silver.
It's a good idea. I like that.
Brick. As I say, I can picture. Actually, strangely, I can only picture 3 specific trophies I remember from days of old. We'll get someone on that. I'll get my people on it, probably. And as Mark prompted, don't forget, do get in touch with us. We've already had a few hellos from our regulars. Hashtag EPT Live on Twitter. Tag your tweets thus. Or nuts at PokerStars.tv if you'd rather email us. PO Box 67 for any letters. Or just leave a letter behind the radiators in Victoria Station. And I'll pick it up a bit later on. A bit later on also, we'll be playing How Much Is My Doggy in the Window, an exciting new competition we're bringing to EPT Live. Tell you a bit more about that in a short while.
It's pretty incredible that Smitty tweeted in a picture as well of his doggy in the window, and it's uncanny.
It's uncanny. We haven't even announced this competition much. Straight on it. Harold is all in, and as you said, going to be lots of these short stacks trying to make a move.
A little bit too much.
Jackie Coddy. One of the easier names to pronounce at the table.
Jackie Coddy, yeah.
Jackie Coddy. Yeah, we've got a stack. 78,000 for Egidius Dovidatis. 134 for Harold, we saw in action just then. It is Jackie Coddy with 512,000. I jest. Also remind you, if you have just joined us later here in the day, free roll coming up 7:15 UK time. Still plenty of seats. Get in there, and remember also to share the stream, because if you share the stream and we get 2,000 shares, we will put more into the prize pool for the free roll players, and of course the free roll itself not only paying out today, but paying out across the whole of EPT London and indeed across the whole of season 11, courtesy of the league. Get on the leaderboard. Just by playing in one of the free rolls, you will become part of the system.
Yeah, Estrellas Barcelona package up for grabs. Why wouldn't you get involved?
Exactly. Come along with us. Kick off season 12. Your password is fish and chips, all one word, lowercase, fish and chips.
You don't have to raise.
This is Pablo, and now Billy we're looking at. Billy Chataway in the big blind. Pablo Gordillo made it 17,000 to play.
Yeah, Pablo Gordillo, we mentioned before, his remarkable success online. He won 3 tournaments in one day on WCube Sunday on PokerStars. Not WCubes, he won the Sunday Storm and 2 other, beating hundreds of thousands of players. I think it was a 5 billion to 1 shot, if you assume that every single player has equal ability, obviously.
Yeah.
Incredible, incredible. Will never happen again.
And I wasn't playing in those, so you're right to assume that everyone has equal ability. If I'd been there, it ruins the average.
There we go. There's a couple of articles on the PokerStars blog about it. He talks about his experience, so definitely go and check that out.
Really?
It's amazing. Is I find the guys that have the patience but the skill to consistently do well in the mega massive fields It's just ridiculous discipline and just amazing. But worth it, that's the thing, is if you've got the patience for it. I don't. I can just about handle a 9 max. But the payoff's substantial. Under the gun raise from Jake. Just a tickle over min. We're at 3,000 and 6,000 now with a 1K ante. And the 13,000 from Jake working its way around the table. Just Yanni, the big blind, going to defend. Heads up. Good potential Badoogie hand. Just to remind those of you at home playing along with versus Badoogie, you are up 1-0 currently. If you're not, don't worry. A lot of people come up to us between events talking about the Badoogie.
They love it.
Surprising amount of people loving the Badoogie.
Yeah, very surprising amount of people.
I thought it was just to amuse us, but apparently it's amusing quite a lot of you.
Classic check, bet, fold.
And we should establish now the next hand will be yours. That's all I'm saying. No prizes involved. Badoogie rules. Oh, God, look, top right. People, look, the actual production team getting behind us with an on-screen recognition of the Badoogie game we play. At some point, we'll work out how to turn this into an actual something you get.
A competition.
It's just because the audience, considering it's the audience versus us, if the audience win, that's a lot of card protectors.
That's a good point. Somehow we have to get a representative of the audience to play Badoogie on behalf of the audience.
See, what I'm thinking is when we do like play Badoogie through a whole season or a whole event, is that maybe whatever happens, like, you know, when we have the free rolls at the end of it, if the audience have won more Badoogie hands than lost, then we put some more money in the pot or something.
Something like that. We'll think about it.
We'll work it out.
Double the prize or something. Give, you know, cards with a card
Well,
protector.
not double. I mean, easy. Whoa there, horse. Reel it in.
It's too early in the season to be getting that fruity with the competitions.
I mean, the thing is, you know, it's like you start spending the budget and the next thing you know, it'll just be Joe, James and Mark. Do you know what I mean? It's a very fragile budget. I don't want to start kicking out too many decks of cards. Zahi Herro making it a 14,000. Pablo's out on the button. Billy Chataway. Oh, wow, someone's done me a mini montage of the trophies. Come back to that. Impressive stuff.
That's quick.
That could be a little double deck given out. Oh, look.
Wow.
I'd forgotten those. Right, anyway, sorry, hand in progress. Sorry, it's quite a dull one. I think I can leave this safely.
Just got to get through the blinds now.
It's on you, mate. He looks a lot like Neil Stoddart, doesn't he? That chap there.
You reckon?
Yeah, when he takes his glasses off, he's a lookalike. You know I love a lookalike. I love a lookalike. Meanwhile, thank you, props indeed to Daniel on the EPT Live Twitter stream. He has made me a little mini montage of some of the previous EPT trophies. The vase one is the one that I was picturing with the
Gavin Griffin.
The Gavin Griffin glass. I've forgotten this one here that looks a little bit like an angry baddie out of Abe's Odyssey. Very nerdy reference there. The Glucken, that was his name, and the little the old spade trophies.
I like the one we got now the best. I think.
Must say, it's only when you see the other ones you realise that the current one is a pretty sexy objet d'art.
It's a beautiful thing.
It's like the sort of skyscraper of the future.
It's the green and black 100k chip of the trophy world.
Wouldn't it be awesome if one day that was like the head office? There was a skyscraper for PokerStars, and like Stark Towers in the Avengers, it looked exactly like that.
Have you never been to the Isle of Man? That's exactly what it looks like. No,
I thought it was like a big bungalow, like my nan lives in. That is very good. Thank you ever so much, Daniel. That's very kind of you. I'm very impressed. Are we being told off for spelling Badoogie wrong?
Have we?
Oh, dearie me. We're never going to promote this game to the status I think it deserves if we can't even spell it. That is stage 1 of the marketing campaign. Folded around to Jake, gonna raise this up 16k. And it looks like no one wants to engage here. Getting used to the lights.
We need to stick up for graphical Nick. Get
What?
some stick. Poor fella.
Well,
He does
but
his
in my
best.
experience, the only sort of people that get stick are the people that make mistakes constantly and on a daily basis.
Oh. Oh, is that a little tear I can see in his eye?
There were a lot of sadness in the room as I said that.
Wow, I'm not taking you on today, Maddie, I tell you.
No. No, I share a special bond with Nick, mostly the fact that we're both over 50 and like tea rather than boozing. So at every party you'll find me and Nick basically just heading for the tea section. Hey, look everyone. For no apparent reason, there's Theo Jorgensen walking in the room. Are you joining us, Theo? Good Lord.
That's nice.
Nobody told
Surprised.
me. Nobody asked me if I was happy with that, but...
Surprise guest appearance. I'm very happy to have him.
Well, there you are, boys and girls. Just, we knew it, really.
Yo, yo, yo.
They are. We knew. We did not know, but now we do. So if you have any questions for Theo Jorgensen, tag your tweets EPT Live, or you can email in nuts@pokerstars.tv.
How are you, buddy?
I am great.
Good.
Unfortunately, I'm not there myself, but besides that, I'm fine. London is a great place. It's a little too raining right now, but besides that,
It
it's
really
still a
is.
great place.
It sucks because we've had such amazing weather up until about 4 days ago, and then the heavens opened. So all the Americans coming over, everyone from warmer climates, you know. God, London's always raining. Well, it's not, but it is right now.
Did you finally find someone to talk sports with? Because we saw you yesterday. at least 4 occasions just saying, so do you like sports? And it's like, it was kind of like a day, and you would chat someone, hey, where you from?
I was seriously surprised about the fact that Coleman doesn't follow sports.
Yeah, you were saying, God, you must have a lot of time on your hands.
He's a 24-year-old kid from the States, and he doesn't follow sports. How cool is that?
What are the chances?
But somehow you still managed to get him to talk about sports.
Yeah, well, and then I got him to talk a little about it.
It's good. You were trying with everyone. Christopher, where'd you come from? Like, at the other end of the table. Very funny.
So Cody's doing surprisingly, well, not surprisingly
well.
But
surprisingly
well. He definitely didn't have that stack when I opened the computer here at noon today.
No, he won a really nice hand of Salman. It was a full double up, I think. He got Salman to call with a7, and it was an ace-high flop, queen on the river. I think it ran out king-queen, and Cody raised him on the river, and Salman hero called basically with a7, and Cody had river 2 pair.
Okay.
So got a full double up there. And since then, it's just, it's been a steady upward ascent.
Where do I see? Oh, the average there is 316.
Yep, that's right. We've got 64 players, so yeah, 316 is your average. This is who we have right now, so a fair few players that have already shoved in. We're not long into this level. We've already seen about four all-in shoves.
$48,000.
How much are you behind?
Started this with 185,000, Billy Chataway.
This is, might be a stupid question, but is this an hour delayed?
No, this is live. That's why we're not seeing their whole cards.
So this is actually
this is right now
broadcasted live.
Yep. Yeah, we have the 2 ways. We're either completely live but don't see the whole cards, or when we do the whole cards, we have the delay, keep it all.
Because I'm already curious about what Cody has here. Cody doesn't, as soon as the money went out, he definitely didn't look like a guy who's letting this hand go easily.
I guess with Chataway's stack to put out 48,000 is got to be reasonably confident.
Yeah, it's a strong bet, considering the fact that the flush completed on the river.
Oh, we have welcoming back Ilan Bujana.
Thank you.
Looks that way. Earlier. Very talented
Yeah.
French-Israeli player.
I'm gonna have to grind up again so tilt.
Oh dear.
There's an
Leaf
aggressive
just got
dude.
me
I've
for
had
the
the pleasure
beam.
of playing with him. I think he busted at
Sorry?
number 9 in a WEPT in Paris. That was very, very aggressive.
He doesn't take defeat very well.
No,
No.
I think that was an all-in from me with a pair of jacks, and he was committed with his ace-8. But there was a lot of history, let's just say that.
One club. A bit 50k, she called.
I'm guessing he's about to tell a bad beat stories now.
Yeah, we should probably turn his microphone down because we don't allow those at any point.
No, I charge £5 or €5 to hear a bad beat story these days.
What?
I get told so many. I charge £5.
Yeah.
Or €5.
Lee Jones told me in a great story down in Vienna. He said in the old days, whenever he got somebody coming over and telling him a bad beat story, he says, listen, this is how it's going to work. I will have to charge $1, but then I will listen very, very carefully after the story. And that's how it works.
Yeah.
And then suddenly one of his friends came in when Lee was playing, and he just dropped down a $100 chip and said, I would like to make a subscription.
I've got a lot of stories.
And I really like that one. Just to feel not bad at all about saying, well, I paid for this. You have to listen.
Fair play.
Yeah.
I find I've got something called IPA, which is immediate poker amnesia. So when somebody comes to me and says, well, I had the king 10, and the flop came down ace 3. As soon as they tell me the flop, I forget what his hand was.
I do all
and then
the
as soon as he
time,
tells
yeah.
me, and then the turn, of course, the turn comes. What do you think the turn is? It's a 7. I've now forgotten what the flop was. and in fact, sometimes I don't even know who's this guy talking to me. And if we get to the river, I just call for a taxi. So that's my way through it. And because I just go, oh man, that sucks.
Yeah, unlucky, nodding your head.
Yeah, that's
I'm
going to be.
still very bummed about the fact that I think 12 years ago we were talking about inventing this robot who could stand behind you, and all it was supposed to be able to say is, that's the sickest thing I've ever seen.
Not the bad beat bot, not the triple B.
And then you could lean towards him and then tell him the stories, and as soon as you were done, he would say, that's the sickest thing I've ever seen.
Nice.
Brilliant.
Or he could say, how could he call you with that?
Yes.
That's the two.
Those are the two options.
That's
like
the two
a kid's
options.
toy where it has two or three phrases.
And then
I like
obviously he should be able to nod his head insanely.
Yeah, yeah.
That would be a great invention.
And at that point, if a flap opens and just a beer slides out on a small conveyor belt, just cheers, man.
Yeah.
Just to make you feel better. Let's get on to that. Trademark. Also, good news. We can tell you that those of you upset that Liv Barry had left our featured table, she's now actually just moved to our second featured table.
Yeah, we had no choice but to break our featured table before.
Yeah.
Who's going to break? Yeah. Liv, Fatima.
That's a very interesting table.
Yeah.
David Van Plu, former champion here.
Who's sitting on Liv's right?
On her right, this is Yareth Nigel East.
That's a decent stack. The
lot of
chip
chips.
leader from today. How much is he still in? Because he was.
Do you know? I actually
that
don't
was the
know.
guy that was pretty much hitting every hand.
Do you know, I'm going to... Mark is immediately switching to a different screen to find out such things. I'm a bit behind on where we are with this, because we've just sat in on this. But yeah, this is 1.2 million for Jareth East, so he's...
And he was playing pretty much every hand and apparently hitting every hand.
Yeah,
there he
still
is.
in. Chip leader, 930,000 according to the live reporting team. Jareth East, he's in second position. He's just the player.
Okay.
Okay, so how old is that then, I guess? Because if Jareth is up to 1.2 million now...
Oh, then he is.
That's
he
what I'm
is,
saying.
That is
He
the chip
must have-
leader. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
he's leapfrogged Sorrentino. It was on our feature table yesterday.
Yeah, I've not seen Sorrentino. I think he was on our feature table briefly much earlier on today.
There are so many good players left in. We could have an amazing final table just looking down the list. So many former champions, team pros.
And this is... Liv raised this up 13 grand pre-flop, got the one call. And now, continuation bet. Bet out on the turn as well. Job done.
Job done.
Job done. Looking a bit kind of Kate Bush. With the
yeah, I can see that.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you know, a bit of the old floaty arms, a bit loose-fitting clothes.
We need to get a fan underneath the table just
Exactly.
to blow her hair up in the wind.
Just a bit slow motion.
What is that? What is that on her left? Rec? What is that for?
I don't know.
Oh, that might be the charity that she's involved with Philip Grisham
yes,
and Igor
good shout.
Kurganov.
Okay.
Effective giving.
Yeah. Multiple.
They've done some amazing work.
Crushing it. Yes, she's crushing it.
Didn't look like it in this one, though.
Down to 61 players already. We lost 10 players this level.
What are we playing down to today? Levels?
Yep, down to the end of level 19. So an hour here and then one more full level, and then that's it done for the day.
Yeah, and then tomorrow we'll play down to 16 players, and the following day we'll play 16 to the final table.
Okay.
You going to play any more tournaments this week?
I'm planning on playing the high roller tomorrow.
10k plus one re-entry.
Yeah.
Should get good numbers, I think.
The whole problem with that re-entry thing is, even though I have planned only to take one bullet, as soon as you lose and feel unlucky, it's very difficult not to get dragged up against the buy-in station again, and then just, oh yeah, okay, get me in again. Let me show those bastards.
And of course that means a whole fresh table of people to potentially talk about sports with, you know.
Well, then I got, eventually I'm going to find the one or two that really
exactly
are into either the NBA, the NFL, or the Premier League.
It was yesterday when we started the broadcast, and there were you and Dan Coleman sitting next to each other, and you're having a really intense conversation, and we hardly said a word for about 10 minutes, because our viewers, they would say, you know, when there's table talk, let's hear what the guys are chatting about. And it was intense, and then Dan got knocked out, and then it went, whoom, and it was just the quietest table for so long.
I lost my guy
exactly
to talk to, and then I was more focusing on not peeing my pants at that time.
Fair dues, we've all been there.
And then we had to do some work after that. Actually, if you do want to invoice for that first hour of the show, we didn't really do anything. So
that's great.
Easy roll.
Oh, the girls against each other.
Yeah. Liv raising it up again, gets the call from Fatima. Same story, actually exact same line as last time round. Post-flop, continuation bet from Liv, gets the call. Still keeps coming now, 35,000 now.
It's a very moist board.
It is indeed moistening as we speak.
I never noticed Liv stairs. I don't know if it's just because it's Fatima or, but I can't recall her staring.
She's got a pretty mean stare. I think she can do meaner than this.
This is quite medium.
Yeah.
There's like a microwave dial on the back that just goes from defrost to medium to burn. This is about medium.
Takes a lot to stare down Fatima, though. She's a fierce competitor.
It's like in the dictionary next to the word competitive, there's just a photo of Fatima.
Yeah.
Just looking at you.
She loves the game. She's getting better and better and better. She's cashed 4 out of 4 UK IPTs. She's loving that tour as well. Cashed here and folds.
Still got over 300,000 in a stack, Fatima, so no problems. Live up to just shy of 600,000 now.
It's nice to see her go deep in an EPT again.
Yep.
I think she's loving it too. Chatting to her. Focused. In the zone.
Living the dream.
But it was interesting with Coleman that the fact that he was so much into sports earlier on when he was a kid, and then just decided, well, it can't be that. Well, and it isn't. It shouldn't be that important. It's just entertaining.
It's okay.
But it's impressive that a guy just says, well, that's it. I've spent enough time with that.
He's becoming very philosophical.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Van Blue is short.
All in a call. Ace-4, shove from the bottom. Oh, Domination Nation being called by chip leader, Ace-King.
Well, you'd say this is the privilege of the big chip leader on the table, but actually hand does the job for him. Not likely to see David not try it with the ace-4.
That's a pretty bad flop.
Yeah.
Gonna need running cards for a straight. That's not it. So we are going to lose David Van Blue. We know repeat champion performance from him.
I tell you what, mate, we played all day together, haven't we? I'm going to give you a real compliment. I've never seen someone run good as well as they played good, which you've done both today.
That's a very nice compliment.
Oh, that's nice.
That's quite a nice way of putting that. Nice. Can also tell you, as we see David Van Blue leave, that also Egidius Dovadatis has also been knocked out on the feature table. Zahi Herald doing the job there. So, yet more casualties here. The penultimate level of the day.
Thanks for coming, David. See you again next year.
I'm pretty sure we'll see him again at some point during this season. Pretty sure.
Yeah. Theo may be seeing him in the high roller tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how many that attracts.
Got a quick question for you, if you don't mind, actually, Theo. Sorry to jump in there. I just realised I did ask people for questions, then I ignore them, which is just not the way to go. Willie wants to know about a specific hand yesterday. The board was Jack-Jack, meh, meh, meh. You made a big fold. We didn't see the whole cards. Wondering if you would share, if you remember.
How does he know I made a big fold?
Well,
yeah,
you must have done it with your shoulders.
Yeah. The board. Well, the river was a jack, as far as I recall. So there's a couple of jacks out there, and 6 high. And I folded a pair of 9s.
There you are.
That's
that
it.
Was easy. That was easy.
Willie's a big fan of the show, and he actually sat with you in the Isle of Man. And he said it was an absolute pleasure.
Well, right back at him.
He said, what a nice guy, so maybe it's someone else who sat with him.
Yeah, well, that's got to be one of the other guys.
And apparently we've also lost Ilan Bujanar from the feature table.
Oh,
he
really?
was short, yeah. So the 2 short players have busted from the feature table.
Gosh. Yeah, he did come back saying I'm going to have to grind it up with a bit of a bad beat going on, didn't he? So no real surprise that he didn't hang around too
And
long.
it's tough. If he, let's say he had 104,000, around 100,000 in chips, and there's a fee for telling a bad beat on 30,000, so he's back to, like, he's down to 70.
Yeah.
Which is not...
Being asked by Julian, who is the guy 2 spots right of Liv. That would be Christian Vivala.
Yeah, PokerStars team online.
Yeah. That's why he has all the patches. Don't forget, tag your tweets, EPT Live or nuts@pokerstars.tv for emails if there's anything you would like to get in touch with us. People wondering if Stapes will be playing the free roll today. I think he might be out and about filming with Mr. Hartigan. I could be wrong.
Stapes.
And it's not fair to have him in the field because he just ruins it for everyone.
Stapes. I was so much hoping that I saw that he started to do stand-up here in London.
Yes.
I'm definitely planning on making a trip over here to watch that. He's not doing it while this is on, obviously, so it has to be another time. But I find the guy hilarious.
He's really funny. I've seen him do stand-up. Yeah.
Is it good?
It was good. There was one joke that I don't think he'll be repeating again. It kind of bombed.
Okay.
Bit over the line. Bit too far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's the ones I like.
But I'll tell you it off air.
Okay.
But but no, he was very, very funny. And he also did it with Peter Latham, who's one of the floor guys here, one of the producers. And they both were on the same bill. And he was very, very funny. And so it's good. He's becoming part of the circuit, London stand-up circuit.
Excellent.
He's getting better and better.
Fatima. Raising the big chip stack here.
There's a lot of Irish guys over there in Isle of Man when I was over there for the UK IPT. I just love the way they can say tarty. Parker.
Flip it. Flip it.
Well, we're actually going to take a look at the exit of the two players from our feature table that we mentioned but missed as we were down on the secondary table. I think this was Davadatis, yeah.
He was the first to go, and then I think it was back-to-back hands.
Is that a PokerStars T-shirt he's got on? Or
No, it's just it looks like a pretty mean kind of poker T-shirt. I noticed that.
Yeah.
Spade with a kind of a skull hidden in there. Oh, thank you.
Because I was just thinking, if that's PokerStars, that's very... They're getting creative.
Yeah.
Oh, yo.
Oh.
Fucking God, bro. Why all the time, man?
See, that's where you need the bad beat bot to lean over and go.
time.
That's the sickest
Well, that's
thing
where
I've
it
ever
has
seen.
to be there.
Exactly. See, now, right now, he can be
Yeah, and the
cuddling.
bear should come out and say, yeah, cuddling as well. And what?
It should be
That's
quite
the sickest thing I've ever seen.
It should be like a matronly kind of like a nan figure, like kind of a big padded kind of bot that just hugs you. Just says, that's the sickest thing I've ever seen. And then the beer, and bang, you would just be happy. You would just be so happy. So that's how we lost those two. We're already down to 56 players. Here we are, back live in the room. This is how it stands now.
Cody is under 5. Still doing fairly well, I would say. They're 6-handed now.
Not full on.
Yeah, they'll be bringing a player in at some point. Maybe even 2 if they need to break a table. Down to 56 players in the main event.
Yeah, whistling down. We got 52 minutes of this level and then a full other level yet to get through today. We'll be down to our final table, he said ridiculously. No, that'll be in a couple of days' time. We'll be sitting here at 5 in the morning going, just one more player gets knocked out.
Yeah.
And, one of those classic award-winning shows that we do.
Got a 3-bet from Chataway up to 29,000 after Harrell opened from under the gun.
Chataway, that is an awesome last name.
So you could have done with him. You could have done with him with the sport.
Yeah, it's a perfect neighbor.
I should have been at the same table with him. That would have been... That's a no-brainer.
That's an easy one.
Put Chataway and me at the same table. Oh fuck. Oops.
It's all right. You're allowed one mistake.
Yeah.
I didn't hear anything.
No.
King 5-6, 2 hearts down. Check is the action. Deuce. Club on the turn. 73,000 in the middle. Sun in the sky. $41K.
So he's going to get called. Chataway taking the pot control line pre-flop. Post-flop, sorry. Did a Broughton.
Did a Broughton. Got the posts and the pre around the wrong way.
There we go.
There we go.
Diamonds.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything until we caught up with it. Now you can see what's actually happened. The 9 of diamonds came down the river. 50K into 155,000.
It's just it's such a painful bet to call because you're thinking, like, is anybody really ballsy enough to bluff with a 50,000 bet into a 150?
King, queen.
It's certainly... Chataway certainly makes it look like what you would think it is. It's basically a value bet on a king with a decent kicker. And I'm saying, yeah, king queen is king jack is my 2 bets.
We're going to see if he is right. If it is king queen. 6s.
Wow.
Set 6s.
No, check, bet net.
Chataway paraded himself for making the call.
So if he was thinking it was King Queen and he still called, what did he have?
Maybe Jack's Queen.
Must have been under, yeah.
Okay.
Strong enough hand that he was able to call on the river, and a strong enough hand that he was able to 3-bet and under the gun raiser.
I mean, maybe it's just me, but in a spot like that, let's say he bets a lot instead of this with a hand like that. I'm most likely more inclined to call because it makes less sense that he would be doing that with just a pair of kings.
So if he bombs 150k rather than
something
50k.
like that, yeah.
Couple of new players here. This is Osman Mustanoglu. And I've just seen who arrives in our other seat.
Another bit of team online action.
I know, I was waiting just in case he appeared on the screen. There he is.
There he is. Marc-Andre Ledesser.
Also, just a quick advert, boys and girls. The free roll is filling up. If you would like to play in that, you've got 45 minutes until that kicks off. Password is fish and chips. If you would like to play in that, just in itself, or if you are actually on a longer campaign to get into our free roll league, 45 minutes, get in there before it fills up. And if you have registered and are not able to play, please unregister and let some other players in.
Pretty small. 3-bet in position. Do you prefer to raise 3-bet more when you're out of position, Teo?
I might have a little. If you take my statistics, I'm pretty confident they're going to show I'm 3-betting a lot more in position. Just call me old-fashioned, but I like to be in position.
You want more information?
Yeah.
Quick look at the impact of the new players. Marc-Andre comes in 480,000. Osman the short stack, but still with 30 bigs. So
30 big blinds is definitely. There's a lot of play, you know. Everybody.
Yep, the shortest stack, but not necessarily short stacked.
Yeah, the average.
I wouldn't say so, no.
It's like 60 big blinds deep. It's a pretty good average at the moment.
Yeah.
So we're ahead of schedule, really, in terms of the amount of eliminations that we've gone through. Expect it to slow down at a certain point.
Interesting bit of information comes in, assuming it's all correct, from Asif on Twitter. He's saying that Osman's from Manchester, is a supernova, is the #1 ranked Turkish money winner. Cashed in 2 out of the last 3 PCAs. Getting there with packages he won with his points. So a force to be reckoned with here on our feature table.
Thanks for that information, Poker Tourist. Under the gun race from Gordillo. Did you read about his amazing feats? He was the chap who won the 3 tournaments on Sunday on PokerStars.
Gordillo?
Yeah.
Yes, I've read about that. I didn't know it was him.
Yeah.
Couldn't recall the name, but yes, now I can see.
Phenomenal achievement.
That's the dude.
That is the dude. Viewers of the stream may remember him from EPT Vienna earlier in the year. Final table there. Cody's 3-betting. He's going to call. So they're going to go heads up to a flop. 93,000 chips in the middle to be won. Seven, 8, 10, couple of spades. Cody continues for 44,000.
181,000 in this pot now.
That might slow them down, but considering the fact that there's 181,000 in the pot and Cordelia doesn't have more than 250 in his stack, I doubt that this is just gonna go down without any of these guys really being very tempted to bluff at it if they don't have anything.
The board's got even more interesting with the 2 of spades on the river. Any flush draws got there. Looks like Gordillo's going to lead at this river, he does.
It's kind of like that 50k bet previously into the 150 we checked away, and it's, I think, oh.
Yeah.
That same sort of bit sizing, the same sort of wet board, and all kind of nightmare hands are very believable.
Here, yeah, well, yeah, he could have a flush, but I doubt the flush. The 9, what, I think, is he value betting a 10 here? It's just the 9 doesn't really make sense to me. Yeah, he could. I guess he could have a pair of 9s, but
I'm all in.
Wow.
Ooh,
big move.
I like that move.
The bet sizing for Gordillo was almost like he was betting to enable himself to get away from it if he did get shoved.
Well,
on.
yeah, both that and then I don't. The flush doesn't really make it. I like it, and most likely Cody had something here, but I really like it if he didn't.
So it's easier to put a flush in Cody's hand there rather than Gordillo's.
Yes.
And that takes Jake up to just shy of 700,000. Pablo down to 178,000. A couple of people on Twitter asking for a... Oh, just going to interrupt myself. We have some shots.
Oh, Mr. Filatov.
Oh my goodness.
One of the shyest men in poker. Not.
Needed to come.
Dress it up.
Just showing a king. And the bug is behind 8-8. 8-8's made a pair of 8s, 2 pairs.
Thank you.
And he's gone.
Brace yourself.
Hey, job is good.
I'm sure he'll be leaping in the Russian stream at some point. So if you fancy having a listen in Russian to how his day went, tune in a bit later on.
They'd like to have at least 5 or 6 guests at any one time on the Russian stream. I was just about to say a few people had asked about an overview of the tournament. We are down to 54 players. We had 675 entrants. The money bubble burst much earlier on with Joe James and the Whole Pope. And right now, everyone is playing for a minimum of £9,800. Top prize just shy of $500,000, 499,700. 40 minutes left here on level 18, and we will play through to the end of level 19 today. Tomorrow we'll get down to the last 16. The next day down to the final table, and that's where it will be. If you've got any more questions, please do ask. 3,000, 6,000 on the blinds, 1,000 ante. Anything else? I think that's everything.
That's everything. I think that's a good
round. Now we got an all-in.
Yep, Gordillo's going, ah, well, I'm off for the bad beat bot. Give me a hug.
I'm sorry?
So Ladiseur raised from under the gun +1. Caught by Osman. Gordillo squeezed all in from the big blind. 177,000.
What does he do? What do you do there with, let's say, ace-jack?
Marlon.
Reshove.
Action.
I think they don't want me in.
Osman's out of there.
Pocket 7s for the Spaniard.
Oh, no.
Ace Queen. Yeah. Classic race.
Classic
underway.
race. Classic race. Ish.
Should I have an ace over there?
I was never folding that one.
Don't never ask about the aces that have already been folded.
I'm sorry?
You will be. That's what I like to say to people when they say I'm sorry. So yeah, you will be. No one's ever sorry in poker. They just want to look nice. Not a lot of help. Split pot, obviously, club. Don't look so glum, you're ahead.
Boom.
That club would make him feel
I know.
sick now.
I know, I called it, but I don't want to see it.
3 of clubs.
Ace of clubs. Spade. It's all right. Double up for Godeo.
Say 177.
Luckily for Mark, he had the stack to be able to afford to take that blow. Drops down to about 300,000 chips.
Johan would like to know, Theo, and this is a very modern question, apart from being a good poker player, what does it take to be a team pro? I'm assuming devilish good looks and a tremendous talking accent for the voiceovers.
You have to be extremely good looking.
Right, okay. Extremely
you have to be under 30.
Okay,
yeah.
Right, okay.
And
are these new rules that have just come in? Or
no, that's
right,
the that's the very old rules. And then besides that, I don't think there's actually any other rules. No, honestly, seriously, most of it comes down to obviously how well you play poker, and then I'm guessing appearance.
Well, you've got to be articulate, I would imagine. I guess you've got to also love to do this kind of stuff because you've got to do interviews. You've got to be prepared to jump in with the comm teams. And
it's definitely bad if you don't like talking. That's a good thing if you like talking. And now I can only talk for myself, but I don't have a problem talking.
So there you are, Johan. If you just work on your game, work on being incredibly good looking and like talking about poker.
That's it.
Around poker a tremendous amount.
He's young. He's a good looking chap.
Also, you're going to have to be prepared to hang out with the likes of Fatima and Liv and, you know, Jake.
Being forced to go to parties, PokerStars parties.
Also, just time to flash you a reminder. Don't say anything if you get this, Theo. I didn't. And let me just quickly say, don't tweet or do anything. Don't do anything at home. This is the second of Joan James's London film trial, or trial, as I think it might be spelt more accurately.
I've got no clue.
No, I didn't until I saw somebody stupidly tweeted the answer and ruined it for everyone. Every single day you're going to get one and sometimes two of these. We are looking for a film. What film is this referencing? And also, what is the location? Keep a hold of that information, boys and girls at home. Just make a note of it somewhere. Don't send in your answers, because at the end of EPT Live London, we will tell you what to do with it. You've got a pair of Skull Candy headphones up for grabs. They are, of course, the official headphone sponsor. As well as giving away the headphones, you get a Sunday Million ticket or $T if that's not available to you. Live on the 18th. But obviously before then we will tell you what to do with your answers, but do not tweet them, because if you tweet them you're just telling the people that didn't get the film what the film is. So again, you should have a film title and a reference. I haven't got any of them yet.
I had no clue with that one.
I got that one.
Did you?
You did? How do you get what?
My head, don't say it out loud. Don't exclaim this.
Just write it down. I'm too curious.
Once I've seen it, I could work it out. But I'm not very good with these kind of things. I just don't see it.
That's a mystery if anybody got that one.
The thing is, there could be lots of really nerdy films that I know, and you could literally just bleat out one note from the theme tune and I'd get it. Or
well, yeah, considering the fact that I haven't seen that.
Oh, okay. Well, there you are.
That's going to make it tough for me. So I can say my guess here.
Well,
it was 9.5 weeks. And
well, that's
plus a quarter.
Plus
some change.
Was that the sequel?
Yeah. Plus some change.
Plus some change. We're also being asked by none less than Francesca. Hello, Francesca. Good to have you with us. Saying, what was the first picture? Don't forget, guys, you can use a rewind function to go back and take a look at yesterday's. I believe we had one yesterday, one today. I think we have two. I think we have 6 in total. We got 2 tomorrow, 2 the following day.
You need to explain that to me.
Okay.
How that comes in.
I'll explain in the break. Yeah.
Dude, please do, because I'm clueless.
No, you're not. You've had the. You're completely clued up. It's just
that was not a clue to me.
Was that? That doesn't qualify. So more of that tomorrow. There's 2 tomorrow, and as mentioned, feel free to go back, look at the replay. And of course, when we finish tonight, we finish, I believe, about 9:30 p.m. Is you can go back and watch yesterday's game if you didn't see anything prior to today's coverage. And as you see on your screen, we need the location as well as the associated film. Save your answers.
Blind on blind action here. Like on Jason Ladder, leads from the small blind, 15,000. It's been raised by Pinot. Up to 39,000. 10-7-3, 2 hearts on the flop.
It's a call.
It's a confident call.
Confident
a little stare, a little lick of the lips. 4 clubs on a turn.
116,000 in the pot.
Ladder checks to face a 42,000 bet.
A little bit slower to act than he was post-flop now in light of the bet. Hello. Yep. Coming along.
Exactly 200,000 in the middle. The board completes with the 4 diamonds.
I am all in.
He is not gonna call.
Snap shove.
I can't see that happening. I haven't been on a. Apparently he's not on a draw, but if he's got the 10, he's gonna fold.
Good read.
It's just, he needs to show the guy some respect, and he did. And I'm obviously curious about whether, because that would have been an amazing bluff, but I doubt that, and I would have folded a 10 as well. Ace 10 would have been difficult, but besides that, yes.
Ah, it's Benny Spindler, who's a champion here.
Mr. Spindler.
A few years ago. There's your Danish teammate, Mickey Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Looks like Chris Moorman to me. Best online MTT player of all time, according to some. Kevin McPhee, EPT Berlin champion from a few seasons ago. Nicholas Schweety, he won the grand final.
Hey, Schweety.
Monaco. Hey, Schweety.
Hey, Schweety.
And there's your good buddy, Johnny Lott.
Here comes Johnny.
He's had a very up and down day.
Yeah, he told me about it. Looks decent now.
Bram Henretz, who's online qualified for Barcelona. He bubbled the final table there a few remember, a few weeks ago.
Yeah, we had a couple of people yesterday asking if he was still in. He certainly is. He actually, I hadn't seen until this morning. He tweeted back, but he didn't tag his tweet with the hashtag of EPT Live, so I didn't see it until I checked some personal ones this morning. But yeah, he is out there in the field. Incidentally, don't forget, on that matter, if there's anybody you're interested in or following, make sure you check out the PokerStars blog if you want to catch up on the order of play or the chip counts. Take a look.
Yeah, go to the live update section.
Backed up 270.
270, okay.
Sorry. Yes. Going well so far.
You are in a good shape.
But, you know, it's just potential.
There are two Mancunians from Manchester, so be careful, boys.
We can hear you, but we never hear the end of your sentence. It always cuts out as if you've suddenly gone, just like.
Chataway comes in with a raise to 13,000 from the hijack.
No, in Morocco. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
New calls in position.
A lot of with Turkey.
Cody's going to squeeze. It's up to 39,000.
Selling to all the city. No new. Spare part, engine part.
It's going to be very tough for him to call without committing himself here.
He does let it go.
I think that's a great squeeze from Cody. I don't think Cody's got a monster here. It's just a great spot because you know Shadowway is gonna be playing for his stack if he's doing anything there, so he's really gonna give it some thought. And you know Pinot is 95, 99% of the time's gonna fold.
Yeah, he's just won that pot before. Maybe he's still got a bit of adrenaline running through his body.
He just
his
doesn't
calling range.
strike me as a really main man, more of a to the tight side. Yeah, there was a chance that Chataway was gonna move all in and Cody would have to let it go, but it looked like a very decent spot to make a squeeze. Maybe just add something.
What's your general formula? Like when you have, so here you have somebody bets 13 and somebody calls 13. If you're looking to make a squeeze, what's the minimum you're going to come in with on that sort of amount?
Well, it all depends on who I'm playing against and stuff like that. But in a spot like that, considering there's a squeeze, minimum 3 times that bet, which was exactly what Cody was betting.
Yeah.
But in that ballpark, could be a little less, could be a little more. But the whole thing here is it's just very vital to play the guy, play the person in that spot, because if you take a guy like
you living in England?
Mark, who's just lost substantial amount of his chips. I'm confident Cody wouldn't do that against him because he's going into a tighter mode now with only 200,000, and he's more maybe slightly a little tilted about the fact that he lost it, so he's gonna, well, Cody's gonna squeeze. But this guy is sitting with a stack he's been sitting on for a while, and he doesn't really strike me as a guy who goes insane and plays. Now he's come this close, he's not gonna shove in with jack high, which means Cody's got a fair shot. The only thing he has to dodge is the guy has ace king and better, maybe ace queen and jacks and up.
That's, yeah, fantastic observation there. Great advice as well. This is the sort of things you should be looking out for at the table.
Yeah, you got to find these spots, and then there's just some guys you don't want to squeeze. Our friend here from Turkey is not. Now I haven't seen him play a lot, but that's not a guy I'm going to be squeezing at any given time.
How much more?
Just the fact that he's from Turkey is enough to me. I'm convinced that he's going to be able to tell himself, well, yeah, nobody does that against me.
This is the first we've seen of Farag as well. He does call a 3-bet. I've got a really nice story about this chap that I'll tell after the hand. King 6-6, rainbow.
92 grand to fight over. Now #1 Turkish player. Out of position.
It's such a dry board there in the spot. Like, you're betting 45,000 into 95. What does the guy do? Let's say he doesn't have a king, and he's betting 20,000. Like, what do you do? You call off to try to hit your 2 out of if you have an under pair, but considering the stack, like, Farag could have bet half that amount. Now he's just saying goodbye to his cards. He's never gonna, unless it's just big Hollywood. No, it has to be.
Just calls. Then you got 80,000 back. You have 100,000 more than that in the pot.
All in.
And he must be calling quick. Yeah, it was Hollywood. It was ace king, I'm guessing. Oh, a 6. Wow.
Wow.
So it was Hollywood.
Nice flop when you 3-bet with ace-6.
God,
Ace-6 off.
Yeah, you get a bit creative, and then the poker gods go, well, do you know what?
Yeah, and let him hit that one.
A re-raise with the ace-6 off. Curious. Hello? Hello? Hello,
Hi.
poker. Hi, this is Matt. Hello there. Just for the drama, really, just for the drama of it.
The tension.
Exactly.
10. So Farag loses that. Double up for Osman. Yeah, but the story I was going to say, it's a really nice feel-good story, this one, Teo. It's Farag, he was an Iraqi refugee and had to leave Iraq in the 1970s. Came to Sweden, couldn't find a job, so had to go on benefits until he got himself back on his feet. Then he moved to Morocco, where he got involved in the spare parts for lorries and trucks, made a fortune. He then contacted the Swedish government. He noted down every single bit, every single penny of benefits that he claimed, totaled the lot up, and contacted the Swedish government and asked to pay everything back. And the Swedish government refused. They thanked him for it, but refused. So he's like, you know, he never forgot what Sweden did to get, you know, his life back on track. And, you know, they have a really good welfare system there. And but he felt really guilty about claiming all this money. So when he made his money, he tried to pay it back. How nice is that?
That's
Nice. Yeah. Eric, a Swedish blogger, told me that story earlier. I think Lena Ollison may have written about it as well on the PokerStarsblog.nu.
Nice.
Nice stories.
People. Oh, Zoom. Oh, we've got an all-in. Fatima has called this all-in.
Ace Queen versus Ace 8.
Thanks, man.
I'm hoping that was Fatima's, and there you go.
Yeah, it looked like it was a bottom versus big blind. It was. So Fatima raising the button, called the shove from the big blind. Domination Nation.
Yeah.
And more chips.
2, 4, 6 players there.
They continue to drop. I think we're down to 50 players in the main event now.
They keep holding up.
Yeah, Fatima and Liv pretty much top of that table. 531,000 for Fatima, 512,000 for Liv. We lost the chip leader that was on that table has been moved away.
Oh, nice.
See, that's what you need to be a team pro. You need to always know where the camera is.
Look for the red light.
Exactly. Always know.
I was busy, so usually I forget then.
First in chips.
By a tickle.
I think we should just stay and have a look at Fatima for a while.
Yeah, let's just float here. Look at that carpet. That is tremendous. You could spill all sorts of drinks on that. You'd never see it.
First one today. You had a gun as well?
Yeah. Wow.
8-6-2. Well, it was better than what I had. 2-3 off. 2-3 off.
Good too, right?
This seems like a very nice, friendly table.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But this is where some of the players is going to come out of their comfort zones, because we're only down to 50 now, and eventually you're going to have times where you're only playing 6-handed.
Yeah.
When you're used to playing 8-handed and 9-handed, that's what you play, the way you play. But you really have to be able to adapt now, which means you have to be able to play more hands to not get eaten too much by the blinds. And obviously that's going to put some of the less experienced, you could say the least good players at the table out of their comfort zone, which is why it's very interesting, and why you should at home also sometimes practice only playing 6-handed tournaments, stuff like that. Even heads up, for hopefully one day you're going to be heads up.
Yeah, there are key points out there in tournament with that. The distance between the good and the great players.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't matter. Early doors, it doesn't really matter. It's not going to be very apparent. But then these sort of points, like you say, when the lines are getting expensive and smaller fields on the table. Yeah.
So many of these guys who's been qualifying has always played 9-handed, 10-handed, and then suddenly they find themselves in spots like this when they're playing 6-handed, and it's going to be really hard for them to start playing anything else that what they've been used to and what they've had success with. But they really need to, and they need to play more hands to be able to not get damaged too much by the blinds.
Interesting line from Fatima here. She was 3-bet by Simon pre-flop, and now she's led king high flop. Simon calls.
I like that, Fatima card.
I don't think she was.
Oh,
no.
Oh, okay. Simon just called pre-flop. Okay,
Yeah,
I thought he re-raised.
No, she made it 13k and he just called, and now she's continued, been called again. Third diamond comes down to 6, 85k out there.
Now that's an interesting bet, because you would think she would back off a little here with ace-king. I would, if I'm sitting in Taborham's seat, I would think, well, now my king-jack is good, because unless she has me totally crushed, she wouldn't bet the ace-king here. It doesn't make sense that she's betting ace-king all the way here. She has to eventually be better.
Would have she had that ace-king with the ace of diamonds in her hand? Do you think that might have tempted her to bet the turn?
It might, but then it's going to stop her now. Which means that we're definitely looking at a hand better than ace.
Snap call. Kings.
King.
Wow, top set.
He was sitting on the flush, was he? The whole time?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was
he
kings.
Just comfortably letting her do all the hard work.
Wow.
I'm amazed he's not even thinking about re-raising there.
And we got an F-bomb from Fatima.
Yeah, well,
Even when she's
you
not
understand that.
commentating. Yeah.
It feels like
because
she's
the problem here is you finally get a hand and it kings, and you've been folding so much really bad, yes. And then suddenly you get a hand, and on top of that, you connect with the flop. And then it doesn't really look like he's on a flush, so you're convinced you're winning anyway. And then suddenly he turns over his hand, and you're crushed, and she doesn't look like a happy camper, right? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm laughing, but yeah, but that's the painful thing about it. Especially because she was convinced she was winning. That bet was not a bluff, obviously. It was a value bet, and she was convinced she was winning. And so she should. But it's just imagine there, you've been sitting for 6 hours, and you fold it and fold it and fold it, and finally you get a great hand, and you connect with the flop. And then you get beaten. It's not always fun.
No.
No.
Marc-Andre's been moved from the feature table to our secondary feature table to keep everything nice and balanced.
Yeah, going to be plenty of this as these tables keep getting knocked down. We go down to 6 players, 7 players, 8, up and down, up and down. Keep it all balanced.
Taberham.
Simple raise and take.
I don't know Taberham. Do you know anything about him, Mark?
Yeah, he's definitely got a familiar face. I think he's more on the sort of the businessman side of things. Plays recreationally.
Okay.
But he's he's been around for quite a few years.
I mean, I would. Where are the
You were thinking,
chip
right?
stacks there? Let's just say I'm not calling that fast. I'm most likely re-raising Fatima there. Very short, and then might even be able to lay it down if she shoves.
She has a way of getting you on your side.
But I think that's one of the spots where a less experienced player just misses out on value in these. It's rare he's going to come in a spot like that. He's got a flush, and it's heads up here. And yes, he could be extremely unlucky.
Do you think having a cash game background like you do really helps you find the value in those spots? Because in cash games, it's key to get the value where you can.
It is, and it's key in tournaments as well. And this is pretty much a key moment. He's not going to think about that in a day or two, and maybe right now he thought, well, that was great, and I played it great. But I really think he missed out on some value here. You can't always, well, yeah, it wasn't the top nuts, but in no limit, you can't really expect to have the nuts.
I was hoping you'd be really excited about tooth fairy, you know?
Against you? No.
And it's a tough spot because Fatima is going to come out there betting for value with 3 kings, and then suddenly she's going to get click raised. Like, what do you do there? With 3 kings.
Hate life even more.
Yeah. Suddenly you're going
Yeah.
all for value, and then suddenly, but a click raise there is going to be quite a lot of chips anyway.
Yeah, because the pot swelled, you know, with betting on every single street. By
So
the time it got to the river.
so there's so many people thinking about, well, how bad they played when they couldn't fold their ace jack and ace queen, and how they paid too much off. But in my, I think this is a pretty vital thing you have to think about too. This is a very good example of missing out on value. Another good example of the fact that you really have to think about your moves just a little more there, because maybe if he's just taking some air in and thinking about and getting some oxygen to his brain, he might be able to realize that, well, this is pretty much the nuts I'm sitting with. I might get some value out of it. So against a girl like Fatima in that spot,
What's your name?
I'm convinced I'm only going to click raise it, and then you know this girl is not going to shove with a bluff like that. So you can actually lay down a 10 high flush, even though I know it sounds insane, because she's only going to call or fold unless she has you top nut beaten with the nut super nut in that spot.
But in the long run, you're going to make more money just by raising in that spot.
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
But do you not, like, this is going to sound funny, but actually, do you not think there are some players that would rather just get to showdown here, and if they're beat, they're beat, rather than go for the extra value, knowing that if they come back over the top and they've got to let it go, it actually has a bigger impact on them to have to let go what they might still believe is.
But if you're doing that, you're going to be missing out on value. You need to play a tournament like this to get as most chips. You're not going to find yourself in that favorable position that many times during a day. So when you're finally in these spots where you have a really great hand against somebody who has a really decent hand, you need to make the most value. And just instant calling there.
Yeah. Oh, no. I'm not even arguing that you're wrong. I'm just saying, do you think for some people, they would rather just call there and they see the cards rather than go for the value, but risk ended up being forced to fold a hand and...
Yeah, but if you do that, yeah, well, then that's bad as well, yeah.
Another level after this.
Yeah, it's going to be painful afterwards, but let's say I'm not... If that was me against Phil Grissom, I would think about it more compared to... Fatima. I'm not trying to take anything out of Fatima's game, but Fatima would be a little more predictable in the way that I would feel very comfortable about her not shoving with nothing to my click raise there.
So if you go for value and she shoves, you really feel happy that, wow, I've just got the worst hand here.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
If I'm click raising Fatima there in that spot and she shoves for whatever the little that we have left, I feel confident that that can't be anything else. And if then she turns over a bluff, I'm going to take a 15-minute break and go to the toilet and puke a couple of times.
Good advice there. Sound advice. Get your puking trousers on.
Back to our feature table. Got a tweet from Ludo, star of EPT Live over the past year or so, saying good luck to Billy and Jake at the feature table. He's back home in Scotland now, all pokered out. Hashtag relaxing.
Quick last shout for the free roll. Actually, somebody just pointed out, if you're not in it, you've got to be in it to win it. Fish and chips, if there are any seats still open, get in it. You've got literally minutes before that kicks off. Your chance to pick up some free prizes as well as get involved in our free roll super duper league across the whole of the event here in London and, of course, across the whole of season 11. Couple of minutes, get involved.
You're getting a lot of love on Twitter, Theo, even if you are mumbling according to Stephen.
I'm mumbling. I'm sorry about that, Stephen. I'll try to not make it happen again. I'm really sorry about that.
That sounded English accent. That's good.
Just...
Raise and take it for Pablo Gordillo.
Sorry. Like those.
And also can confirm that we won't be changing the tables when we go to a break in 5 minutes' time.
Be present for you.
We will be coming back to these same players on the first and second feature table, obviously barring any balancing and knockouts.
Regarding that hand here on the final table where our friend here lost with fives.
Yeah.
It's so obvious if a guy like our Turkish friend is out 3-betting and then check calling that flop. It's you shouldn't lose any more money on that with the fives. But like isn't it in my book? It's just so obvious that this guy, well, okay, now I have it, okay. Because if he didn't have it, if he had anything but a king or higher, he would be out bluffing on the flop to see where he stands.
Yeah. How do you feel about how he played the hand pre-flop with pocket fives, seeing that Osman was so short?
Well, yeah. That considered, I understand that Farag has to take a stand eventually, and as far as I remember, it was he was raising from the button and now against the small blind.
That's right, yeah.
I'm more leaning towards 4-betting, kind of shoving or committing myself, compared to giving the other guy a chance to hit anything. Because he's kind of committing himself, and you could see it was really going to get tough for him to get away from the hand. So when he looks back at it, he would be much more happy about the shove. You're basically just giving a guy a chance to hit his outs.
Yeah, and
it's gonna, yeah, and with the chips they had left, he's gonna have a really tough time getting away from the hand.
Because what sort of flopper are you going to see with pocket fives that you're really going to like? You know, what, you 7 or 8 to 1 to hit
and that's the whole problem with less experienced players. They get too blindsided on the fact that, well, yeah, you're only going to feel comfortable about hitting that set, but it doesn't really happens that many times. So if you really have a feeling this guy is out making a move, well, then you have to commit yourself and shove on the guy instead of calling off and giving him a chance to hit his 9-10 suited 9 off 6 ace suited, which he was obviously going to fold again.
Yeah.
And just the way he looks, Varvrak, I'm going to give him a lot of credit on a 3 or 4 bet. Whenever he 4-bets, I'm folding a big hand.
Your chips like the Spain flag as well, the top stack. You did that on purpose?
A little bit of a prod there about what's coming up in the break. You've got a minute and a half left on the clock.
Maybe this hand, maybe one more.
Yeah, maybe squeeze one more in. We'll see how quickly these guys get through this one. There is the trail at the bottom of your screen, what you can expect during the break. Obviously, feel free to put a couple of slices of toast on, get the kettle going, or sit and watch some of these EPT memories with Jan Savek. Just one of the features you can expect.
Four-way.
Wow. First one I think I've seen this tournament.
They are. Ace, Jack 4, 2 diamonds. Pinot's going to continuation bet into 3 opponents. And just picks up 1 caller in Osman. Deuce of clubs on the turn. Frenchman's going to fire again. And it takes it down.
And we are going to take that into the break. Theo Jorgensen, thank you ever so much as always for being with us, sir.
It's always a pleasure, guys.
Yeah, amazing analysis there and insight into a great poker brain.
Always good stuff. Thanks, Theo.
Jack.
So this is how things stand. Jake is still top of the pile right now with just shy of 600,000. We've got 49 players left here as we go into the last level of the day. Come back, we'll be looking at how much is my doggy in the window when we return here at EPT Live. We will see you in 20 minutes.
At PokerStars, you'll find more tables, more players, more games than any other poker app. We are mobile. We are poker.
I can't believe we're here! Da 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 da. A circus! This isn't a real circus.
No, it's not.
And all up and down Regent Street where it says arcade?
Not full of video games.
Why do you do this to me?
Whenever Canadian superstar Daniel Negreanu is at the poker table, you can be sure of two things. Endless table chat.
Was I right? No. You didn't have the best hand.
You get no information from me. You think I'm stupid?
And world-class poker reads.
Going for the thin value that was happening right here. Like 2 jacks or something stupid.
And both were showcased in Season 7 at the EPT London main event.
Daniel is trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. And he makes the call. And Shlomi only fires out a 3rd pot on this river. He gives Negreanu a fair price to make this call. Daniel is determined Angel Small River Bet is a value hand that Kid Poker can't beat. Although it's hard for him to rep a hand, he's bumping it up.
Aces or kings? Can I say that, or is that illegal? I like to make people comfortable, because I find when people are comfortable, they're more relaxed and they put their guard down. I can say what he has, but not what I have. Yeah. Okay. I'm thinking aces or kings.
Daniel really pulled the trigger correctly on that one.
And Shlomi's now thinking, if you've read me for aces or kings, surely you can beat aces or kings. I have to fold.
I can show one if I want to. I don't feel like it. Never mind. I don't have a good one to show. Generally speaking, if it's an amateur player, I'm usually going to do a lot more talking in hands to try to get some sort of a read. Against top professionals, I'm not going to do it. I'm probably just going to try to be as quiet as possible because I don't feel like it's very effective. So for me, it's always dependent upon the player that I'm facing and what I feel their strengths and weaknesses are.
Aces or kings was good, right?
Of course. I'm just saying, that's what I thought he had, but not that I could beat it.
Back at the feature table, early position raise from Drew Patel with Queen Jack. Carl Julius, 8-9 suited. 3-bet to 3,800.
Some would say 9-8 suited is neither good enough nor bad enough to 3-bet. Discuss. Not me, of course. Kyle knows what he's doing.
Fold it around to the blinds. Houghton is out, as is Helmuth.
Now if Kyle gets 4-bet, he's probably going to want to call.
Drew Patel just calls. He'll have to play the flop out of position.
I think that was a 4-bet or a fold with Queen Jack.
King 7-5, 2 clubs. Patel checks to the man with the pre-flop betting lead.
Kyle's caught the biggest piece here, and I just realized you guys can't see air quotes, but you can feel them.
Julius, with his gut shot, continues for 3,400.
I do love a good C-bet after a 3-bet. It's a really terrible board texture for Patel's hand.
But he's called.
Floating with Queen High.
A jack on the turn gives Patel second pair. Julius now has a double belly buster. Patel checks a second time.
Wow, if this goes to showdown, Kyle's face is going to resemble the one on his hat. He really should keep betting here, though. When you 3-bet with a hand like this, you have to keep on trucking when you've got a disguised draw.
He does barrel, firing 7,200.
And this should be a pretty easy call for Patel now that he's caught a piece.
He's raised!
Now I'm going to go ahead and call this move Vanilla Sky because I don't understand it and I don't think I like it. Most tournament players are probably going to slow down for the showdown value, but it looks like Patel had it in mind to bluff the turn no matter what. So now it looks like he's following through with that plan, even though we know he's got the winner.
Julius calls with his draw. Pairs is 8 on the river, but it isn't enough.
All in.
And Patel now makes a huge overbet on the river.
How interesting. How bizarre. Kyle's repped really strong here, but he's got nearly the bottom of his range, yet Patel's trying to get him to fold the top of his range. And I'm pretty sure Kyle wouldn't fold a great hand, because it looks like he's thinking about calling with this. But Kyle's also got to know how strong he himself has got to look in his opponent's eyes, so Patel should be even stronger. And now I have a nosebleed.
Julius gives it up. And Drew Patel will add nearly 27k to his stack.
I'm not going to say Patel's play was fishy, but it was cashy.
Could have been a hero.
I was expecting you to make some amazing hero call and somehow win the top.
I wanted to.
You would have been Superman and Drew would have been Doomsday, and you would be Deed.
I believe him, though. Thanks. Not like a compliment or anything, but...
We're on a feature table. I have Carl Julius to my left. He's been quite active in a lot of pots. I have Queen Jack off. I open for 1700. Kyle 3-bets to 3800. I may fold, but I think his 3-bet range is pretty wide. Both of us are pretty deep at this stage, so I'm happy to flat. Flop king, 7-5, 2 clubs. I check. Kyle 3-bets to 3400. I call. I think a lot of the time he has like 9s, 10s, maybe 8s, possibly queens, but I very much doubt it. I have 1 queen myself, so most of the time it's 8s through to 10s. Turn comes a jack of diamonds. I now check. Card bet 7200. I raise to 17.5. I'm pretty much range merging. Some of the time I'm good with my hand, and some of the time I'm not. But it's better to raise for me than to call, because a call is just such a weak play in this spot. I think I can get called by hands like 8s through to 10s, which I'm beating. When he tanks and just flats, now I think he's probably got king queen, maybe king 10. He doesn't have these 8s through to 10s now. So I'm now obviously losing. The only way for me to win this pot is by betting big on river. The river comes an 8. Now my range looks pretty strong. I could often have 9-10 because I have double gut shot on the turn, which I may check raise. In my opinion, I have to bet on the river. I can't check because too often I check behind with a better hand.
All in.
Now, this is uncommon in tournaments for someone to bet this big. And I know that he will know that. By jamming all in, it's such a tough spot. Obviously, I want him to fold, and I feel great when he folds.
Could have been a hero.
Do you guys know what time the circus starts?
What? Circus?
Do you know what time the circus starts? This guy sold me tickets to the circus here. I know you gotta know where the circus is. I bought tickets from a guy over there for 50 pounds each. You guys know what time the circus starts? At 11? Just waiting for the circus to start.
I genuinely have no idea what my job is. I think I would say I'm a writer, because that's the thing I do that's difficult. Because playing poker is fun, and making TV can have long hours, but it's sort of easy. And writing is the bit that, you know, I wake up in the morning and think, oh, God, it's a writing day. So that's the thing I'd call a job. My father was a writer, and my mother was a doctor, so a fairly straightforward and middle-class childhood, except my dad was sometimes on TV, which I suppose is weird, although it didn't seem weird to me at the time. I just thought that's what people did. Professionally, I'm sure I was influenced by my father. I mean, I think a lot of people want to be writers or dream of being writers. I think the problem is they don't think it's possible. People wonder sometimes, they say, oh, is it easy for you if you have a famous parent or a parent who does the same job? The advantage is really that you think it's possible. As soon as I was writing, it was sort of professionally. I wrote a newspaper that I sold at school for 10p. It was a newspaper with sort of fake news about girls at school, and I think it cost me 6p to make each copy, and I sold it for 10, so I was making 4p a copy. Very entrepreneurial. When I was about 12, 13, I used to send off short stories to magazines under a fake name and had some of them published. The first story I had published, I remember getting the letter, you know, and it was written obviously to my fake name. This letter came and my parents were like, who's that? And I'll take that, thank you very much. It says, thank you for your short story. It's a bit rough in places and needs a bit of a rewrite, but we'd like to buy it at our usual rate of £90. Which was incredibly exciting. You know, these days I'd immediately be suspicious because they said they wanted to rewrite it. But then, you know, I was 13. I thought, I'm having a story published. And I'm going to get £90, which is more money than there was in the world at that time. And then I decided to put my real name on. I thought, right, if it's actually going to be in there, I want it to have my name. And there was a short story with my name on, and it felt very sort of old-fashioned and romantic and like an old film, you know, where someone gets a story published. It was amazing. Writing columns is probably the trickiest way of doing journalism. I've done interviews, which are fun to write up, and features. Columns are difficult because, you know, you have to generate opinions all the time, and especially these days, you get stick for them. When I find a story that makes me angry or that I think is funny or that I have an opinion about, that's what I write about. I do a big project, you know, every maybe 3 or 4 years. I'd write a book, you know, I've done a couple of books. I did a play one time and I took it to the Edinburgh Festival and then put it on in London, and then it got bought for TV, so I wrote it as a TV play. And then I had a sort of adventure with my friend Charlie. We had a sort of comedy job as porn film reviewers on a magazine. What we did was they'd send us these X-rated videos and we would review them as though they were proper films. So we would talk about plot and character and say, you know, I found the character of the plumber, you know, wasn't as convincing as he might have been, and, you know, his trousers came off a little early in the scene. So we came to feel we could make a better film than these ones we were reviewing. So we thought, well, let's put that to the test. Let's go and make an adult film, which we did. And, you know, I think I'm fairly safe in saying it's the worst porn film of all time. Script-wise, it's strong. It doesn't really have any sex in it. That's where we fell down. We were so embarrassed. We were forever saying, I don't think you need to go further than that. Let's all have a cup of tea and a Kit Kat. We spent 2 or 3 years in this project, and we wrote a book, which I am quite proud of. I think the book succeeds in its aims more than the film does. And then I've written a book about my life playing poker. The place of poker in my weird life sort of changes all the time. I mean, it was always a hobby, and I think it still is one. I just no longer really go and play small tournaments to unwind, because I play big tournaments and they can come with their own sort of pressure. I still have a home game every Tuesday in my house, small stakes, old friends. It's still a hobby, but it takes up more of the time and accounts for more of my income, I guess. It was interesting, I won the EPT London in 2006.
Vicky shows 6-7, she flapped the last straight.
And that felt like a story arc. I thought, okay, I can see the shape of it, because I started playing poker, you know, as a teenager around the kitchen table for, you know, a few quid with my brother's friends, and 20 years later I've won $1 million in this sort of record-breaking tournament, and there's all this press about it, and I could see that's a journey. And I wanted to get into the book, you know, my life, the truth of the people I know and that I've played with, the game of poker itself, all the stuff I wanted to do, so it was kind of daunting as an idea. But once I started, it wrote itself. I had 20 years of funny stories and weird stories and sinister moments and amazing highs of winning lots of money, and sort of terrible nights of being stuck in Vegas, kind of broke, trying to figure out how to get my hands on a few quid to pay the hotel bill. And as is true of any story that you're really meant to write, it was just easy. It just, you hold the pen, or, you know, put your fingers on the keyboard, and there it is. I think it must be a sign that my TV career is the thing I care about least, because I don't remember it very well. I remember the writing stuff and the poker, but, you know, I presented a few series of late-night poker, I did commentary on TV, and I do this quiz, Only Connect. I think it's a brilliant quiz. I think it requires detective work like poker does. It's quite like that. It's that part of the brain, the sort of working out, but only you have to do it really against the clock. And it's like a poker game where you always have a minute and a half to make every decision, which is a great idea for a poker tournament, by the way. The presenting of it is quite fun. I mean, obviously, I get sent the questions in advance, you know, they're not a surprise to me. And I always play it as a quiz, you know, I get the scripts and, you know, I play them. I normally score pretty well, but the show, it gets harder as the series progresses. So by the time I'm looking at the questions for the final, I'm usually just giggling, you know what they mean. I'm making a documentary this winter. I haven't done a documentary for a while, actually, so I'm looking forward to it. It's about P.L. Travers, the author of Mary Poppins. It's coming up to 50 years since the film of Mary Poppins was made, and I'm hoping that the film we make will be partly about her amazing life and telling people about her, because she was a very, very interesting woman, but also looking at the difference between books and film, because P.L. Travers hated the film of Mary Poppins. She thought it was a travesty of the books that she'd written. I was a huge fan of the books as a kid, and I'm very sympathetic to everything she did to try to really stop that film getting made. The thing with documentaries is, I get asked, I would say, between 2 and 5 times a fortnight if I want to make a documentary about poker or gambling. That's top of the list. Do you want to make a documentary about gambling? Is top, and the second one is always gaining and losing weight. It's amazing. That's probably twice a month. Either will you gain a lot of weight to see what it's like to be very fat, or will you lose a lot of weight to see what it's like to be very thin? It's amazing how many times I get off of that. I'm not interested. I want to keep eating exactly the same number of donuts as I always have. It's something that people ask you quite a lot. You're either in poker or out of it. What are you hoping to achieve next? What do you want to win? What do you want to do? I never really think like that. I don't have a sort of game plan. I don't think I want to be the world champion. I want to win the Booker Prize. I want to host a variety show. It's probably very much jack of all trades and mistress of none. But I don't want to stop doing any of them. So, you know, I think I want to have another year doing the things I like doing, trying to be a bit useful and, you know, pay the mortgage. And maybe I should have bigger goals, but I think small, little goals.
I did have a deep run in EPT London in 2006. I finished third in that tournament. Busted out on a spectacular hand. I know it has made EPT's most dramatic pots list. I had pocket threes and wicket core, and she had ace jack. I waited like 5-6 minutes before I made a call. Turned out I had the best hand on the flop, but I was only like 60-40 favorite.
5, 4.
When the jack fell, it was kind of strange because I didn't feel as emotional as I thought I would have. It was brutal in some sense, obviously. Vicky won that tournament, so it was a very important pot for her as well. We always want to win first prize in this tournament, and if I win that hand, I have a shot at winning the first prize.
Guess what? Joke's on you, buddy. This is a circus.
Joe, it takes more than a few lights and popcorn and a comedy oversized lollipop to make a circus. I mean, are there animals?
Yeah, there are pigeons and American tourists.
Are there acrobats?
Yes, actually, there's a guy sleeping on that fountain at a very awkward angle.
Now you mention it, there are actually quite a lot of freaks around here.
Look, I can see 3 bearded ladies right there.
Okay, let's get out of here.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the PokerStars.net EPT London. We are down to one more level today as we play out the remainder of day 3. Matt Brown and Mark Convey with you for the rest of today's broadcast. We have got 90 minutes of poker for you, live from the Grand Connaught Rooms in the heart of London. We've got a juicy feature table that we were with before the break, a good secondary table too. This is how things are lined up right now on our feature table. Jake Cody started as chip leader on the table. He ended the last level there also, shy of 600,000. Billy Chataway got involved, Osman got involved. In fact, no one really sat back too much in that last level.
No, it's a lovely level, like lots of action. And we also had lots of good action on our secondary feature table. Here's how those chips stack up. We saw Simon Tabahan winning a really big pot of Fatima Maria de Mello, but she's still sitting pretty on 50 big blinds. Liv Beret, she's getting a lot of love on Twitter. Marc-Andre Ladesseur, Christian Favali, 2 Team Online members. And there's been a lot of action, both tables. It's been really good poker today.
Yeah, and if you want to send a tweet of support for Liv, try and avoid using any creepy words. Because when you say, go for it, Liv, or good luck, Liv, if you then go, sweetheart, or gorgeous, or darling, that kind of slightly turns it from supportive into creepy. That's just a tip from me.
That's good life advice, that.
It is. Just in general, avoid calling people darling, sweetheart, beautiful, love. It transforms a sentence into one that will get you slapped around the face. Meanwhile, also a recap of where we are on the level now. Level 19, 4,000, 8,000 on the blinds, a 1K ante. Starting to get pretty serious here. Now, the average stack, 413,000. As we see a raise from Osman. Made it 18, a re-raise from Pablo Gordillo to 53 and a call.
Potential Badoogie.
Yep, it's a rainbow flop. Ace 10-7. Osman Mustanglu, we've been told, the top Turkish player. Had plenty of results himself. And Pablo Gordillo, as Mark was talking about in the last level. Some stunning results online. So, high pedigree of players here on our feature table. Don't forget, if you want to get in touch also, hashtag EPT Live on Twitter. You can email us nuts@pokerstars.tv also. Remember, we don't say it as much as we probably should, to follow at EPT Live for all the latest updates.
But if you see the...
So need to stay tuned for a classic Broughton competition coming up this level as well. Looking forward to that.
I don't know if we ought to bill it that big. It's going to be fine. It's going to be a fine competition. All in and a call on the second featured table is word on the street.
Marc-Andre Ladesseur looks like he's the all-in player. Ace-King versus Ace-King.
Okay. Calm down. Unless a diamond comes here, I'm not going to get too excited. I am not going to get too excited.
Diamond or a spade?
No, I just wanted the diamond.
Oh, just a diamond.
Yeah, that was it for me.
Diamond for a diamond geezer.
Actually, yeah, if I was calling him, I should have called you, probably. Value? He's not got much more, has he?
No, it's the same.
Yeah.
I thought Simon was Australian. Didn't he have an Australian flag or?
He did, yeah.
He doesn't sound very Australian to me.
No, unless he's been over in some part of Northern England for a long, long time.
I can still hear him.
You beat yourself up, don't beat me up.
Oh, there he goes, slowly fading.
Fading away.
That was like the end of an 80s song. Just, we don't know how to end it, so we just slowly fade it out. And Rob, Hippie King, doesn't miss a beat. He says, Matt, great advice, honey. So you've both embraced and completely negated the lesson I was trying to teach you. So we are going to have a competition coming up shortly called How Much Is My Doggy in the Window?
Woof, woof.
A couple of rules I need to get out there before I actually tell you how this competition is going to work. And we're going to give away a card protector. I haven't seen the card protector.
Oh, they're beautiful. They're solid, thick, silver-looking things.
That sounds awesome.
There we go.
Right, we'll get a picture of that because I haven't even seen one yet. And we've hardly given anything away, so I'm sure we have one standing by. For those of you that have, stuck with us, you're probably playing in the free roll. Let us know how you're getting on the free roll, by the way.
3 cards, yeah.
This will be one of those competitions where you've got to basically guess an amount. This will make sense in a moment. You're only allowed one attempt to this, so I'm going to police Twitter. This is going to be done through Twitter. Hashtag EPT Live is where this competition will take place. The story is that yesterday, my dog, Lola, she's a greyhound, got hold of some cash in my house. She ate 4 notes. This, by the way, isn't like a maths GCSE. She got hold of 4 notes of money and basically ate them. I got the remainder of that money and laid out and took a picture of it. There were 4 notes that she chewed her way through. How much did my dog cost me yesterday? How much was my doggy in the window? She ate 4 notes. I want to know exactly how much do you think she cost me in English pounds? You're allowed one guess and one guess only. So don't just spew out your guesses. 4 notes, how much was my doggy in the window?
Make sure you tag your answers, hashtag EPT Live, so that we can see.
And the first one to get it right. Oh, here, look, right, I'm going to be off for a minute, Mark. I've got to keep an eye on this. Joe, you're wrong. Andy, you're wrong. How could it be £17? How could it be £17 if it was 4 notes?
£1 notes. They're still around, aren't they? No? No £1 notes?
No.
Oh.
Luke, you're wrong. Diane, you're wrong. Johnny, you're wrong. Tig, you're wrong. Matt D, you're wrong. We're getting some right answers through, but I've already noted who got it right first. Mateus, no. people are hashtagging and atting. They're accidentally hitting the pound sign and the at sign must be quite close to each other. Right, okay, you can stop now. Just stop now. All right, everybody stop. It's been one. It's been one. I'm going to tweet the answer. That was good. God, I've never seen the Twitter stream do that. Just going to confirm who got it first. Do you know what? Sometimes I like doing these kind of competitions just to find out how many people actually still tuned in, because everyone just sits very quietly lurking, listening and watching to the stream, and then you offer them something, ask them a very simple question, and suddenly it comes alive. Right, I believe I have the winner.
Meanwhile, Cordio,
please continue.
Cody's 3-betting from a small blind up to 47,000. Action back on the Spaniard. Taking his time, riffling his chips. Looks like he's coming back with a 4-bet. Bumped up to 101,000.
Is there 2 sets of blue? I can't see them. Just the halves. The ones that are separate.
Still a few guesses coming in here. 32. How could I get to £32? I have posted the official picture on hashtag EPT Live. You will see the... Oh, hang on a second.
Wow.
Hang on a minute. Whoa, hang on a minute. Whoa.
Huge 5-bet shove.
He knows when to drop that triangle, doesn't he? I have posted now the official picture of the remaining notes. You will see that Lola left me with quite a bit of a £20 note, a bit of a £10 note, a bit of a £10 note, and not much of a £5 note. So the correct answer was that she cost me... How much was my doggy in the window? She was 45 quid, she cost me. Quite a lot of correct guesses. The first one that I saw was Sean Glistock. Congratulations to Sean. Sean, if you would follow at EPT Live, we will follow you back. Unbelievable.
And Willie Elliott can confirm that the card protectors are awesome. Think the weight of an iPhone condensed into the size of a ninja throwing star. Hashtag weapon. It was actually Willie's card protector I saw the other day. He was showing it to me. It's a serious piece of kit.
Where do people have got them out on the floor?
Well, Willie had one. James gave him a prize for winning a competition. So we handed it over in person to Willie this week.
Nice. Congratulations again to Sean Gristock. You are the winner. I don't think it's... I've been back through the timeline just to make sure. Sometimes you've just got to get lucky. You can say why I was only going to bill it as fine. I knew it wouldn't last long.
I think you're selling yourself short.
Okay. Because there's nothing like going out and earning £45 only to then allow the dog to chew it. Although I don't know if anybody in our audience knows how destroyed does a note need to be before it won't be accepted. Very happy with how my kitchen countertop comes out in that photo. It looks more dynamic than I've ever seen it.
Yeah, is it marble?
It is a bit of marble there, yeah. Pretend
Very nice.
marble, I think. I can't afford marble. But yeah, the serial numbers are still visible. So will anybody accept that? I just don't know. Anybody in banking out there?
Cody's been raised on this flop. C-bet 14,000. Raised up to 50 by Farag. And he lets it go.
And a nice tweet from LG Greyhound Racing. Nice to know you've homed a greyhound. I have. It's my second rescue greyhound. I had Mindy for 10 years. And Lola I've had for about 5 months. Hence why she's still eating things that I don't want her to eat. The training is coming along. But, yes. She's also obsessed with the television, which I mentioned yesterday. That's another strange thing. Oh, Rob Hippie King saying you need both serial numbers. I think I have both serial numbers. So really, even if most of the note is gone, you think I'm going to be okay?
I wouldn't accept the top left one anyway, for sure. The fiver, I'd probably take that.
A lot of people saying as long as the serial numbers are intact, it's legal. So where are the serials? I know there's one down the side. One along the top as well, is it? I don't know. I don't really look at my money. Too busy giving it to somebody else most of the time.
Under the gun raise from Gordillo. Cody's taking his time. Is he going to go after the Spaniard again?
Has he found a target on the table? No.
Thinks better of it. Farag calls in position. And it's the only caller, so these two are going to go heads up. 51k in the middle. And Mike the dealer puts out an Ace King 5 rainbow. Potential Badoogie. Flop.
Thanks.
20k C-bet. Farag calls. Four diamonds on the turn. Fires again. It's about a quarter of Farag's stack if he wants to call.
Why would he do that?
Why would he? It looks like he is going to call.
Has he been slowly milking his opponent for maximum value with a big hand here?
He doesn't seem hugely confident. But he does call. Ball completes with the 3 hearts. No Badoogie hand.
Unbelievable. It's been very dry on the Badoogie. That's why I'm thinking if we ever do connect a competition to it, it'll have to be a season-long one. Because it's going to take that long to get half a dozen hands out.
Those season 12 card protectors, oh, they're lovely.
They're solid.
They're really solid, yeah.
Really solid. There's almost no holes in it whatsoever.
And Gordillo shoves. Frag and he snap folds.
Jump in the hovercraft, take yourselves out to the second feature table. As you see here, Simon, who took all those chips off Fatima earlier on, still top of this table, 76 big blinds. Mark and Christian and Francis really propping up the bottom of this one, 16 big blinds, 18 and 18 respectively.
6 folds.
Raise from Ford Brown is doing its job round the table.
How much you playing now?
Until it gets to live.
Did you hear that? She went, how much you paying now, darling?
Darling, sweetheart? What you got left, love?
She defends.
I don't trust her already.
Who, Liv?
Yeah.
She's up to something, is
She's
she?
up. She is up to something. As sure as my name is Susan Jennifer Carthorse.
Yeah, but you're just Susan on weekends, aren't you?
Yes.
King 7 deuce, couple of clubs. And a C-bet. Angie's demanding another comp.
Yeah, I know. They're hungry for it, aren't they?
Check, bet, call. 10 of spades on the turn.
Ace high.
Me too.
Ace jack, ace jack. Chop it up.
And you know what they say. A lot of people are quite keen on chops that end up being split equally between multiple players.
Oh.
I feel like someone should have won that one. I feel like someone should have won that one.
Someone did win. You both did.
Daz is making me feel guilty that we only favourite his tweets and never give him a shout out. Got to remind me that we've got to give him a shout out at some point. Not now, but at some point.
At some point. But let's not do that now. Very quiet on this table, isn't it? I kind of feel a bit scared to say anything.
Yeah, it was much chattier earlier, but maybe we're getting down to the business end of the tournament. Last level, no one wants to make mistakes. People focusing that bit more.
I hear you, bro.
Jonas Luck raise it up. Fatima defends a big blind. 9 deuce 4. Potential Badoogie hand.
Do you know what? I daren't get myself too excited about it.
Checkity check.
Oh.
10 of hearts, Badoogie. Is that for the audience?
That's for the audience.
Wow, nice hand.
10.
Nice hand, well played, audience.
10 high. It's all right. It's not awesome. Badoogie rolls. Oh. What happened to the board?
There we go.
They're messing with my mind.
Technical glitch.
Do you know what? I thought for a minute somebody had literally done that on purpose just to take the Badoogie hand away from me.
They probably did.
Unbelievable. When you say that the card protectors are solid, Rob is wondering if they're the really, really solid ones that roll past the penguins.
No, Sebastian's more on it. It's the ones that roll through the desert. It's more like those ones. Yeah.
They've got slightly thicker tread.
He's right. They're easier to handle. Very astute, some of our audience. Very astute.
How do they get it?
On the ball.
Folding. On our secondary feature table. Marc-Andre not going to make a move here. Door opened for the button that just happens to be Liv Marie.
Simon's mentioning every single button.
Yeah.
Serial razor.
That's like pub poker talk.
Oh, it's just a...
You raised me blind, I'm
Sorry.
going all in.
Okay. I didn't realise you were being friendly. Sorry, Liv.
Oh, she just limped.
Just so unexpected.
Oh, yeah, actually, I must admit, I did exactly the same as him, just totally assumed there was going to be the raise. No, she says, let me play a whole hand in position against you, my friend.
I didn't realise you were being friendly before I lead into you with a bet.
Exactly.
Nice 9.
Soul read.
And I'm all over Diane Dawson, not physically.
Careful.
I mean, she says she thinks that we should have a party someday just for the live stream followers. Do you know what? I think that would be quite an expensive party, and I don't know where we would hold it because we have quite a global live stream following. But I'm up for that. Let's do that.
Yeah, drinks are on you guys.
Drinks are on you. Thanks ever so much, Diane, for stumping up and taking care of the bar bill. Whoever thought it up pays for it is the basic premise of any party I've ever got involved with.
And you need to have a card protector or a deck of cards or something that you've won to get in.
Yes, that's a good shout.
It's only for competition winners.
You have to come wearing a T-shirt. Well, Diane has won a couple of competitions off in the past.
Well, she can bring a guest then, +1.
+1 for every card protector, deck of cards, T-shirt. I think she won a T-shirt off the WCOOP radio show we did a couple of years ago. She's definitely had her share of gifts and prizes. I like it. Unlucky to Richard, also on hashtag EPT Live, just bust out the free roll. But he did cash in an EPT London side event last week. Well, they are.
Well
the Lord
done.
giveth, and the Lord taketh awayeth again. Yeah, Diane Donaldson has confirmed she's got a card protector and a T-shirt, so she can bring.
I gave you a walk last time. What?
+1.
What do you want?
I'm loving the picture of your dog, by the way, Matt.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, a couple of people said, have you got a picture of your dog?
Lola's got style.
She is yeah. She's a good-looking dog. Golden eyes. Or stinkhound, as I often call her. Not quite as an affectionate.
You're mean.
She loves it.
What, stinking?
That she does seem quite keen on. I often compare her breath to that of a good breezy day at Leon Sea. It's a bit salty. It's a bit like a prawn shack.
How can you can't smell salt? You must be tasting. That means
No.
Oh.
You know when
I've got images now that I don't want to. You're taking my mind to places it doesn't want to go, Matt.
Dog's all happy and it comes out and you go, hello darling, you're right, and then she just goes and you go, oh dear, my eyebrows are burning. That pungent. And so we'll clean her teeth. Yes, but dog toothpaste is like beef flavoured. That's not going to help.
Is it really beef flavoured?
You can get different flavoured toothpaste. My one happens to be beef. I believe you can also get chicken.
Why not?
They love it. Get them funny toothbrushes right up the old back molars. Take your arm off. Meanwhile, there's been a 3-bet from Chataway.
You won't get back.
All the way around to the original Razor. Who gives it up?
Thank you.
I will serve any
Ed, Diane Dawson's husband, is just mentioning that Diane doesn't have an all-in triangle yet, though. Hint, hint. Yeah, you're going to have to work a little bit harder for the all-in triangles. Guessing how much money my dog had, and then just hinting.
You would have found out. If
Not
you
quite
wouldn't
enough.
have- What? You would have found out if I had a hand. If you wouldn't.
Being asked what's the current payout level? Right now, at 49, everyone here is guaranteed 9,800. The next jump is at 39, where it goes to 11,500, I believe. 11,400, excuse me.
If you fell once, try and try again. Gordillo comes in with a raise. The minimum, 16,000. And yet again, deja vu. 3-bet from Chataway. Cody's thinking, what's going on here then?
Yeah.
Both blinds get out of the way. Action back on Gordillo. You going to stand for this, Sunshine?
Is that what you hear the bet saying? Is that is that a bet that basically says, are you going to stand for that, Sunshine?
That's exactly it.
What do you think that, darling? All right, love? What do you make of that? We are in London. No. As you say, it was a bit of Jadar, a bit of the old deja vu there. 16k, re-raised, gives it up. Billy Chataway gets himself up to 291,000. The average stack right now on the board, 421,000.
Meant to make it 39.
Not a lot of people are going to be feeling very comfortable if they compare themselves to that average stack, but on the table, no one's going to be feeling like they're about to shove blind.
You don't like to fold. You don't like to fold. Does it pain you?
You like folding?
It's painful.
Nobody likes folding.
That's true.
Billy twisting the knife once he stuck it in.
Yeah.
3-bet you twice. Don't like folding, do you, mate? No. I like it. Good banter.
Oh my God, have you seen how much stuff Chris McFadden has had off us?
Really?
He's just piled up. He's got 3 card protectors, 6 all-in triangles, a deck of cards.
Do you mean Chris McFadden, who works for PokerStars?
Yeah, but
He's stolen them. He doesn't want
I
them.
work for Atari. Didn't mean I got a bucket full of games in my back room. I did actually. I stole a tremendous amount of games. That's not a great metaphor. But, good Lord.
I've got a couple of all-in triangles at home, so I can bring a guest.
That's a great picture that Neil has just posted up, actually, of his view from the desk up on the balcony. I kind of had stopped a few people down on the floor to say, do every now and then look around where you are. It's an amazing venue. 3-way right now, 59,000 in the pot. It was Chataway raised it up. Jake and Osman just called it. It's a good Badoogie hand for me and Mark forming here. 5-7 deuce. Rainbow.
Got to get one back.
We've got to get one back. Yeah, they are 1-0 ahead, actually, from yesterday.
Obviously, we can play live Badoogie hands at the party as well.
Yeah, well,
Little bit of action.
that's the only game that's going to be allowed. We've got to keep the whole thing themed. People have to bring their own toast.
I was going to say, yeah, the buffet's going to be made by you guys as well, so we want toast. And whoever's got the best outfit can win a trophy that's been created as well in the past.
We will be playing a bit later on this week. EPT Live Craft Corner Ham and Cheese Edition.
Just drop that one on me, are we?
Yeah, more on that a bit later on. We are all praying for a diamond on the river. Check. He picked up a... Did you see what he did there, Mark? He picked up a chip and then he checked with it. Oh.
Do you not like that? Do you like that? Is that I'm trying to get your
I have absolutely no opinion on it whatsoever. I just thought, do you know what? I just need to raise my voice in slight excitement, you know. Oh my God, look at him. It's totally making a decision. Unbelievable.
Oh my God, Cody just blinked twice. 3 times.
Trying to work out what to do here. Kind of a low ball, 2 opponents, 131 grand out there. Chataway has taken his foot somewhat off the pedal. fold. And Billy Chataway not going to hang about and fold. And Jake with a wry smile there, like he
had the absolute nuts.
He had the world in his hand. He had queens or 5 queens. He had a number of queens. Hello.
Gentleman Ben Roberts.
My word, that's splendid. Ben Roberts comes to our featured table.
Old school cash game player.
Yeah.
Vic regular. And just an incredibly nice guy.
We didn't get to the river though, did we? So
No.
we didn't get a hand. You won't believe it. Diane is now petitioning directly to Chris Fadden, asking him for some of the triangles. I mean,
Wow.
The girl just knows no boundaries.
Can't believe that there's a black market already being created
know.
because people want to get into this party.
Welcome.
Catherine said she's willing to volunteer as a guest for the party. I know that's not going to happen because you're
No.
going to come in. Next thing I know, you're going to be just over there munching away on the toast sandwiches, and not going to happen. Mike's just tuned back in, asking how many players are left. We've got 46 players left. And slightly less than an hour left of action on day 3 here at EPT London main event. Oh, Rob's got a great idea for the party. You've seen that.
Do you know what? It's really funny. It's very close to it. I actually had to devise, this will sound like an absolute rubbish story, I had to devise a game show for ITV a couple of years back.
Sounds like a sick brag to me.
It was called, it never got turned into a show, so it's no brag at all, but I was commissioned to, it was called the Saturday Night Shuffle. And it was basically Rob Hippie King on hashtag EPT Live is saying that everybody gets a card when they enter the party, and that groups of 4 people become a hand. This is how things are, by the way, on your screen right now. If you want to catch up, see how Ben Roberts comes into the middle of the pack, 30 big blinds. Yeah, and the Saturday Night Shuffle was a similar thing, is that all the contestants had like a kind of a Velcro panel on their shirts that had a card.
Okay.
And they would pair up with people, didn't know what their cards were, and then they would be revealed as if they were a starting hand.
Ah.
And it was, I can't go into the whole thing. It was complicated to describe, but actually not very complicated in process.
I like it.
And then the flop came down and people could get changed around. And it was an ant and deck vehicle. Never got made. I could have been a billionaire, or at least have another £45 to replace the money that my dog
Oh, there.
I know. But yeah, it's a good idea, Rob. I like it. Everyone gets a card. They're not allowed to look. They get an envelope. And you have to congregate in groups of 4. And then we open the envelopes. Alex is out of the free roll. Unlucky, Alex. Quick reminder about sharing the stream if you're going to play in the free rolls that we have all this week. Bump up the value. Bump up the value. Bump up the value. I can't say that Osman has been particularly aggressive. He's got involved in a number of pots, but I wouldn't say he's necessarily been the driving force behind a lot of them.
I would agree with that.
Teo was quick to notice if I was involved in a hand with this guy, I would be giving him a lot of respect.
We pushed the action there. Full bet shove.
Wow.
Snap fold from Godeo.
He has got a relatively rock solid image, is my my appraisal of the situation. We're going to jump out to the second feature table. Another all-in. This is Mark Andreas finally.
Yeah, he's got
Oh.
chipped in a great spot. Pocket
Good
10s
spot.
versus ace 10.
Yeah.
Safe flop. He's up against Jonas. Lock. Just needs to avoid an ace.
Ace on the river. No. Good news.
106.
So Mark gets his tournament going back in the right direction.
Yeah.
He was up at nearly 500,000, I think, earlier. And slipped all the way down to 100.
What? You don't want them?
No, I'm good.
Johnny and Mickey sat next to each other. Johnny Lodden had a very up and down day. Sitting on about 160 and something now.
Sweetie.
Yeah. His stack's dipped.
Jacob, current chip leader with only 1.5 million.
It's a monster stack right there. No wonder the guys to his left are looking a bit miserable.
Bit glum.
A bit glum.
Don't worry, boys. It's nearly the end of the day. Recharge the batteries. That is a stack there, isn't it? Good Lord.
It's a good job we're eight-handed. Struggled to fit in. I think we saw Simon Deadman there, another big stack. With this table, we've got Benny Spindler, former champion here in London. Kevin Killeen, who won UK IPT Dublin earlier in the year. And Chris Moorman.
Easy table. Having a lovely time playing the pokers, and Sean pointed out that that's the least secondary feature table I've ever seen on the live stream. The least secondary feature table. I think the suggestion is we're calling it the secondary feature table, but actually it's got some players on it that might make it very much everyone's point of interest.
Right, so it's doing it a disservice calling it the secondary feature table.
Yeah, it's the second of our featured tables. It's assistant to the regional manager, not assistant regional manager.
Looks like a decent pot brewing here on the feature table. Cody's raised it, and Farag, Swedish player, has moved all in. 157,000. I think Cody would want to be quite strong to call this. He's been doing so well just picking up pots uncontested. Does he really want to take on, even if he thinks he is a 60-40 favourite?
Exactly. It's the old school advice, isn't it? Is if you're a really good player, then you pick your spots. And if actually you're finding a really good groove of just nipping here and there,
yeah,
you don't want to suddenly get yourself... Because it's almost the opposite advice. So if somebody says, if you're up against the best in the world, you just keep going all in blind, because then you just hand it over to luck. You can't get outplayed. But for somebody like Jake...
yeah,
he's going to want to play his way through every victory. I'll tell you what is absolutely hilarious is somebody thinks I'm Nick Wealthall.
You're not.
Zuli says, she sent me a message earlier on saying about when we mentioned about beef-flavoured toothpaste for dogs. And she sent me one earlier on that I hadn't got around to reading out, saying about how she's got vanilla-flavoured toothpaste for her dog so that her dog's breath sounds like cupcakes. I didn't respond, and now she has tweeted directly to Nick Wealthall.
What must he be thinking reading that tweet?
Nick Wealthall is sitting somewhere, having received a Twitter from somebody that says, "Hey Nick, try this toothpaste," and a link to some vanilla dog toothpaste. Cupcake breath is way better than fake meat breath. So Nick must be thinking, why is my breath that bad that a complete stranger is calling me fake meat breath? And all I've done, Nick's just sitting somewhere in his socks and pants watching football probably. And that is very, very good. I love that. I hope Nick works out. Well, the fact is hashtag EPT Live, I'm sure he won't take too long to work out what's going on. But if Nick is out there, I'm sure he doesn't have fake meat breath. Well, that's a great online nickname.
That is brilliant.
Nicholas Fake Meat Breath Nilthorpe. Tell him about that next time you see him.
FMB.
FMB.
Jonas is asking, is there anyone in London more aggressive than Benny Spindler? I think even the bankers are worried he's here. That boy be crazy aggressive.
Yeah. And now it feels like Osman has decided that this is going to be his level. Mastanoglu has raised to 17,000. I'm cheating by mostly calling him Osman.
I'm with you.
But that's who I mean. You can tell when there's a surname I struggle with because I get very friendly and use everyone's first names. That is Osman.
Trick of the trade.
Did you ever used to watch a comedy program called Big Train?
Yes. You
remember when they used to have the stare-out championships?
Yeah, yeah.
Osman reminds me of one of the opponents that used to get in the stare-out.
Oh, I think yeah, it definitely rings a bell. Find a looky-likey.
Somebody out there, if you have any idea what I'm talking about, find me that the competitor in this. It was a cartoon of an international stare-out, and he looks exactly, to my memory, like one of the competitors. Twitter might go very quiet now.
You're getting lazy, like these people, these celebrities with loads of Twitter followers, like Lord Sugar, Alan Sugar. Sometimes he just wants to know what the Spurs score is, so he tweets, "I'm abroad. Can someone tell me?" Well, if you're online and you can get on Twitter, why don't you just Google it? And you are becoming that person, Matt.
I can't help it. I didn't know that there's a website called Let Me Google That For You. Do you know that?
I don't know. Let me Google it.
Hey, bingo. Somebody introduced me to it the other day. When people are so lazy, you think, considering we do live in a world where you can find out most things just by doing a quick search. There is a website called Let Me Google That For You. Other search engines are available, I should say, for legal reasons. And Adam says, I don't think I'll ever tire of people mixing up the Waster and Nick Wealthall. Not as funny as him, for one thing. People must go, Nick Wealthall's having a bad day.
Good luck, guys.
Oh, no. We're losing Jake.
Oh, what? Graphical Nick has found it.
Wow.
In fact,
that's uncanny.
Osman actually looks like both of those combined. Well done, Graphical Nick.
Having a stare-off contest with Michael Josem.
Hopefully we'll meet again tomorrow.
Good luck, pal.
Willie also, props to Willie, he also got in there. Although the one he's picked is not the one I'm thinking of. Graphical Nick has the one I'm thinking of. Graphical Nick wins a deck of cards. Probably.
Then he fist pumps the air.
Fist pumps the air.
I think this is the greatest day of his life.
This is really what it's been all about.
He hasn't made any mistakes. Well, not many today, and now he's won a deck of cards.
There was that time when I lost my Badoogie hand. Beautiful stuff. Well done. Well done, everyone in the internal team. Well done to Willie. .46 minutes left here, level 19. Remind you, we're at 4,000, 8,000, a 1K ante. Chataway is back at his 3 betting best into Gordillo. These two, well, sit next to each other, no real surprise. But certainly more than once, it's been a raise from Pablo Gordillo. Only to find Billy Chataway pinging it back at him. Is he going to give him a bit of needle this time? I want another pot of you. Yeah, thanks. I've got a nicer watch than you. You haven't even got a watch. Yeah, right. Well.
He's kicking him under the table right now as well.
That right hand has actually got a really long ballpoint pen and he's just digging him in the thigh over and over. Or even better, it's just a needle.
Boom, boom.
Thanks very much. That would be a great thing, trademark Matt Brown. That would be a great thing for the VIP store, would be to put a PokerStars needle. And it's just a branded, just a knitting needle, just with a little, on the top of the needle, just the little logo. And you just have that with you at the table. And just you in and you go, hoink. Don't like folding, do you?
Really hurts, doesn't it? Really hurts. Look, does this hurt? Does it hurt as much as this?
Yeah. Yeah, that flush, eh? Oh, I bet you weren't happy to see that diamond on the river, were you?
Raise and take from Gordillo.
There's a little prod there about the scroll free roll. Don't forget, we've got a variety of little promos going on with our sponsors. Skrill free roll, €500 cash up for grabs. VIP prize package to season 11 EPT Grand Final. Check out the EuropeanPokerTour.com section about the sponsors if you want to get out more details about that. Just thought I'd take care of that bit of business there in between hands.
Good job.
Thank you. He really does look like the lookalike man. That's all I'm going to say.
He really does.
He really does. It's been on my mind all day long.
Do you think he could outstare Mike McDonald? Liv Bury.
Liv, do you know what? My brain was just going, if we got Liv and Mike and Osman, who else has got a good stare? There's a few good starers in the business, to be honest.
Both tables have gone quite quiet. Maybe it's just, you know, end of the evening. Everyone's relaxed, a bit tired.
Just chilling, yeah,
Chilling out.
Just kicking back and chilling. Well,
Just
I guess
relaxing.
it also depends. You don't want to get too crazy here. That the money jumps up in. We got 4 spaces, and then the money jumps up. It goes from 9,800 to 11,000, so that's a considerable jump. If you're on a reasonable stack here, I know the average is 470, but that doesn't really matter too much. You just got to worry about the blinds and antes. You haven't got to worry about any new blinds and antes today. That's tomorrow's problem. So I guess sit back, play your game, don't get too fruity. Johnny asking how long? 43 minutes and 8 seconds left on the day, Johnny. Only just tuned in. Don't forget, if you are tuning in late, rewind and watch us on the replay feature. Meanwhile, our second table is kicking off.
Just in time, see, Liv Beret raise under the gun.
I know.
She's sat on 47 big blinds.
That must be uncomfortable.
Marc-Andre Ladisseur's up to nearly 300,000 now.
Yeah, you can see that the difference. The level's not been going. Oh no, I suppose it's been a fair tick, hasn't it? Yeah, it's a good. He had a bit of a rough ride, didn't he, in the last level? Not the easiest one this level, but it's all gone in the right direction for him.
It's a very dangerous player when he has momentum on his side. Super aggressive. Defense is big blind, 10-10-7.
Breaking news, if you're in the free roll, you're in the money. Congratulations.
Well done, all of you.
Money bubble just burst. 18,000 from Marc-Andre. Donk bet. Unbelievable.
How'd you like that donk bet, darling?
Yeah, sweetheart. 18,000 chips.
7 of clubs on the turn.
You won't believe what I've got. Quad 7s.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to have herpes or something. I don't know.
Thanks. No. No, just, you won't believe I started this hand with pocket 7s.
Well, I peeled with 10s.
Oh, man. Every time I walk into it.
I'm only joking. I've got 8, 9 of clubs. I'm trying to make it look like I'm playing quads. That's why I'm leading out into you again. You're being Liv, by the way.
Fine by me. It's a good job we haven't got a camera around the other side, because we would be getting such a stare right now. We're shielded from the blast by her hand. It's like Superman. Do you know the only way Superman could shave was if he did his heat vision into a mirror back onto his face? True story, true story. I know you weren't pulled in the Superman's conversation earlier on. Yeah.
How does the laser not just burn through the mirror?
Because it must be, I don't know, mirrors deflect a certain percentage of the heat and blah blah blah. I don't know. Maybe it's mostly light until it hits its target, and that's where the heat's deployed. I don't know, mate. I just read the comic. I don't understand it.
Beret takes her time, calls again.
Yeah. Oh, we can see the stare now. A 9. Well, that's okay. That's a good. I don't know if it slows things down necessarily. Let's be honest. If you've been pushing it so far, you can't really just give up now. Oh, we're off. We're floating off. No,
I can imagine Mark betting quite big here if he is going to bet. Because if he does have a really, really big hand and he puts on Liv on an overpair.
Yeah, I got 191 left behind, so... Yeah. You think he's going to fully commit to this one?
Yeah. And he picks out a small amount. Oh no, it's more than 100. 81,000. It's smaller than I thought.
Half-ish. Still considerable.
What would Kate Bush do in this situation?
Probably run up a hill.
Very good.
Thanks. Oh, a rice smile. You know what that means. Kings. All day long. Clever use of multiple camera angles even though nothing's happening. It's amazing how we give the impression of action. He is a rock. He is a statue. This has been a fair decision for Liv, actually. Not generally a player known to take too long. Coming up to 2 minutes. She's going through it all. You can almost see it written on her forehead. What would Kate Bush do, she's thinking. Talking of what would somebody do, Johnny Lodden's out.
Johnny, no.
Sad to see him go. What's Liv got to have here, Mark?
Overpair.
You think? Simple as that, yeah.
I think she's taking this long, yeah. Sad news we lost Johnny, but good news is that we're getting Jake Cody back to the feature table.
Excellent news, thank you. Nearly 3 minutes for Liv. Good lord. Philip was guessing 9s or 8s. I think that was before.
Yeah, I could see 8s is.
Yeah.
8s is a good shout.
The thing is, she's making it sound like it's a really strange line he's taken, but it's not really done anything other than call her and then sort of bet post flop, bet post turn, bet post river. It's not really like there's been a huge sequence of play to analyse that you might think is unusual.
She
She's
calls.
gonna look him up.
King 10, is that?
Kings.
Queen 10, and she
Queen
had
10.
kings.
Said it, didn't I?
Oh, you did? Soul read.
It's so tricky. I mean, that isn't even.
Yeah, but you're just like.
It's too much.
We'll leave these two. Probably stew over that a while and come back to our feature table that has recently reacquired Mr. Jackie Coddy. 697,000 for him. I find it really hard with boards like that. Whenever the board pairs or double pairs, how do you work it? Like if those cards are within a range that your opponent could have, which so much of the time is, how can you ever know? You either give it up and you never know, or you call and something. You know what I mean? I don't find there's any expert way of saying again in that hand.
Yeah, I like them
He
way.
bets, she calls, he bets, she calls, he bets, she doesn't know where she is, and you go, well, how can you on a board like that? I just never really know if there's a pro way of going, aha.
Yeah, he played it well, but he's also a player that's capable of doing that with absolutely nothing as well. Just knowing that he's repping it.
But in a field like this, that's what I mean. Is every single player is going to be capable of repping that. So I don't really know what you do there. I think you literally are flipping a coin in your brain. Obviously, it depends what your stack is and whether you can afford to take that risk and how much of the time you're going to be right and wrong. But I still don't know how you can really accurately calculate what sort of a risk you're taking. How do you see him for King 10? He could have had so many other hands that he's raising with pre. It's just dust in the wind.
So Pinu's re-raised Gordillo, and we know Gordillo doesn't like to fold.
Fold?
Fold.
Oh, that is nice.
King 9-10, couple of spades. 75k continuation bet from the Frenchman. And he folds.
Being asked by Bob how many left in play. 40 players. So one more player is going to get himself £9,800, and then it's 11,400 from 39th to 32nd place. We have got 30 minutes left on today's play. Get to the end of level 19. Tomorrow we come back and play down to the last 16, and that will take as long as it takes.
The action folds around to the blinds. Almost. Pino raises into Cody's big blind.
Oh, you don't want to do that.
Oh, you've got to be careful.
You do not want to do that. I mean, if you want expert analysis, don't do that. Do not do that.
Big raise. Big raise as well.
Oh, my Lord, yes, that's ridiculous.
Oh, my Lord, that's ridiculous.
We're at 4-8, and he makes it 31. Is he crazy?
Well, he just doesn't want to play out of position to Cody, it looks like.
No, that's fair dues.
Contemplating it.
That's probably a bit bigger than I would generally expect, but as you say, you've got to make it big. You've got to say to Jake, if you want to play, I'm out of position, so it's going to be a real big ask of you. Update on your screen, level 19, 30 minutes left, 40 players left. I don't know why it says 5-10 ante. That is not correct, ladies and gentlemen. It is 4-8 with a 1,000 ante.
Somebody was doing so well today as well, just let themselves down at the death.
Go and get that deck of cards back off him. Unbelievable. Kristen has picked me up on saying, you're literally flipping a coin in your head. You're not. You're not literally flipping a coin in your head, because that would be painful. It would do a lot of damage. You would lose a lot of basic functions. You're absolutely right. You would be kind of mentally flipping a coin in your head.
It's quite funny that you've been picked up by a German on that as well. Logically, that does not make sense, Mr. Broughton. You cannot flip a coin in your head.
I know.
Action's folded around to Cody.
He raised no, he raised every time, but we have no cards here. King 4.
Cody's loving life right now.
Yeah, and it comes back to the point we made a while back when there was a big decision put to him, and you go, you just don't need to throw yourself into luck-based
You raised my blind every
situations
single orbit.
when you
trying
can
to
just
get my own back.
nibble away. Very nice to meet Rob Hippie King in the flesh the other day. I was a bit disappointed he wasn't in drag, because really that's how I always think of him, dressed as a sort of a monstrous Bernard Bresslaw version of Liv Boeree from a previous competition.
I was a bit disappointed he didn't use that picture for his media pass, and then he actually did interview Liv, and I would have loved him to have worn that badge interviewing Liv, and then just wait slowly to see Liv's reaction, and if once she spots it, she'd probably freak out and just leg out of the room.
Probably right. Always nice to meet. We've had a few of our EPT Live followers come and see us. We had that. Guillaume, were you there when Guillaume came along and brought us cakes? Yes, of course you were.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, that was only in the last year, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, very nice. Ben taking one down. Don't really think Ben Roberts has been super involved in this. We've been bouncing across to the second table, so maybe we've missed some action, but. $195,000. Billy is going to kick this one off. Was on the screen just then. 245,000 for him. Folding round, folding round. And look who it ain't.
It's folded around to Cody, and there's a surprise. He's raising again.
Yeah, he's not made it 36,000 or anything. Just a cool 18K. Pablo Gordillo, he does not like to fold. It's his big blind. What are you doing?
Head up to the flop.
Stay hydrated, kids. Jack King 5. All black, 2 clubs. Excuse me, 2 spades. Pablo calls the C-bet from Jake, as you would expect.
Checkity check.
Slowing it down.
River doesn't change much.
Post turn, it was check, check. Yep. And Jake is going to take the option to just see who actually just has the best cards here. Ace Queen. Jack 9. Jack 9.
Sick hold.
Sick hold. Yeah, Gordillo. It's a massive flop without hitting straight and flush draws.
Yeah.
Cody with second pair, happy to hit pot control. Just check it down.
Liv cancelled on Rob Hippie King.
Yeah, I know. Just saw that.
It's funny. He did say something to me when I spoke to him. He said, "Oh, she's been avoiding me." I don't think that's likely. Busy girl.
Cody above 750,000 chips now. Gordillo in the action a lot, up to 460. And a few 20 to 24 big blind stacks at the bottom. So you can see why Cody's having a lot of fun. There's a lot of those medium-sized stacks that you can pick on.
That's the thing, is it's that, I mean, there are just some spots you think when he came back to this featured table, you must look at those stacks around the table and just think, this is perfect for me. He's got enough chips that he can be a bit adventurous, doesn't have to put his neck on the line, but he can just keep putting the pressure on people.
Exactly, and 3 players to his left all seem like players who aren't going to 3-bet jam 20 to 25 bigs over the top of him, so you can feel quite comfortable opening a very wide range of hands.
Yeah, it's like any play, isn't it? As long as the majority of the time it works, a few times they push back at you or you let it go, or maybe they get unlucky and you actually have a monster.
Yeah.
But it's a great spot to be in when it's going your way. All in from Ben Roberts.
Yeah, he raised under the gun, was 3-bet by Osman, and he's come back with a 4-bet jam.
Somehow I know the player, I think.
Sorry?
Somehow I know the player.
Not sure if that's good or bad.
He only plays nuts.
We played once or twice before.
Omaha, right?
Yeah.
Not Hold'em. You never
Cash
played.
game, yeah.
You never played Hold'em. How big? I will swallow this.
Tease.
Quick tease.
Quick tease, yeah. Takes Osman to 132,000.
I tell you my hand after.
I'll tell you later.
That old chestnut.
Oh, tell us now.
How many times have I heard that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can't lie.
Well, that's what I meant.
Still 40 players remaining. We knew that it was going to slow down at some point.
Yeah, it did whistle actually, didn't it? For most of today, it was pretty fast. Obviously, the drag to the bubble often happens, but then once that bubble has burst, you know there's just going to be a lot of eliminations in a short space of time.
It's quite funny. Osman comes straight back, raising into Ben's big blind. Ben's got a very talented son as well, poker player.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jamie. Cash game grinder.
It's in the blood.
Yeah, they have a flat opposite the Vic. So it's quite easy just to pop across the road.
One each.
Jump into the cash games.
I paid you more.
It's a bit like the dream of living with a pub at the end of your road, to live with a poker room within walking distance. You might go there a bit more often than not.
Well, hello.
You know, sadly, that's the maximum zoom available on that particular camera. We are looking to buy even more creepy ones. Don't forget, incidentally, just on the back of that Sunday Millions coin, tune back in tomorrow to see 2 more of James and Joe's London Film Trail picture competition, because we have got, as well as the Skull Candy headphones in that particular competition, Sunday million ticket, or equivalent T-dollars. So if you missed it today, rewind it. If you missed yesterday, go watch that too, because by the end of the EPT London broadcast, you will have 6 films and locations, and we'll tell you what to do with them. Meanwhile, our secondary feature table, or second feature table, or featured table number 2.
See that fold from Liv?
Yeah,
it was angry.
It was angry. A lot of aggression in there.
Still thinking about that big hand when she paid off Marc-Andre.
Yeah, it sounds funny. It makes it sound like a very positive experience, negative experience, but there are lots of horrible things that can happen to you playing poker. But that lingering where you've paid someone off, lingering when you've folded what you think might be the best hand is one thing, because you can kind of say, but a lot of the time that was a good fold. But when you've waited and waited and waited 3 minutes and then you make a decision and pay someone off, that takes quite a long while to recover from that particular punch in the gut.
Yeah, it does, because you've invested so much emotionally as well as financially.
Time, emotion, chips, and all of it was ultimately worth nothing. But 7th-in chips on the table, 143,000. It ain't all over, but it's certainly not as comfortable as it once was. Those are not the cards she was hoping for. Who do you think they'll let pick how many more hands we have?
Fatima.
You think?
Who do you think?
I think they'll let Jake do it on the feature table. I have no idea.
You might be right.
An all-in from Francis Ford Brown. Not seen too much of him really on our visits over to this second feature table. And it looks like that's going to be enough to get some blinds and antes back his way.
Yep. Marshall thinks this is a pretty good looking table. He's not going to lie.
No, that Marc-Andre is a good looking chap.
He's a good looking chap, yeah.
Good looking chap.
Fatima and Liv and Jonas Luck. He's quite a good looking guy as well.
Well, you know, the feature one was table 1, there was table 2, this is table 4.
I like it.
Thanks.
4.
Exactly.
Abraham raises to 18,000. Trevelyan, that's a great name.
Trevelyan, yeah. $42K is the raise from Alexandra Trevelyan. I kind of accused him of looking a bit Victor Blomish in the hair.
I can see it.
Christian is all in on the button. Folds round to the re-raiser, Trevelyan. The original aggressor, Simon Tabaram, immediately out of it.
It's got to be strong here. You would expect him to get called, at least in one spot.
And again, I don't feel like I've seen him make a lot of moves in our visits over to the second table. So you kind of, it's not like he just raised it. It was a re-raise anyway. In a, you know, not exactly a super late position on the table.
Shit.
Oh, whoops, he said. Gosh.
Golly.
Gosh, that's not good. I believe I am in an unfortunate backwards scenario.
I don't like being dominated. Oh.
That is a stinker. It's a horrible spot to be in, but we've seen worse.
Good luck.
We've seen worse win. Don't say good luck to him. When somebody says good luck to me, I go, thanks, I hope I win.
Okay, you're lying. It's like when someone says sorry to you. Don't apologise, you're not sorry.
Exactly.
You can say that I'm unlucky, but are you really sorry to win the pot, which is your intention in the first place when you entered the pot?
That's exactly what I said to Theo, isn't it? When somebody says sorry to me, there's only one reply, which is, you will be. If I lose this, I'm going to go and do your wheels in the car park. Oh, that's not good.
Needs to find a queen. Or running hearts.
I mean, he's not out of it. Let's make it clear, actually.
There's some chopportunity now.
Chopportunity is bumped up to 18%.
No good.
It's not a chop, right?
Double up for the Italian.
It's not a chop. You're absolutely
We can
right.
chop it if you want. Yeah. I made 2 chops in a row, so I was afraid.
It's okay. It's okay. It's not the end of the world for Alexander. 318,000. Good news for Christian, up to 320k.
You would have thought the straight.
Smashed it. 4-5 for spades. I was calling him.
Again.
Again. And this man pushed me out.
You're taking all his money.
I got to say, I'm kind of hoping Simon makes up onto our featured table at some point. He seems like the sort of lad would get a bit of a chit-chat going. I think Theo could get a good 45 minutes of knickknackery out of him.
Well, as long as he likes sports.
Sports, as long as he likes sports. If you don't like sports, you may as well. Just if you ever want to get like an autograph off Theo, just wear a football shirt and a kind of a sports team hat.
Excuse me, what's going on here? See, when I speak...
5 tables for today for the main event.
Hey, listen.
Thank you.
Unbelievable.
And Steeler, please start the last 5 hands.
There you are. Freeze the clock. Fatima has chosen. She has decreed by luck and by fortune that 5 more hands will be
Yeah,
played.
because it's, yeah, okay. Ah, so it's the... Oh, no. Yeah. Right, yeah. The best pick for me.
Here we are, back on our feature table where we have got Osman up against Christian. Sorry, not Christian, excuse me. It is Mr. Chataway.
All in for his tournament live. He's fallen behind on the flop. He's going to need to find one of the remaining 5s in the deck. He's already got his coat.
He's got his scarf on already. Had it on all day.
All the best, guys.
All the best. Thanks very much. Nice gentleman to have enjoyed a bit of time on our featured table.
Yeah, really nice chap. You know what the really annoying thing about busting this late in the day is that no one assumes that you've gone out unless you're walking out the tournament room. Like, oh, how many cheers you finished on, stuff like that.
Oh, I see
so you have
what
to
you
keep
mean.
explaining that I've busted.
How many you got? None.
None.
I'm just here for the free coffee.
What time are you restarting tomorrow?
Yes,
I'm not.
then what?
No. Yeah.
Oh, you don't know. Yeah, that's the fucking problem. I don't know either.
Easy.
If you believe me on the turn, or if you don't believe me on the turn, why would you believe me on that river? Just because I ate triple barrel?
I'm happy you didn't put me in that spot.
Alexander Trevelyan is going to have another go at this. He's under the gun. Got to give him a bit of credit for a hand here, I would say. Raise to 18k. Last 5 hands of the day.
All the bloggers won't be happy with that.
Yeah, right.
Three,
After what he
Fatima,
just
pick a
did.
3, pick a 3. Oh, 5 more hands. Like, my feet are killing me. I've been running around all day.
Well, if Howard will insist on wearing those high heels.
But he looks so fetching in them.
He does.
He's got the legs to carry off a nice pair of stilettos.
It really brings out his calves, I find.
I agree.
I always thought he was a tall lad until I saw those 6-inch spikes and the platforms. He's actually only 5'11".
Yeah,
it's amazing.
I did on that 3-bet too.
Yes, massive props to the blog team. They spend a lot of time walking around, is I think a fair appraisal of a day's work.
Yep.
So untrusting. So untrusting. Yeah.
Know from experience.
Sick. I thought you were better than that, you know? Like, I thought you were just... I thought you were really up there, and then you do that shit. So disappointing.
I would hate to really annoy Fatima. I think she would destroy you.
Should get a hockey stick out and give you a proper beating. I had 2 arguments on air with her in 20-minute period on the UK EPT Isle of Man stream. And we were actually making the same point, and I was agreeing with her. But to try and get that through to her when she was just trying to win an argument against me, it was hilarious.
I told you, competitive does not do justice to Fatima's general
I know the word.
Hesitant?
outlook.
Like, were you like...
She's brilliant though. We love her.
Liv raised this up, got the call now. It's gone check on a king ace-7 board. Another ace. We're paired with double suited. And we kind of look like we might have lost interest in putting too much more in the way of chips into the middle of this one. Yep, Simon could not wait to fold. I think it's fair to say.
He definitely had that air about him, didn't he?
I don't think we're going to see too much Hollywooding or time eating from Simon. He kind of knows where he is when he is.
Don't get him. That's the problem. Probably got to play crap. Don't forget looking on the flop.
Oh, Olivia. You're going to be dreaming about pocket kings tonight.
I'm pretty sure something like that has happened to Liv enough in the last few years that she won't dwell too much on it as she gets on her yacht and heads off to some distant island. And then comes back tomorrow, obviously, for day 4.
I know you will.
Getting the mind games going now.
38 players remaining at the moment. Be interesting to see if we lose anyone in the last few hands.
Exactly. It goes either way. For now. Yeah.
Simon has made the standard raise on this table from the button 18k. Just the blinds to get through here. Oh no, actually I'm wrong. Fatima, where am I? No, yeah, no, I'm actually right, yep. Confused myself there.
So what's happened post-flop, Matt?
Everyone folded. Everyone folded, and then this man raised. And then is all in. It's a nice squeeze, a bit of extra value. The fact that Alex Trevelyan also came along once Simon raised it up. It's a nice spot. A couple of hands left in the day.
Lovely spot. Rob King's going to get me in real trouble. He's quoted what I said and included Fatima's Twitter handle. Cheers, Rob.
Oh, dear. She will hunt you down.
You can imagine Fatima doing quite well in the Hunger Games.
She would be a perfect candidate for that. Simon is out of the way. Obviously, he had to worry about Alexander behind him. Now we find out whether Alexander was just trying to sneak in on a set mining expedition or he kind of folding without folding. Let's go back to our feature table, ride out the rest of the hands from today's play. A little bit more chit-chat down there than up here, to be honest. This table has been relatively quiet. And on this occasion, Pablo, for a change, has raised it pre-flop with the 16k move, but Ben Roberts has re-raised to 61. Wow. And now an all-in from Pablo. Ben started with 283,000. Pablo got 426,000 at the beginning. Could those glasses be any further down his nose?
He reminds me a bit of the professor.
In Bagpuss. I knew you were going to say that. Do you know what? In fact, I knew what you were going to say before you said it. I wish I'd jumped in, but yeah.
You did. It's true though, right?
Yeah. Professor Yaffle.
Good memory.
Well, Benny, let's be honest, Benny's not a player who's going to be doing this without good reason.
Agreed.
How? What's the bottom of his calling range here? Gordillo has been pretty active, in fairness. There's no reason to give him credit for a real top percentage of hands.
The problem that Ben's got is that he's got to know that Gordillo must think that he's a tight player. Do you know what I mean? So the fact that, well, he knows I'm quite a solid player and I wouldn't be re-raising you with anything, and then you still come back over the top.
Yeah. But he knows that he knows that he knows that he knows. Poker.
Ben said earlier that he feels like he's like a cat with 9 lives today because he kept going out of tricky situations. He was very short for a while, kept surviving. So I think he's had his fair bit of luck today. Maybe he doesn't want to test it too much in a day.
Yeah, but it resets tomorrow. Your luck goes back to...
Oh, that's what I mean. So he might have used it all up today, fold and then...
But you don't want to have any luck left in the tank and not use it.
Oh, how do you know when it's empty?
You don't, Mark. That's the thing. Oh.
Is that why he's taking so long?
There's just no way of knowing.
Decision-a-tron, up to 2.5 minutes.
And again, I give Ben Roberts all the time in the world to think about, because I know he's not a player that would ever do this unnecessarily.
I call it.
He calls.
Really interested to see what I'm kind of more interested in Ben's hand here than I am in Pablo's.
Wow.
King 9 for Pablo.
I did not expect him. Ace Queen.
Wow, I'm surprised. I'm actually surprised that it took Ben that long. And I understand your point about where he knows that he knows that he knows, but I would think Ace Queen against Pablo.
I'm happy with that.
Not against Farag, not against Harrell, but I think against Pablo.
It's a good flop.
Yeah.
Takes the 9 out of the equation for now.
Yeah, that's good for Ben. He'd be very happy if he can finish today with this kind of a stack. Just a king to spoil it for him. I've got to be honest, I am kind of rooting that Ben gets through this.
Oh!
Man alive.
See, he had used up all his luck.
He had used up all his luck.
Oh, but he didn't know.
The only time you find out is when the king comes down. Good Lord.
Oh.
All right, boys.
Oh.
Lucky Ben.
Oh, man.
Lives up to his name, though. What a gent in defeat.
Yeah.
6, 7.
Aye, aye, aye.
Good luck, everyone.
Again,
how many chips you finish on, Ben? What time are you starting tomorrow?
Do you want any sugar for that coffee, mate? Help yourself with some free biscuits. Slow motion. Oh, it's the king. Ooh, you're gonna like it. Professor Yaffle. In case anyone doesn't know who Professor Yaffle was we were referring to, that's appeared on our stream.
Yeah, thanks for that, Andrew.
Oh, I'm gutted. That's horrible. You're feeling all positive about this. Is nice. He took a while. He's made a good call. I'm surprised it took him that long. And then that happens. That's where Theo's bad beat bot that goes.
Really?
That's just totally sick, man.
Yeah.
It's the sickest thing I've ever seen.
Diane's retweeted Chris Moorman. Busto, 38th place, 4 hands to go.
Oh.
This one?
Last hand of the day, boys and girls. Eyes down for a full house. Everyone's a winner. And Rob Hippie King immediately blaming me as the commentator's kiss of death.
Surprising fold. Not the mistake. We had the last hand yesterday, didn't we?
I gave you the last hand yesterday.
You did. But did you see what I had last time?
Yes. I give me this one, it costs nothing.
You're all right.
don't have that ID number.
You're going to play a hand.
Billy chatting away as he plays the last hand. Just a big blind out there. Pinard defends. Jack's 6 tray. Rainbow, potential Badoogie to finish off the night.
We need it, mate.
What have they got? Have they got a king high?
No, 10 high.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, we don't want it to be a Badoogie hand.
We don't really. Oh,
2-0 to you guys. What a finish. Checkity check all the way down. Pocket deuce is good.
Power twos. Power twos. What a way to roll out the day. And that is going to end it for the play today.
See why you wanted a free card.
Let's take a look at how that leaves the chips here on our main event feature table. Jake still riding high, 794,000. Pablo, roller coaster ride for him. Still in second spot. We saw Ben leave us, and that gives our shortest stack, Fadil Farag, plenty of work to do tomorrow. 121,000 is how he ends it.
And we'll have a quick look at our counts on a secondary feature table. Jonas Luck up the top with 625,000, and Liv Bury all the way down the bottom with 20 big blinds coming back tomorrow. 156,000. Actually, the blinds will jump up, so she's going to have just over 15 big blinds tomorrow, so a lot of work for her to do. Middle of the pack for Marc-Andre and Fatima.
And here is how things rock up tomorrow. Joe and James will kick off tomorrow at 12 noon. We'll take it down to 16. Day 5 will take it down to the last day, and then of course the famous main event final table on Friday the 18th. Right now, everyone is going to get at least 11,400, but they are playing for that top prize of 499,700. If you want to catch up with any of the action, do check out the PokerStars blog. Follow them on Twitter to get all the updates. You'll see all the chip counts, you'll see all the exits and big hands of the day. And of course, check out some of the video blogs and the stories. But this is how it ends. Thank you very much, Mr. Convey.
Welcome. Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Yes, big thanks to everyone that's joined us. Don't forget, replay today's stream, check out yesterday's, get involved with the competitions. But for tonight, thanks very much, and we'll see you together for more from EPT London.